afternoon's series of bills. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our hearings for this afternoon in Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. So we have a full docket today for the agenda. We're going to go through the bills in the following order. We are going to start with Senate Bill 221, followed by 81, then 90, followed by 113, then Senate Bill 246, Senate Bill 268, Senate Bill 321, Senate Bill 273, Senate Bill 296, and Senate Bill 302, 308, and 320. That's the tentative order that we're going through them. We may need to make adjustments depending on when members may be present or not, depending on other bills that may be heard. So, just a quick housekeeping notes. We encourage witnesses to please keep your testimony brief. Please try not to repeat testimony that other members or other members of the panel might have already provided. And then to also encourage you to shy away from abbreviations. There are a lot of abbreviations used, and if you can avoid them, I think that'd be helpful for members of the committee. So with that, why don't we go ahead and get started with our first bill. This is Senate Bill 221, Department of the Environment Enforcement Authority. This is by on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General. We're pleased this afternoon to be joined by our State Attorney General, Brian Frosch, as well as other members of the sponsor panel, which include Angelica Bailey and Dominique Bochco. So with that, why don't we go ahead and turn it over to Attorney General Frosch. We have seven panelists who have requested oral testimony, but we will start with Attorney General Frosch. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chairman, Senator. It's a pleasure to be with you, and thanks for the committee for indulging us. I think I'm going to try to do this quickly, but it's a long bill. I think that our office believes that the Department of Environment has failed to address enforcement of the environmental laws for the past 7 years in a fashion that is adequate or protective. We think we've been left with a severely depleted agency. Jobs have been eliminated. Staff levels, especially among inspectors, are at dangerously low levels. And we believe these failures leave us with an open question about whether drinking water is safe, for example, or how much effluent is coming from polluters that is beyond their permitted amounts that's fouling our lakes and waters and tidal and non-tidal areas. This bill is an attempt not to fix that budgetary and resource problem, but if the agency replenishes the staff resources that we believe are necessary to inspect permits and enforce the law, we wanted to have the tools that are necessary to do so. So the Department of Environment, if it engages in enforcement, can, in most situations, seek administrative penalties. It can seek civil penalties. And as a last resort, our office, in the most egregious cases, can file criminal charges. Right now, however, many areas in which MDE operates, it cannot seek administrative penalties, and some in which it can't even seek civil penalties, leaving criminal prosecution as the only and very undesirable option. This bill will add administrative enforcement tools, and in some cases, civil enforcement tools as well, in areas in which those two tools are right now unavailable. And just to give you what we've got instead of what we're asking for, right now, MDE has administrative, civil, and criminal ability in the air and radiation sector, sediment discharges, water pollution discharges, hazardous waste, solid waste, oil control, landfills, CAFOs, lead. And we propose to give it the same tools in several other areas, and they are dam safety operators for certified operators for water supply systems, non-transient water systems, certified operators for wastewater treatment facilities, non-tidal wetlands, waterway construction, and tidal wetlands. And I will try, let me say first of all, that the difference between administrative penalties and civil penalties is administrative penalties are quicker, usually much less serious, and can provide quicker relief than a civil penalty. For an administrative penalty, the department proposes a penalty, perhaps proposes injunctive relief, and an administrative law judge then makes a decision. From there, either party can appeal to circuit court, et cetera. In a civil penalty situation, it starts in circuit court. The department files an action and it goes from there. And of course, in a criminal case, our office charges the violator with a misdemeanor or with a felony. And we go straight to circuit court. The standard of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's very tough standard to meet. So let me just give you a couple of examples why we think it's important for the department to have administrative and civil penalties. Dam safety is one that I kind of smirked at when it was brought to my attention. I thought, well, I mean, how much trouble could that be? Turns out there are 600 active dams in our state, and 100 of those are classified as high hazard, which means failure would likely result in the loss of human life, extensive property damage to homes, infrastructure, likely to cause flooding of major highways and state roads. There are another 150 dams that are classified as significant hazard, which means they may result in the loss of human life, cause significant flood risks downstream to roads, et cetera. And
Mr. General, I apologize. In all fairness to our witnesses, your time has expired, but if you could quickly wrap up your testimony,
all right. Well,
we'd appreciate it.
All right. Let me just say this. The department needs the flexibility to ask for administrative and civil penalties in each of these areas, and that's what this bill does. We hope you'll give it a favorable report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frosch. I apologize. I hate to interrupt the Attorney General here. Just trying to keep our committee tidy. So you are joined by other members of the sponsor panel. And just a reminder to witnesses, so the lead witness on each panel has 5 minutes, and then each subsequent witness for the sponsor panels have 2.5 minutes. So with that, we'll go on to other members of the sponsor panel, Angelica Bailey from Maryland Municipal League, or Dominic Butchko from MACO. Either one can go first.
I'm happy to start. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Angelica Bailey, Director of Government Relations for the Maryland Municipal League. I apologize for any confusion, but to clarify, MML's position is actually favorable with amendment, which is consistent with our written testimony. But I will be very brief. As we said in our written testimony, we completely understand the need for enforcement in these facilities. But even with the dangers that Mr. Attorney General outlined, we still think this goes too far. The penalties for violations would be high for a facility or a company, let alone an individual. And this bill would let individual employees be held personally liable, both civilly and criminally. A violation can send a municipal wastewater employee to jail for a year on top of a $5,000 penalty, and that's $5,000 per day. We understand it's not desirable, but this bill does make it possible. And that in and of itself feels unreasonable, but then this bill goes even farther to make those penalties apply to any violations, not just intentional or willful ones. We understand completely the need to hold a purposeful violator responsible, but honest human error sometimes happens. We're all guilty of it. And a massive personal penalty just isn't a fair result. And we're not arguing just on the principle of the matter here. This would have a big impact on municipal wastewater employees like plant supervisors and plant operators. We already have a hard time attracting and retaining staff for these positions. So we're very concerned that good folks would be scared off by this bill. But as I've said before, we get it. We understand the purpose. We don't disagree with it. But these penalties it would really put municipal wastewater facilities in a tough spot. So we hope to work with the sponsor on these concerns. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bailey. And you're correct that you're favorable with amendments. Next, we'll go to Dominique Butchko from MACO, who's also favorable with amendments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for having me here today. My name is Dominic Butchko, Associate Policy Director at the Maryland Association of Counties. Very similar to the Maryland Municipal League, we're looking for the committee to give SB 221 a favorable report with amendments. This bill was clearly introduced with the goal of improving compliance with environmental regulations. Counties both recognize and support their role in a productive regime to hold all players properly accountable for misdeeds and failures. That being said, not to copy too much of what MML said, but MACO would like to offer 3 principles to guide amendments to this bill. First, echoing our concerns with employee liability. That is big for us. It is hard to staff these facilities as it is. And so if our employees are held accountable, that is just going to make it even worse, and potentially holding employees accountable for poor decisions at another level just is an issue. Also recognizing the willfulness as a principal tenet before applying punitive measures. There are several examples of unwillful violations arising from unforeseen circumstances. And as I said, those examples are plentiful, and they should be appropriately treated with a different posture than deliberately poor practice. And then finally, preserve and encourage practical solutions before applying punitive measures. Currently, the department routinely has open communication with facilities when there is a suspected or known violation. So we just want to continue that relationship where the Maryland Department of Environment works with facilities that might be having an issue. These bill amendments could help reframe a specific interaction of these laws with local government facilities and employees and promote an intergovernmental collaboration where it appears most productive. Accordingly, again, MACO urges a favorable report with amendments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Butchko. That concludes the sponsor panel. I see that we'll take questions before proceeding with the other witnesses. I see a question from Senator Riley.
Thank you very much. Attorney General Frosch, good to see you again. I got 3 quick questions. First of all, several of the panel mentioned the very high fines. I presume your attitude is compliance, not punishment. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, first of all, nice to see you too.
Thanks.
That's part of it, but the fines are no different from the fines and penalties that are throughout the environment article for the Department of Environment in all the areas that I read you, where they already have civil and administrative enforcement ability. Those are the terms and conditions pursuant to which they have. Same is true with respect to liability for folks who pollute the water, contaminate drinking water, et cetera. Those aspects of the law are unchanged unless I've totally missed something in the bill.
I'm sure you haven't. The second question is, we're putting upon Department of Environment significantly more administrative tools. Your comments about their staffing levels, are you confident that they will have the ability to administratively handle these additional tasks?
Well, I'm not confident. They need a lot more. They need a lot more people, but whether they have the same number they have now or they have more, having these tools will enable them to be more effective. I mean, you don't have to prove that somebody has committed a crime in order to say, hey, look, you're violating the law. Please stop. If you don't, we're going to fine you $2,000 or $10,000.
Okay. My final question is, I don't know if you're going to be able to attend the hearing we're going to have very shortly where we're transferring pesticide regulation. The request is to transfer pesticide regulation from ag over to environment. Have you had a chance to review that? And again, it's the questions in light of the staffing issues and whether or not that may be a good idea.
Well, I mean, I don't know the relative staffing levels at the Department of Agriculture. I've not read the bill. I have heard about it, but I am not sufficiently well informed to give you advice on whether it's a good idea or a bad idea.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Senator Riley. Next, I see a hand up from Senator Perez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lam. Thank you, Attorney General, for presenting this information to us. I just wanted to ask, and I'm still trying to catch up on the written testimony from the Maryland Department of the Environment and from MACO and MML. Was there any consultation with MDE or MACO and MML in the development of the bill? And since it looks like they have, obviously, with MML and MACO have, expressed some challenges with the proposed bill.
Yeah. I think the answer is yes, but Senator, I didn't have those conversations, so I can't tell you with 100% certainty.
I do not want to contradict the Attorney General. There might have been on MACO's side. I'm not aware of any conversations, but I mean, we are more than willing to talk because we agree with what you're trying to do, Attorney General.
And I would echo that, Senator. And Mr. Attorney General, of course, I like to think we have an excellent working relationship, and I look forward to continuing that.
We did a great job among the three of us in the opioid settlement.
Yeah, we did.
Okay,
And
Senator.
willing to work with you. I'm happy to have my folks reach out.
Senator President, any other questions? Are you done? Okay. So that concludes the sponsor panel. Next, with favorable testimony is Bob Enton from the Maryland Bankers Association. This is favorable with amendments. Mr. Enton, are you there?
He was there a few minutes ago, Senator Lam. I'm not sure.
Okay. Why don't we proceed? And if he comes back while we're still on this bill, we can have him give oral testimony. Next, we have favorable with amendments. This is Robin Jessica Clark from Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Ms. Clark, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today and to see you in this setting. So I'm Robin Clark, Maryland staff attorney with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and we're here favorable with amendments on the other side. You heard favorable with amendments, worried about that this bill didn't go quite far enough. Well, we'd like to see it go a bit farther. And we also, would then begin with commending the Attorney General for addressing some of these code provisions that haven't been updated for more than a decade. In the context of the past year, where we've seen wastewater treatment plants spewing effluent into some of our most populous areas of the state, like Back River, Patapsco wastewater treatment plants. We've seen down in St. Mary's County wastewater treatment effluent violations causing more than a dozen people to become sick off of consumption of oysters. We've seen this in the news repeatedly and have just increased awareness among our membership and Marylanders in general, I think, of the importance of protecting our drinking water, our wastewater treatment, making sure we're up to snuff there, the tremendous investment the state's put forward in those areas, and then also looking at dam safety, and of course, coming from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, the importance of protecting those sensitive ecological areas of our tidal wetlands. I wanted to point out that Chesapeake Bay Foundation also has concerns regarding staffing and ability of the department, but this bill in effect would create a positive cycle there, because these penalties, as I understand them, would go into the Maryland Clean Water Fund, which would then help to support additional salaries. So that fund feeds directly into staffing and personnel at MDE. There are three areas that we wanted to see this bill go a little bit further. One is to make sure we maintain a balance and a partnership between the Maryland Department of Environment and the Office of Attorney General in prosecutions. So we don't want to see a decline in referrals to the Attorney General's office as a result of increasing these administrative penalties. The second area is that we'd love to see a consideration for the economic benefit that a violator has gained because of violating the law. I mean, that's where we get into this tipping point of, do I need to abide by the law or not, right? If I'm going to gain tremendously in my business because of it, that's my time. So I'll end there. But there is one more point having to do with citizen participation in administrative proceedings that I think will be very valuable for the committee to consider as they move the bill forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So is Mr. Enton still with us or not? Maryland Bankers Association.
I still don't see him. He was
Okay.
in, but he's not
All
in.
right. We also have someone who's unfavorable, Mr. Vince McAvoy. I don't see him here either. If he is present, please speak up. If not, I see a question from Senator Hester. We'll turn to in a second. I actually smell smoke up here in my office for some odd reason. So if I disappear very quickly, I will ask Vice Chair Kagan to step in. So Senator Hester, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lam. Please be careful. We need you. The state of Maryland needs you to be safe. Thank you for this very important bill, Senator Attorney General Frosch. I had just had a question about drinking water. I've been,
Sure.
you know, district is about half supplied by public water and about half on well and septic. And I was just curious if you have had any discussions with MDE about, you know, anything around continuing to protect our folks on wells. I mean, it's my understanding that there's very little public oversight, if any, once a house is purchased until the time of transfer. So I just wondered if you had anything you wanted to add on that.
Yeah, no, I think your analysis is exactly right, Senator, that for the most part, if you have a private well, it's up to you to make sure that the water is uncontaminated. Unfortunately, for the other water systems, the community water systems, public, private, et cetera, we don't think that MDE is doing an adequate job of looking at those and determining whether or not they are contaminated. But if it's your own well and it's just you, it's the homeowner's responsibility, is my understanding.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Senator Hester. Seeing no further questions, I think that concludes the oral testimony for this bill. Members of the committee, in your packet, you also have written testimony favorable from the Maryland Pesticide Education Network, Maryland Sierra Club, the Climate Justice Wing, Chesapeake Climate Action Network, Maryland PERG, and you have unfavorable testimony from Maryland Judiciary, the Associated Builders and Contractors, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, the National Federation of Independent Businesses, Maryland Building Industry Association, and a letter of information from the Maryland Department of the Environment. Seeing no further testimony, I think that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 221. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thanks a million, Mr. Chair. Members.
All right, so with that, we will move on to Senate Bill 81. Is enforcement of local building performance laws, the Building Energy Performance Standard Act of 2022. We have 8 witnesses signed up for oral testimony. We have a sponsor panel that will be led by Mr. Stan Edwards from from Montgomery County, followed by Clifford Madrid, and then Katie Bergfeld. So we will start with Mr. Edwards. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, sorry.
sir, do I get a chance to present the bill?
Of course. My
Step in.
mistake.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Feldman. Go ahead, as a sponsor.
No, that's okay. I would note if you're still searching for Mr. Etton, he's actually testifying in the Finance Committee right now, so I solved that mystery. Any event, okay, just by way of a little background, I mean, this is the committee in the Senate, no doubt, that's been most involved with issues involving climate change and carbon emissions. And, you know, energy use in our existing buildings are one of the largest sources of carbon pollution, greenhouse gas emissions in our state. And some of those emissions come indirectly from the electricity generated off-site to power the buildings. And then there are direct emissions, primarily from on-site combustion fossil fuels for heating, hot water, and cooking. And you'll see testimony from my own county, for example, about what percentage of my own county's greenhouse gas emissions comes from a commercial building sector and existing buildings. So by any measure, members of the committee, a major contributor to pollution and greenhouse gas emissions do come from our existing buildings. In fact, the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, an entity Chair Pinsky's been very involved with over the years, has produced a building energy transition plan calling for net zero emissions from existing buildings by 2040. So with that said, an emerging important policy tool is something called Building Energy Performance Laws, BEPS. And that policy tool is designed to achieve goals to set, it essentially sets minimum energy performance standards, encourages buildings to improve their energy efficiency and reduction of carbon emissions, and drives energy improvements in existing buildings. I'd also note that these laws also have the added benefit of creating a tremendous number of high-paying jobs in the energy efficiency sector. In fact, right now, we have 64,000 Marylanders, more than all other areas of the energy sector combined, that are employed in the energy efficiency sector. And so also, I just would note that it has the byproduct of reducing utility costs. So with that background, what Senate Bill 81 does and how does it fit into this broader group of policy goals? First of all, this is really, really important. I want to emphasize, this is enabling legislation only. Enabling, it does not, I repeat, it does not require any jurisdiction in our state to establish building performance laws or corresponding penalties. So Senate Bill 81 does not require mandate anything. Although I'll mention in a moment, there are some jurisdictions looking to enact those laws. I have to make that point because there is only, I think, one opponent left because of some amendments I'm going to proffer. But if that particular testimony gets into the weeds on details or the merits of these kinds of laws, that's for the local bill hearings. That's not here to debate the merits of those laws here in this committee. This is enabling legislation only. Secondly, this bill only applies to our charter counties. If you look at the fiscal note, you'll see we've basically got three different kinds of governance structures in our state. We've got charter county government, we've got commissions, and we've got home rule counties. You'll see that on page 2 of the fiscal note. This bill does not apply to the commission counties or home rule counties. This only applies to our charter counties that are listed there in your fiscal note, because these laws can only be enacted by our charter counties under our structure in Maryland. But here's the bottom line. If you're going to be one of those charter counties and you're going to basically enact one of these BEPS provisions, you've got to also have some realistic, administratively feasible penalties for noncompliance. And this enables each charter county to set penalties for energy performance above what's currently in law, which basically is capped at like $1,000, which frankly is a slap on the wrist, not practical under the current procedures. And so this bill does also enable the counties on the penalty side of things, specifically to enact civil fines not to exceed $10 per square foot of gross floor area. You'll hear a little bit from the panel what that means. So again, this is only for charter counties, and all it does is enable them to have a penalty regime that's meaningful above what's under current law, this $1,000 kind of not particularly, not much of a deterrent. I'd also say that many jurisdictions, state and local around the country, have already gone forward in this route. Other jurisdictions have successfully enacted building energy performance laws. Colorado, Washington State, the District of Columbia, one of our panelists from the DC government, New York City, St. Louis, Denver, Boston, and others. The White House Council on Environmental Quality's National Building Performance Standards Coalition, which was just launched January 21st of 2022, just a few weeks ago. Basically, it was launched to support inclusively designed and implemented building performance policies and programs. My own county, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and the city of Annapolis have already signed on as coalition participants, along with jurisdictions from all over the country. The bottom line is of this bill is if you're going to have these kinds of building performance laws, you need some reasonable sanctions, and that's what this bill will enable those jurisdictions to do. And having said all that, I did work with folks from the building industry and the insurance industry to remove opposition. And so I am proffering an amendment that I believe is being adopted on the House side that will allow a civil fine be imposed only if the building was constructed 3 years before the fine would be imposed. I mean, basically, we're talking about new buildings. And with that amendment, I believe both Mr. Edson from the American Property Casualty Association is removing his opposition, and equally important, Lori Graf from the Maryland Building Industry Association is no longer opposed to Senate Bill 81. That leaves me with one final opponent, Mr. Valentine from the Association of Commercial Real Estate. I hope to work with Mr. Valentine to get him on board, but I will repeat, this bill does not require any jurisdiction to establish a building performance law or any corresponding penalties. And to the extent his testimony, his written testimony, sort of gets into the weeds of the merits of these laws, that's something that needs to be taken up at the local jurisdiction level, Prince George's, Montgomery, City of Annapolis. It's really not for this committee to really get into that discussion with this enabling legislation. So, Mr. Chair, I ask for a favorable on Senate Bill 81 with the amendment that I mentioned that removes most of the opposition, and I'll turn it to my panel that I think the chair outlined earlier. So, thank you.
Hey, thank you. Sorry about that. We actually just had to discharge a fire extinguisher in my office here. There was a light bulb that caught fire. So I apologize. I have all the windows open and I think the fire department's on their way up. So, and my staff is evacuating. With that, appreciate that, Senator Feldman. Why don't we keep going on this? We have a sponsor panel that includes Mr. Stan Edwards from the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. As the lead sponsor panel witness, you have 5 minutes. Mr. Edwards, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Senator Lam. Good afternoon, Chair Kinsey, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Stan Edwards. I'm the Chief of the Energy, Climate, and Compliance Division in the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. And I'm here today speaking on behalf of Montgomery County Executive Mark Elrich. The county executive strongly supports Senate Bill 81. This bill would enable charter counties enacting their own building performance laws to establish penalties consistent with their policy objectives. Montgomery County declared a climate emergency, and we strive to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. Energy use in the building sector accounts for half of the county's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions, and building energy performance standards, or BEPS, are a foundational policy necessary to meet our climate goals. The energy-based metric in our BEPS policy measures energy use directly controlled by the building owner, reducing emissions from the existing built environment and lowering building operating costs. It does not hold the building owners accountable for the carbon content of the electric grid. I'm pleased to note, as Senator Feldman pointed out, that Montgomery County, along with Prince George's County, Annapolis, and more than 33 jurisdictions nationwide, have signed on to the White House Council on Environmental Quality's National Building Performance Standards Coalition that launched on January 21 of this year. Together, we aim to design and implement inclusive BEPS policies, and through this effort, we anticipate performance laws growing across the country in the coming years. Our goal is to align the cost to comply with BEPS to be equivalent or less than the penalty, such that compliance is preferred. This bill would allow the county to set a realistic penalty for compliance with BEPS, but does not require any jurisdiction to establish building performance laws or corresponding penalties. This enabling legislation is critical to the success of our local BEPS policy and helps us do our part to achieve the state's climate goals as expressed in the Maryland Commission on Climate Change Building Energy Transition Plan. We hope building owners will opt to comply, benefit from reduced utility and operating costs, and help us face the climate emergency together. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 81.
All right, thank you for your brevity. Next, we will move to Mr. Clifford Madrid. You have up to 2.5 minutes. Again, we encourage witnesses not to repeat testimony from prior folks. Please testify with something new. Mr. Madrid, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Cliff Madrid. I'm Senior Advisor to the Institute for Market Transformation, IMT, a national nonprofit that focuses on innovative and pragmatic solutions that fuel greater investment in high-performing, energy-efficient buildings. IMT strongly supports SB 81. SB 81 would enable counties to enact their own building performance standards and to establish penalties consistent with providing an adequate incentive to building owners to comply with those standards. We must make sure that it is not far cheaper for owners to pay fines than to invest in value creating and job creating improvements to their own buildings. President Biden recently announced, as you just heard, the national coalition composed of 33 states and localities committed to adopting building performance standards. IMT supported the coalition's formation and provides technical support to its members, including Montgomery and Prince George's counties and Annapolis. IMT previously supported Montgomery County's months-long engagement with a broad range of stakeholders, including NAOP members. The consensus building performance standard bill that resulted was from that process includes best practices. Practices also incorporated into the most recently adopted and pending laws around the country, which we just heard about. Responding to input from building owners, the county bill only holds owners accountable for performance fully controlled by owners and occupants. The county bill is consistent with the Montgomery Commission on Climate Change Building Energy Transition Plan, and it complements Maryland's renewable portfolio standard. The penalty caps in SB 81 are in line with penalties in Washington, D.C., and lower than penalties in other jurisdictions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 81.
All right, thank you, Mr. Madrid. Next, we will go to Katie Bergfeld from DC County or DC government.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Bergfeld. I'm the branch chief for building performance and enforcement in the Energy Administration at the Department of Energy and Environment, which is an agency under the government of the District of Columbia. Thank you for inviting me here to share some information about the district's Building Energy Performance Standards program and how we landed on our penalty structure. So our Building Energy Performance Standards were established in Title III of the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2018, which mandated the district to set our first BEPS on January 1st of 2021. We did set that first BEPS on January 1st, 2021, which kicked off our first compliance cycle. Our compliance and enforcement regulations have been finalized and published. They were finalized in November of 2021. And so thus currently we are at a point where our regulations have been finalized and we are about a year into our first compliance cycle. Specifically focusing on the topic of penalties, we initially sought the advice of our BEPS task force, which is a mayorally appointed group that was created to advise UEE on the development and implementation plan for our BEPS policy. Based on those discussions and documented in our task force recommendations report, which can be found on our website if anybody would like to review it, we received the following feedback. Penalties should generally be greater than the cost of compliance to avoid a scenario where non-compliance becomes a cost-effective approach. 2, penalties should be based on the percentage of achievement toward the goal that the building owner has to achieve. And then 3, penalties should be based on building size. At the same time we were having these conversations, we also conducted a cost-benefit analysis that was mandated through this Clean Energy DC Omnibus Amendment Act to help DOE and building owners better understand the costs and impacts and the benefits of the BEPS program to the district residents and building owners. This analysis was completed through a grant that we awarded to Stephen Winter Associates in fiscal year 2020, which was also extended into fiscal year 2021. The study is still undergoing approval to be published, so I cannot share the full findings. However, what I can share is that based on the findings of the study, our preliminary analysis estimates that the total cost of compliance with our BEPS program will be on average $10 per square foot. So based on those findings and the conversations through the BEPS task force meetings, DOE has set their maximum penalties for non-compliance at $10 per square foot, which can be found again in our finalized implementing regulations. The penalties will then be automatically adjusted based on how far a property gets to achieving their energy performance requirements. So for example, if the building owner was required to make a 20% reduction in energy usage, and they achieved a 10% reduction in energy usage, their fines would automatically be adjusted by 50%. So they'd be at that $10 per square foot penalty, and then it would be adjusted based on how far they get to achieving their goal based on their energy performance requirements. So that explains our penalty structure and our BEPS program at a high level. Thank you again for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you have regarding the district's BEPS policy.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bergfeld. I apologize for all the noise. The firefighters are here. Next, any questions for the sponsor? Sorry, apologize for all the noise. The firefighters are actually here right now. That concludes the sponsor panel. I see a question from Senator Alex. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just a question for the sponsor, Senator Feldman. Thank you for this bill and the interest. Why charter counties only? Why not Commissioner or co-home counties to be included in this bill?
Yeah, well, I think you're. I think you need to. If you look at the fiscal note, I could locate it. I think there's a legal reason. I know order, and I'm not an expert on how we structured our situation here, but if you look at the fiscal note, Senator Ellis, you'll see it outlines the commission counties cannot enact local laws in the areas where the General Assembly has express authority. In other words, it has to do with the interplay between local government and what's within the purview of the state. And this particular kind of legislation can only be enacted under our regime here in Maryland by charter counties. I'll direct your attention to the fiscal note. It goes through an explanation about the Maryland State Constitution, the Express Powers Act, and what charter counties can do, what commission counties can do, and what. So it's in our it's a constitutional issue, Senator Ellis.
So we do laws all the time that is statewide, and so is it particularly this issue with the fines, or I'm not sure if where I could go to get that.
Well, I would suggest, since you had Attorney General Frosch here in the last bill, he would probably be the right guy. If you want to, get an amendment that it goes beyond charter counties, you're probably going to need a little guidance from Attorney General Frosch on this one. So I can't go beyond the fiscal note. They lay out the constitutional reason why it's limited to charter counties.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll look into that further. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Senator Ellis. And apologize again for all the noise. Their firefighters are actually here right now. They're also planning to cut power to this office. So if I disappear, Senator Kagan can take over. Next, we have a few individuals that are favorable, including favorable with amendment. Next on the list, we have Mr. Dominic Butchko again from the Maryland Association of Counties, who's favorable. Go ahead.
I have a feeling, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be seeing a lot of you guys today. I think there's 7 bills. For those of you, for record, my name is Dominic Butchko, Associate Policy Director at the Maryland Association of Counties. Not to take too much of your time, ditto, basically, the General Assembly has granted local jurisdictions the ability to enact regulations most suitable for their locality. SB 81 would grant those charter counties the ability to enforce them. So MACO urges the committee to give a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you for brevity. Next, we have favorable with amendments. This is Mr. Robert Edson, Bob Enton from Maryland Building Industry Association. Go ahead, Mr. Enton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for not being present on the Attorney General's bill. I had to testify. I have to testify today in about 8 committees today. So I'll come back to. I'll meet with you members privately on that. As far as this bill goes, Senator Feldman is absolutely correct with the amendments. The building industry has no problem with the bill whatsoever. The home building industry, that is.
All right, thank you, Mr. Enton. That conclude your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Happy to answer any questions.
All right, next we have favorable with amendments, Federica Spruce. Are you there, Ms. Spruce?
That's my chief of staff. I don't believe she was planning to testify. I don't know how that happened.
All right, no problem. Next, then we have someone who's unfavorable, Tom Valentine from NIOP. Mr. Valentine, are you there?
I am here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tom Valentine. I'm the Vice President for Policy at NIOP, Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association. And we do have concerns about negative consequences that will result from lack of a coordination and alignment between the state and local climate mitigation policies. And the basic question here is whether or not you will require that local governments align their programs with state policy and the performance characteristics that you've included in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act. And just a couple of examples. You know, Montgomery County and the state don't use the same method to create
Imagine you're paying $300 a month.
greenhouse gas.
You were able to save 100.
The GGRA also provides for the use of offset credits, but by definition, the Montgomery County program and the other programs that follow the playbook of IMT don't recognize offsite mitigation or credits, but the GGRA does. We have members who have made commitments to decarbonize entire building portfolios across the country and across the world. And offsite mitigation and credits is going to be a big piece of that, especially to get early action. We're concerned about the scale of the fines when compared to other metrics like the social cost of carbon or the emissions allowances that utilities buy in the RGGI markets. And there's an equity issue there. We're concerned about the weak relationship between carbon emissions and building square footage. And I've provided an example for the committee that sets out two different buildings built to the same energy code, but they have different use types and different square footages. And the building with the lower carbon footprint gets a higher fine, a considerably higher fine under the methodology in Senate Bill 81. You have consistency in the way that you run the TMDL across the watershed. State and local governments follow the same scientific principles and implementation schedules and approaches. You should do the same thing with your climate policies for a number of reasons that we outlined in our letter, which I won't go into today unless you want to have a discussion about it during question and answer. And I'd be happy to stand here for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Valentine. That concludes our witnesses for oral testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we can just note then that there is written testimony from County Executive Mark Elrick from Montgomery County. Favorable, also favorable is Nancy Wilkinson from the Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Church. Favorable, Climate Justice Wing. Favorable, Tacoma Park Mobilization Environment Committee. Favorable, Maryland Legislative Coalition. Favorable, Indivisible Howard County. Favorable, Maryland Sierra Club. Favorable, City of Tacoma Park. Favorable with amendments, Maryland Building Industry Association, and letter of information from the Maryland Catholic Conference. That concludes the hearing for Senate Bill 81. We can move on to Senate Bill 90. This is sponsored by Senator West. Senator West, are you with us this afternoon? There we go, I see you.
I am, and I don't have an exploding light bulb in my office.
You are fortunate. It is a mess here. And they're working on now, electricians are now here going to try to fix this while we're here.
Well, it's thank you, Senator Lam, and it's a pleasure for 2 days in a row now to be appearing before EHE to present a bill. This is a bill you heard last year, and you may recall it, but let me remind you. Senate Bill 90 embodies the recommendations of the Senate President's Advisory Work Group on Equity and Inclusion, which met not this past summer, but the summer before this. I was a member of the work group. The background is as follows. When businesses, institutions, or individuals take actions that are found to be in violation of the state's environmental laws, they typically face a penalty or fine. For example, in fiscal year 2019, the Maryland Department of the Environment initiated nearly 10,000 enforcement actions, resulting in over $5.5 million in administrative or civil penalties. All too frequently, the harm to the environment is disproportionately shouldered by low-income communities, largely comprised of racial and ethnic minorities, hence the interest in this subject by the President's work group on equity and inclusion. the monetary penalties don't go to fix the problems. Instead, under current law, they go to the state, and they're just deposited into the state's general fund. So the purpose of this bill, is to provide that the perpetrators of the environmental injuries actually can have an opportunity to fix the environment rather than just paying money into the state's general fund. The Maryland law currently provides that instead of paying fines or penalties, environmental violators can engage in what are known as supplemental environmental projects, or SEPs. A SEP is an environmentally beneficial project that a defendant subject to an enforcement action voluntarily agrees to undertake as a part of the settlement of the action, but which the defendant is otherwise not legally required to perform. So an example would be planting trees in the neighborhood where the violation occurred, or providing funding for environmental projects, or installing high-performance air filtration systems in schools, or conducting home air quality assessments, and the like. So let's see, in 2018, Maryland entered into 5 SEPs with a total value of over $6 million. What this bill does is requires the Department of the Environment to create and maintain a database of SEPs that the department may consider for implementation as a part of a settlement of an enforcement action, requiring the department to prioritize the selection of a SEP located in the same geographic area as the alleged violation, and to ensure that the scope and the cost of a chosen project meets certain criteria. This bill will result in an improved environment where the violation occurred rather than merely money paid into the state treasury. Last year, this bill passed the Senate unanimously, 45-0, went over to the House, and following some technical amendments, unanimously passed in the House. But it passed in the House too late for the amended bill to come back to the Senate and get conformed and passed by the Senate. So the bill died. So this Senate Bill 90 is in essence last year's Senate Bill 446, but this bill does include the amendments made by the House of Delegates. And I'm hopeful that if the Senate passes this bill this year, the House won't want to change it again. They'll simply pass the bill as we pass it here in the Senate. I note that unusually, the Maryland Department of the Environment has submitted a letter in which they actually take a position on this bill. They're in favor of the bill. In fact, last year when I introduced the bill, Secretary Grumbles called me and talked with me for quite a while about how great this bill was and how much he supported it. So I'm sure that support is undiminished this year. I would recommend it to the committee, and I'm available to answer any questions the committee might have about it.
Okay, thank you, Senator West. We have 2 other folks that are signed up to provide verbal testimony, only one of whom is on the sponsor panel, so to speak, and that is Ms. Lori Graf from the Maryland Building Industry Association. This is favorable. Ms. Graf, are you there?
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lori Graf. I'm the CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We represent over 1,000 companies statewide that deal primarily in residential construction. And we're here to support Senate Bill 90 as we did last year. Our members, we're generally good actors. We want to do the right thing, but violations do occur, unfortunately. So this bill would provide an extra tool for us to use moving forward, and it has the benefit of helping underserved communities. So with that, we request a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Short and concise, we appreciate that. Next, we have Robin Jessica Clark from Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Ms. Clark, I see you there. You have 2.5 minutes. You don't have to use all of your time. It's favorable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Understanding the posture of the bill, Robin Clark with Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in support of SB 90. Just to add to what's been said, it's not always easy to come up with a SEP at the time that you're looking at one at the very end of an enforcement action. We've actually been in that situation at CBF as participants in enforcement action. You might not have availability of the land near the site. You might run into a permitting hurdle that could delay the compensation of the project. Really appreciate the sponsorship of this bill and the Senate's favorable report last year, and hope to see it advance again.
All right, thank you, Ms. Clark. We appreciate that testimony. I see a question from Senator Kinsey. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Senator Lamb, I want to publicly thank the Department of the Environment for taking a position beyond a letter of information, albeit a bill that passed both chambers last year. So I appreciate the vision and the frankness in their testimony. Thank you. Isn't that so?
All right, that sounds good. That's a great question. So with that, I don't see any other folks that are signed up for verbal testimony. In your packet, members of the committee, you have written testimony from Sharon Davlin from Blue Green, as well as the Maryland Department of the Environment, favorable. Seeing no further question, that wraps up the hearing on Senate Bill 90. Next, we will proceed to Senate Bill 113. This is Senator Hester's bill. We have 6 individuals signed up for verbal testimony, and we will start with Senator Hester as a sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the esteemed committee. Hold on one second. I did submit just a few slides. And I wanted to.
Did you want me to bring those up, Senator Hester?
Yeah. Let's see, not quite yet. I just want to make sure that you had them. I'll let you know, Lemoria. Thank you.
Will do.
Okay, so for the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester from Howard and Carroll counties here to thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 113, which will hopefully improve the efficiency and consistency of the manner by which our county health departments and environmental health staff are able to manage and approve or deny our septic system permits. As many of you know, septic system installations are complicated and expensive and often cost more than $10,000 according to MDE. And a major contributor to this cost is the degree and variation between neighboring counties in interpreting and applying the state regulation. You may recall several bills from last year that dealt with septic systems. And over the 2021 interim, MDE established a working group which engaged across the state through 6 different listening sessions with industry practitioners, government employees, and key stakeholders from not only the septic system industry, but also the building industry and the agritourism industry. We sent to your offices by email today several pieces of that emerged from that work group, and I wanted to share some findings with you. Okay, at this point, Lemoria, could you bring up those slides? And you guys all should have this, but it was too large to move to the testimony. So we looked at 2 different focus groups, and the first few slides are from the agritourism industry. We talked to a wide variety of different types of stakeholders that you can see here, ranging from general agritourism to alcohol production, fruit or vegetable processing, meat processing, creameries and dairies. If you could go on to the next slide, please. There was a whole bunch of different issues that they flagged for review and approval of septic systems with the local health departments. And in a nutshell, the communication is difficult. These groups feel like they're not as well understood as large commercial establishments. And it's just a major amount of time that we're putting on our small businesses. Next slide, please. Lemoria, could you go to the next slide, please? Thanks. And so we asked about the time, and you'll see that this is from this subset of agritourism and farm-related groups. But for many of them, it takes 1, 2, 3 months. But then we've got a larger percentage that's over 5 to 6 months. And out of this sample, we had at least 5 where it was taking over a year just within this small sample. Next slide, please. So we asked them what they thought what changes or ideas that they had that would be helpful in reducing these issues. And, a clearly articulated approval process for septic permits would be helpful. A clearly articulated timeline, clearly articulated parameters, and so forth. Let's go on to the next slide. I'm going quickly just because I want to give you guys a flavor of what people said. So these next few slides are from the building industry. And so we had builders, remodelers, retailers. The others saw themselves as engineers and specific roles in the building process. Next slide, please. So we asked them their greatest issues. And once again, the variation between counties was important, understanding the permitting process. That by far the biggest problem, which you'll hear, was the time required in securing these permits. And then also near the bottom, you'll see that this multiple agency oversight. You might recall that the statute is with MDE, but they delegate their authority to MDH, the Maryland Department of Health. Next slide, please. So once again, the systems that they're experiencing, correspond to the ones we heard earlier, difficulty working with the counties for permitting, excessive review times, and the cost was also a big one. Next slide. And here are the direct impacts to these builders. And once again, some of these are small builders, some of them are large, but you see increased time, reduced revenue, and inability to provide complete information to their clients. So it's really having a business effect. Next slide, please. And they had some of the similar ideas, and I'll move back to just talking about the bill itself. And Lamore, you don't have to share the screen anymore. That just gives people a flavor, and you have the full presentation in your packets there. But, I think that this industry, requires not only an improvement on the industry side, but also a strong improvement, on the government side. And so you should have also received an interlineated copy, which explains the bill with the amendments inside of it. But basically, what this bill, as amended, would do is it would require the Maryland Department of the Environment to establish an online tracking system for septic permits that will improve the oversight efficiency, from the State Department. It also requires them to hold monthly meetings to ensure consistent interpretation of COMAR across the counties, to standardize permits and to clarify the confusing parts of COMAR, and to increase modestly the operational budget for staffing and the equipment required by these environmental professionals to do an adequate job. We have heard over and over and over again that we are understaffed, and one of the reasons for that is we don't pay our staff enough. So a modest budget increase for these environmental health specialists, I think, will make the entire system go more smoothly. I'm currently working with MACO and the environmental community and the subject matter experts on the amendments that have been offered and integrated into the interlineated copy. You'll see a lot of strikeout at the beginning of the bill, and that's because we are not moving the staff from the Maryland Department of Health to the Maryland Department of the Environment. We figured that wouldn't work. It wasn't the right time for it. Much better to give them a modest bump in pay and keep them where they are. And so those are integrated, and happy to answer any questions. I think in summary, what I want to tell this committee is, like, as we move out of some of the economic hardships caused by COVID-19, it's really important that the government is able to help our small businesses move forward. There's an affordable housing shortage across the state. And I think that given the current surplus in our budget, that this would be a really wise investment. And that when you vote for this bill, you're voting to improve customer service from the government to our small businesses. You're voting to retain qualified environmental health staff. You're voting to protect the environment from faulty septic systems. And you're voting to help small businesses and first-time homeowners. And so for these reasons, I request a favorable report on the bill as amended, Senate Bill 113. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Hester, the sponsor of the bill. We also, as part of the sponsor panel, have the following individuals listed. We have Matthew Geller from Backwater Precast. We also have Lori Graf from the Maryland Building Industry Association, and Emily Ranson from Clean Water Action. We will start with the lead sponsor. You have up to 5 minutes. You do not have to spend all of your time. This is Mr. Geller with Back River Precast. Mr. Geller, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am Matthew Geller with Back River Precast. our position is favorable with amendments. As an on-site wastewater professional, I appreciate Senator Hester's efforts to improve this industry, both in timeliness and effectiveness. I want to focus on two sections of the legislation, the database and the timeframes. We particularly support the requirement for a database to log in septic system progress and would support adding a work group to determine the best way to get Maryland into this century with a comprehensive database on septic systems like other states have. We would not have to reinvent the wheel, but learn from places like Florida. We agree with others that the time frame to approve or deny a septic system within 2 months possesses many problems. Much of this backlog is due to serious staffing shortages and also poor design of more complicated systems. Giving this time frame could result in weak permits and poorly designed systems. This is not the outcome we want. We appreciate the opportunity we've had to work with Senator Hester and will continue to do so on this issue. Thank you very much, committee. And once again, we would like a favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Geckel. Next, we will go to either Emily Ranson or Lori Graf as part of the sponsor panel.
I can go.
Go ahead, Ms. Graf.
I'm happy to be here. Lori Graf, happy to support Senate Bill 113. Again, I'm Lori Graf. I'm the CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And I want to also recognize the senator. She spent a lot of time with us over the interim working on this bill. And you saw the survey results from our members. So we do appreciate the senator's time on this bill. I've been working in this industry for over 15 years, and I will say one of the most consistent complaints I get from our members is about septic systems and the inconsistency and the predictability, which is really important in the building process. It helps cut down on costs. It helps cut down on, it makes things just more affordable in general. I'm going to skip over part of my testimony that talks about the survey because you already saw all the results of that. We do support all of the amendments. They will have to hear a lot of conversation about the timeline. COMAR does currently require that if a permit is going to be denied, that it needs to be done within 30 days. So therefore, that we do believe that you should have some timeline on the approval process as well. However, we're happy to talk about that as we move forward. The other thing I wanted to just point out, there is some conversations about appeal process in this. One thing I found very interesting is that my members didn't even know about the appeal process, and they do this on a daily basis. So that's an important piece of this as well, is to make sure that we're more informed about what the process is. So with that, and I also support any kind of work group, and hopefully the industry can be a part of any work group moving forward on septic systems. And with that, we support this bill with amendments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Graf. And last on the sponsor panel, we have Emily Ranson. Go ahead, Ms. Ranson.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here supporting Senate Bill 113 with the amendments. We really appreciate the opportunity to put in comment on this legislation and for the sponsor to work with some of our concerns, especially around the timelines. We're certainly very sympathetic to this problem of the septic permitting process being this black box of information. And we're really hopeful that this tracking database or whatever comes up from that provides a good opportunity to get information out for people involved in the process, but then also to inform us moving forward on how, where are the permits getting hung up? Where are the problems? Where are the places that we need to have more attention to make sure that this is something that's happening smoothly? I always like to reiterate that these are really important systems. This is basically a tiny wastewater treatment plant in somebody's house. And so it is important to make sure that these are working properly. And then, so it's really important, and we appreciate all of the opportunity. We appreciate this focus on increasing staffing. It's a consistent drum that a lot of these hearings are bringing up, but it is such an critical role for this department, for these folks, and we appreciate a favorable with amendments report. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ranson. Seeing no questions, we will continue on beyond the sponsor panel. Next, we have one favorable and also one unfavorable. So we'll take the favorable first. This is Mr. Edson again from the Maryland Building and Industry Association. Mr. Edson, are you there?
He must have logged back out.
All right, no problem. So we'll proceed to the one person signed up unfavorable. This is again, Mr. Butchko from MACO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is going to be the nicest unfavorable that I will ever get to deliver in my career. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Dominic J. Butchko, and I'm Associate Policy Director at the Maryland Association of Counties. MACO asked the committee to oppose SB 113 as originally written. Counties recognize that the timely processing of approvals is crucial for local and commercial activity and residential activity. We agree with the intent of SB 113, but the original proposal to address the topic was flawed. That being said, I really want to thank Senator Katie Fry-Hester and her Chief of Staff, Brandon, for the hours that they have spent working with MACO on this. They are just truly awesome from just a personal note, working with them to try and get some amendments. So I just want to highlight some of the stuff that we've been working on. First, removing the 2-month time limit for applications, keeping the board under the Maryland Department of Health, allocating more resources so our civil servants can get the job done, and ensuring that any database from the Maryland Department of Environment is streamlined for our local health departments. This is a very nuanced and complicated question. It's very situational. And a lot of delays can just be attributed to a lack of resources and a lack of workers. These amendments will seek to empower civil servants to do their job, and there will be a more collaborative approach between state and local and private actors. So counties look forward to working with the committee should it support this realigned approach. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Butchko. I see a hand raised from Senator Carozza and followed by Senator Simonaire. Senator Carozza, you're up first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lam, and thank you for the presentation of the bill and for the input from the various stakeholders. And I think my question is probably more directed to MACO. This has been a very challenging issue, especially in Wicomico County. As a matter of fact, there was an informal group that's been working the past couple years that included many of the as well as the Coastal Association of Realtors was involved with this as well. So I see that MACO has been involved in working on the bill. I just didn't know if that included the input from Wicomico County, which had, also been working on these issues.
Yes, so we have been working with our environmental health affiliate, and so that includes all of the environmental health professionals from around the state. So Wicomico has been active through the affiliate.
I think I'll follow up on there were some specific issues with Wicomico that I'll follow up with you offline.
Yes, awesome.
All right, thank you, Senator Simonaire, or Senator Carozza. Senator Simonaire, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I certainly agree with the goal of trying to reduce time, and I'm trying to look over the bill. I think it's been amended quite a bit and seeing what's left. Is there anything left in this bill that will reduce the time for the permits and all that? I guess that's to the sponsor.
Senator Hester.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator Simonaire. I mean, I consider this a good government bill, and I think that investing in the staff, filling the open positions, and making sure they have the technical infrastructure in terms of the database to do their job, those should all decrease the time that it takes to get a permit. Nobody should have to wait 12 to 18 months to get a permit approved. In addition, I think that the appeals process and making sure everybody is clear on that is another important step for time reduction. And while I have the floor, I just wanted to say, thank you to Dominic from MACO. And we tried to get it out in time. The interlineated copy has the amendments. We believe all the amendments that Mako requested are in the new copy and have been proffered. And so if anybody wants that specific copy, we're happy to send it to them so you can double check. We want this to be right. It is complicated, but we've been working on this a long time. And I think it's ready. We're ready to invest in the future of Maryland.
So just to follow up on that, if I understand it, you said this would improve the time by the database. Is the database system there to help reduce the time, or is that more transparency to the user to find out the status of it?
It's kind of like, the Amazon delivery system. So you know exactly where your permit is in the process, what questions remain, and it allows the state it allows both MDE and MDH, the local department, as well as the person who's applying for the permit, to know where everything is so we can resolve problems as soon as they occur. It's a black box right now, and if you don't know what the problems are, you really can't solve them.
Okay, and then the last question, I guess probably the biggest thing here is it's $5 million to address wage disparities. What do you mean by wage disparities? What is that?
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to defer to Mako on this one. They've been helping us with it.
Yeah, thank you very much. So to address that issue, we are having a very difficult time, the Maryland Department of Health and somewhat on the county level as well, keeping employees because they come, they get trained, they get the skills, and then in the private sector, or even with the Maryland Department of Health, a county can offer them a higher salary. So we're having a difficult time keeping people in. So this is meant to really increase our retention, and also just getting people to apply for these jobs because the wages are currently so low right now is difficult. So also to get new bodies in the door.
Okay, and then just on that comment, I believe we're having that trouble throughout the state, whether it's in cybersecurity or wherever. Typically, government pays less than the private sector, and it's tough to keep really good people in there. But my question goes maybe back to the sponsor on a more generic on a policy basis. Being an EHE, this is mandating a salary increase for one specific group in one specific department. And I'm sure this argument could be made on many different job titles throughout this department and other departments. Was there any coordination as far as other departments or the B&T on this, that this one came out that this was something that we need to do specifically for this one group and not more of a comprehensive looking at other positions?
I mean, that is a big policy question, and raising salaries is generally something that the administration takes on. Given that hasn't happened, I suspect that Budget and Tax will be looking across the board. I'm trying to fix one particular problem, which I perceive as crucially important to both our environment and our health. If you have a faulty septic system and your neighbor is downhill on a well, it's not going to be good for the health of Maryland. And as we heard earlier, there is no state oversight for private wells. So the least we can do is to make sure that we are paying our local environmental health officers enough that they stay around for more than 6 months and get a good permit in place. I appreciate the question, Senator Simon, but with all due respect, this is an endemic problem, and we have to start with really critical issues, which include both septics and cybersecurity.
Right, and I guess the last point I'll make is, if just talking at the 30,000 foot policy standpoint, and I appreciate the need for this, and I think it could be maybe through B&T or something. I just think if we start putting bills in for specific groups, we're probably going to have 188 legislators putting in for their groups that they're familiar with. And I think it could be a challenge for us to deal with each one of those because they probably all are need this type of thing. So that's just more of a general policy, but I do appreciate the intent.
Thank you, Senator Simon. If you put in a bill to raise everybody's salary, I would love to be number 2 on that bill.
All right, thank you, Senator Simon Ayer. And that ends the verbal testimony for this bill. In your packets to members of the committee, you have written testimony from the Maryland Conference of Local Environmental Health Directors, as well as informational testimony from the Maryland Department of the Environment. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 113. Thank you, Senator Hester. Next, we have Senate Bill 246. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kagan. This is the Salt Applicator Certification Program establishment. And I will turn it over to Senator Kagan as sponsor of the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Lam. Chair today, doing a great job, even while the House is literally on fire. Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Rockville and Gaithersburg, with a modest but super important bill that will affect our waterways and our environment. There has been more and more awareness of the terrible impact of salt, over-salting, when we have snow and ice. And with climate change and climate crisis and the changes in our weather, we are having more extreme snow events. So this bill simply creates what is called smart salt certification, requiring that anyone who is going to be putting down salt, and we exempt our local governments because they're already covered under other laws and regulations, but we're salting our parking lots, our roadways and stuff, to take a very brief class and make sure that they know what they're doing. The great thing about that is not only is this going to be good for our environment, so we don't have people over salting, but it's also going to save them money. So if they're a small business owner, rather than paying for lots of salt, they can use a lot less. So it's kind of a win-win. Let me just talk about the impact of salt. So I know all of you intuitively know this, but I'm just going to say it out loud, that salt that's put on our roadway or our parking lot is washed off the next rain, or when the snow melts, gets into our local waterways and ultimately ends up in the Chesapeake Bay. It kills our marine life, makes some of our waterways uninhabitable, and generally changes and destroys our ecosystem. We have been talking to and working on this bill for a bunch of months, and actually met several months ago with Secretary Grumbles and his folks, and I was pleased and impressed that they were already working on a program like this. Now, they don't have a timetable yet, so we made sure that there was going to be delayed implementation to give them time to pull this together. But if we're asking folks to spend an hour, I can't imagine it would be longer than 2 hours. You would think it would be pretty short, probably online, and probably either free or super inexpensive to just learn how to use the appropriate amounts to keep us safe, to make sure that our roadways are not slippery, but also to not imperil the environment. So oversalting not only affects our waterways, which I've talked about, but it corrodes metal. That is what has happened in bridges, causing bridge collapses. It also affects our buildings, especially our historic buildings, and it affects our cars because our undercarriage of our cars, so whether that's brake lines or other parts of our cars, that can then develop small holes and cause our cars to malfunction. The Flint, Michigan water crisis, which we are all very familiar with, it is not completely analogous, but it is appropriate to bring up because it was the corrosion of the pipes. Now theirs got sewage in their water, and that's not what we're talking about. But if we get salt in our water, that is going to be unhealthy and will cause corrosion of our water pipes. This bill will not go into effect until October 1 of 2024, as I said. So we are giving the Maryland Department of the Environment, which has already started creating this program, 2 years to make sure it's underway. I want to flag, colleagues, there's a technical amendment just clarifying who this would apply to, and it does not apply to residential use. So we can all use probably less salt on our own driveways and walkways than we might. And kitty litter is often also a good idea, but it would not apply to us. So with that, I've got some really great experts, and I defer to their testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Kagan. We have a panel that includes Mr. Stephen Shofar from Montgomery County Government, Carl Van Ness from Muddy Branch Alliance, and Betsy Nicholas from Waterkeepers Chesapeake. Mr. Shofar is the identified lead panelist for the sponsor, and you have up to 5 minutes. You do not have to use your full time. Mr. Shofar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Shofar. I'm the Division Chief of Intergovernmental Affairs in the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection, speaking on behalf of Mark Elbridge, the County Executive. The County Executive strongly supports passing SB 0246, enabling legislation for the creation of commercial salt applicator certification program. Salt application is a key component in keeping our roads safe for travel during winter weather. Any action taken to reduce the use of salt must not negatively affect the safety of our roads. However, salt is a pollutant that negatively affects the environment, infrastructure, and our drinking water supply. Salt is a persistent pollutant that does not break down in the environment over time. Salt's corrosive to infrastructure. It can accelerate deterioration of concrete, cause scaling of pipes, corrosion to aluminum and steel, and damage vehicles, bridges, roads, and buildings. Excessive salt pollutes the environment. It can negatively affect pets, wildlife, plants and shrubs, streams and rivers. The increase of salt in surface water results in the disruption of stream ecosystems, including fish kills. The drinking water supply of Montgomery County is showing a steady increase in the amount of sodium in the treated water. The drinking water treatment process does not remove salt from the drinking water, and the treatment process that would be needed to remove salt, such as reverse osmosis, are extremely expensive to implement on a large scale. The Environmental Protection Agency recommends that those on severely restricted sodium diets, sodium in drinking water should not exceed 20 milligrams per liter. Sodium levels in WSSC's water, Patuxent River drinking water reservoirs and the Potomac River have steadily increased, with the Potomac water treatment plants periodically exceeding the 20 milligrams per liter. The county supports the exclusion of state and local governments from the definition of commercial applicators, as they are required to provide salt application training for their employees and contractors under their municipal separate storm source system MS4 permit. This bill is an important step in moving forward and protecting the county's infrastructure, environment, and drinking water from the negative impacts of salt use. I respectfully request the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee give this bill a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shofar. Next, as part of the sponsor panel, either Mr. Van Nest or Ms. Nicholas.
I'm happy to go. I'm Betsy Nicholas. I'm Executive Director of Waterkeepers Chesapeake, and we work to protect the water quality throughout the entire Chesapeake Bay region. I can say I know my water personally, coming from the Potomac, has a lot of salt in it. I do private testing at home, and it's problematic. Now, we can't go and say we're going to restrict the amount of salt applied. Weather is very unpredictable, as we all know, and we want to leave that to the expertise of the people who are doing it. And that's why an education program like this is really the most practical way to resolve this problem. Water is really damaged. Water quality is really damaged by salt. It's bad for our personal health. Aquatic species can't live in it. I mean, that's the reason we have freshwater species and saltwater species. So it can have wide-reaching impacts. But as someone who grew up driving in Florida, I know I also want it on my roads. So I don't go skidding off and cause an accident or fall down on my stairs. And so this is really our only solution here to make this work more effectively. It seems like it's a really low burden for a really high payoff in trying to keep this at the lowest amount possible to keep us safe while not causing other problems. So we're strongly in support of this. We think the bill sponsor for her leadership. And I would say thank you. And boy, am I impressed, Senator Lamb, with your ability to chair this meeting. Well, you've got a fire in your office. So we request a favorable report on Senate Bill 246. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholas. The fire is out, fortunately, but there's powder everywhere in this office now. So next we have Mr. Van Nest, who's the final person on the sponsor panel. Mr. Van Nest.
Thank you for giving me time to speak. My name is Carl Van Nest, and I'm Vice President of the Muddy Branch Alliance, an environmental group in Montgomery County, Maryland. And I'm looking for a favorable report on this bill. Proper training of private salt distributors is key to reducing the amount of salt that we use. Salt is a convenient substance to use on slippery roads because it's cheap and somewhat effective in melting ice. Brine is appropriate on major roads, emergency routes, and dangerous intersections, but we don't need salt everywhere. It turns out that cheap is a big problem. Because it's so cheap, we tend to throw it everywhere, on our streets, driveways, and sidewalks. But the true cost of salt is much greater than the salt itself. It's the hidden cost. Salt corrodes our bridges, our pipes, our cars, and our roads. Corroded pipes led to some of the problems with the water in Flint, Michigan. And a corroded bridge recently collapsed in Pittsburgh. The cost is also hidden in our region's waterways and in our health. The salt in our roadways runs off, killing vegetation and wildlife. Once the salt runs off into our streams, it becomes part of the water that we drink. We end up drinking salty water, which is bad for people with high blood pressure and kidney disease. The Muddy Branch Alliance has been monitoring the salt along the Muddy Branch, which is a tributary of the Potomac River, for several years now. And we've noticed for more than a quarter of 2021, chloride levels in the stream were poor. That's over 250 parts per million. And of course, our drinking water, we'd like them to be more like, 30 parts per million. There are many things that we can do to help resolve this problem. Proper training and statewide monitoring of salt is important. Management 101 tells us that we need to know how much salt we're distributing. We see poor salt management all the time when we visit our grocery store or in front of our condo or apartment complex. The salt that you see and hear in the curb and sidewalk is not salt that's working for us. Private organizations also need to do things like create local uncovered caches of salt. These caches have caused fish kills and polluted our streams. Thank you very much for having me.
Your time has expired. Thank you. We appreciate that. So any questions for the sponsor panel? I see a question from Senator Ellis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Kagan, for this bill. So quick question, how would it be enforced? Would we make salts for the roads and driveway a regulated substance where you have to have a certain certificate or a license to buy it? And then I have a follow-up question for Mr. Shofar, I believe.
So I can start or defer. Actually, Mr. Shofar, since you run it, why don't you do it?
Yeah, the way the legislation is written, this is just a training program, so there's no intention to regulate salt use, but the applicators would report their salt usage in an annual report. So they would have to track how much salt they use and then report that on an annual basis.
So how will we keep track of folks who say have the St. Charles Town Center Mall in Charles County, which is a huge parking lot, to keep clear during our winters? How will we kind of encourage them to get the training and to really abide by the intent of this bill?
So I can start, and then Mr. Shofar, if you want to jump in. So the intent, Senator Ellis, and if it's not clear enough in the bill, we trust MDE, the Maryland Department of the Environment, to create the Smart Salt certification program. And the bottom line is, it seems to me that before a small business or a large business were to be able to apply to clear the salt and ice from that location in Charles County, that they would have to show that they've been certified, that they took this, again, I'm making this up, 1 hour online class If they've done the smart salt certification, they will use the salt prudently to keep people safe, but not to over salt. So it should be pretty simple. We want a low bar to entry. We want to help small businesses save money. Before they even apply for the contract, they really do have to show that they've been certified.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And another, my second question, Ms. Shofar, you mentioned in your testimony the salinity of the drinking water coming out of the Potomac and I think Patuxent. So is there any systems in place to remove that during the water processing treatment? So
the process is to remove salt. Like I said before, the main process they use is reverse osmosis. There's some house size reverse osmosis. Sometimes people use that in their homes, but to implement reverse osmosis on a scale like at the Potomac plant would be millions of dollars. It would be a huge expense and definitely not something that I think is budgeted for right now for sure.
Yeah. So folks who have issues with hypertension, high blood pressure, and sodium is a big issue. Are the counties doing anything to warn its residents about the possible dangers and what we consider safe drinking water?
So WSSC reports on an annual basis, and they report the amount of sodium. So it's public information. The county itself hasn't done anything as far as reporting or warning, but it is publicly available for people to look at.
So there's not that outreach to the residential customer for these public water supply systems about the possible dangers of sodium?
Not at this point. There hasn't been.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Next, we have Senator Gallion with a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lam. Thank you, Vice Chair. So my question with this, I have a unique perspective on this, but probably for the last 16 or 17 years, I've actually run a contracted plow truck that's spread salt and plow snow through state highway. And I can tell you that all those years, with the exception of the last probably 2, because of COVID, the contract trucks, all those drivers have to go to a meeting where there's a presentation by state highway. And the main thing they talk about is sensible salting practices. So I was just curious if you had worked or talked to SHA to see, they're already doing a lot of this stuff, if they are coordinating with MDE on that. So that's the first question.
I know that the program that SHA has used is reflected in the MS4 permits. They used SHA's what they've done to help format what the MS4 permits are going to look like. So I know that there has been some discussion between MDE and SHA.
And it seems like the state is going with a lot more contract trucks. Seems like there's less and less state trucks on these routes, at least in Harford County where I'm covering. But just for the record, there is training, and it has been for as long as I've been doing it, where they even teach you what they call a plow train, where if you have 3 trucks in a row, they're kind of staggered behind each other. It wouldn't make sense for the first 2 trucks to salt, because the truck coming up behind would be plowing that right off. So just that rear one would, you'd alternate stuff like that. So I just want that out there, that this is already to an extent for the contractors being done through SHA and their training. The last thing is more about the parking lots, because that's the one I just have questions on that. Like, I just don't see how you really enforce that. If someone's got a contract to clean off a parking lot at a local grocery store or whatever, I mean, they're not going to have the manpower to go check and make sure you have your certification. I mean, how would that be enforced? And do you have an idea? Would there be fines? How much would they be?
Shofar, do you want to start or should I start?
Yeah, I would just say that I think this approach is more of a carrot than a stick approach. It's trying to get people to do the right thing, and I think it's a kind of a first step that, and maybe in the future there would need to be more of the stick option. But right now, I think this is more a carrot option.
And one last thing, what would the amount of the fee be for getting your license?
I'm going to ask that question of you, Senator Gallion. If you're aware of the SHA classes, what do you pay?
No, I don't have to pay for the class. So what
That's the point I'm
they
making.
pay you for an hourly rate when you go out, but that to be as part of your contract, you take that training. So you don't have to pay anything to take the training.
Right.
It's included in the contract that you have with State Highway.
I think that is a perfect analogy. And again, we've been talking to the Department of the Environment for a while, and they're working on it. So some of the details, how long, whether it be exclusively online, whether you'd have to pay or not, and what it would be, I think it would be modest if there were any. And the hope is that we just wouldn't have small or large businesses not able to clean the church parking lot, the shopping center parking lot, the roadways, the schools, until they had shown that they had done this very brief, very simple certification education program. And just adding on to your question about SHA and MDE, I would hope that MDE, the Department of the Environment, is having conversations with our State Highway Administration. It makes no sense for a small business to have to take two different certifications that would teach them the same thing. So I would hope that they would collaborate. I think there's a question of emphasis and priorities, and just making sure that smart salt is a part of whatever required training there would be. And I think when you're talking about MDOT, they're looking at something different than the environment.
That it is included in the training. I mean, they pound that in, sensible salting practices. I hear it in my sleep after that. So
I
just
love
want
that.
that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Senator Gallion. Next, we have a question from Senator Pinsky. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. Mr. Chauffeur, do you know approximately how many private contractors are out there, roughly?
I don't have that number. I'm sorry.
What about just from Montgomery County?
I don't have that information. I can get that information to you, but I don't have it available.
Okay, because in the fiscal note, they cost a program out of $320,000, and for illustrative purposes only, they say if there are 500 participants, 500 and 320,000 comes to $641 to cover the cost of the program. I have no clue. And I don't know if people have to get business licenses and it could be backtracked by looking at licenses. I just don't know. It would help to know how many there are. And given what Senator Gallion said about SHA's training, maybe we can come to a hybrid solution here, because if our ultimate goal is just to educate people in smart salt application, it gets to where we want to be. So hopefully we can understand what the potential cost would be, how many potential applicators there are, and maybe some way to coordinate with SHA around the state in terms of their training. So thank you.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. That concludes the sponsor panel. We have two unfavorables that are signed up to provide verbal testimony as well. We'll begin with Mr. Campion from the Maryland Motor Truck Association. This is unfavorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, Lewis Campion with Maryland Motor Truck Association, representing about 1,000 trucking companies around the state, including many dump truck and snowplow operators. And I really do appreciate the interest that the vice chair and sponsor has in reducing salt runoff. Our intention here is we're opposed to this legislation as it's written because it is a mandate. And we have seen other programs like in New Hampshire where they have adopted a voluntary certification program that is much more of a carrot versus a stick approach. I asked to view a summary of this legislation back in the fall with the House sponsor, and it was originally drafted as a voluntary program, but now as it's been introduced, it's been turned into a mandate. And let me be really clear. The way this language reads, it would require any business of any size distributing any amount of salt on their sidewalks, their parking lots, or their roads to participate in this program. There is no qualifier as to minimum amounts or frequency. So that means even businesses along Main Street who are salting their sidewalks would be covered as this legislation is drafted. I don't believe that is the sponsor's overall intention, and we're trying to deal with, truly commercial salt applicators, but I'm going off of the language in this bill. This program mandates the payment of an unspecified fee, record keeping of every time that you disperse salt for 3 years, and an annual report to the Department of the Environment. So what you'll see in our testimony, we encourage, in lieu of this, a model more like what New Hampshire developed, which was the first of its kind in the country. And by voluntarily completing this program, salt applicators actually have liability protection, as do the property managers and owners who hire them, against lawsuits for slips and falls and things that might occur unless they are grossly negligent. The fees range from $25 to $350, depending on the number of people you are putting through that training. They have over 500 organizations that have gone through that program in New Hampshire. And why? Because if I'm a property owner and I want to hire somebody to clear the roadway, then I want to ask them, I want them to demonstrate to me that they have gone through that certification program. And so, we're suggesting that in light of the fact that MDE is already putting out this training and developing this training, that there is a great opportunity to pursue more of the carrot approach as opposed to the stick approach. And for that reason, we are unfavorable as this bill is currently drafted.
Thank you, Mr. Campion.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also unfavorable for oral testimony is Mr. James McWilliams from the Maryland Green Industry Council. Is Mr. McWilliams on? Not appear to be the case, Mr. McWilliams. If you're not on, that actually, are there any questions for unfavorable witnesses? Seeing none, that concludes the oral testimony on this bill. Members of the committee, in your packet, you have written testimony from Chesapeake Climate Action Network, favorable, the Climate Justice Wing, favorable, Montgomery County Government, favorable, Waterkeepers Chesapeake, favorable, Shore Rivers, favorable with amendment, Clean Water Action, favorable with amendment, and 3 letters of information, 1 from the Maryland Department of the Environment, 2nd from the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, and lastly from the Maryland Department of Transportation. Seeing nothing else on this bill, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 246. Thank you,
Senator Lamb. I am here. Senator Lamb, it's Jim McWilliams. I was here.
Right.
I don't know why you couldn't hear me. Apologize for that.
No, go ahead. So you have
I'll be real
unfavorable
quick.
testimony, if you can be real
Yes,
quick.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim McWilliams. I'm an owner of Maxalia Landscape in Stoneleigh, Ottawa community, just south of Towson. I'm also president of the Maryland Green Industry Council, and we are opposed to Senate Bill 246. Every snow and ice storm is different, and the amount of de-icers applied could increase the risk of liability for our clients and our workers should an accident occur. Freezing rain events can continue for long periods of time. De-icing applications are a constant need for those types of events. There are no agreed upon manufactured standards, unlike with pesticides or fertilizers, for the use of salt or de-icers. In a lab, you know exactly how much salt is needed to achieve an intended result. But in real life scenarios, snow and ice storms, this situation just does not exist. The nature of precipitation, temperature, the nature of the surface you're applying the product to, asphalt or concrete. Even sites have microclimates, warm and cold spots on the same site. The lack of standard situations would make enforcement difficult, if not impossible. Does anyone else think that the certification this idea just seems odd that it does not mention the state and local government entities? Only private companies are the target for this proposed legislation for reporting and certification. If you look around the major roadways, the primary roadways, the secondary streets, they're absolutely covered with clouds and dust of salt and de-icing materials everywhere. Why would they not be included in this proposed legislation? We all have to take care of the environment, and we train our employees. We don't want to use any more product than is necessary. we're stewards of the environment. We want to preserve the bay and the parks and the farmlands and the entities that we all like to see. So we're opposed to this bill, and we take issue with saying doing the right thing. We feel we are doing the right thing. So Maryland Green Industry does oppose Senate Bill 246. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. McWilliams. Seeing no further questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 246. Thank you, Senator Kagan. Next on the docket is Senate Bill 268. This is also Senator Kagan. This is pesticide regulation transfer to the Department of the Environment. We'll begin with the sponsor of the bill, Senator Kagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. There's sometimes, colleagues, when we introduce bills that we think are just fully ready for prime time, and we hope that they will get unanimous support from the Senate and House and move on to become law. This is not that. This bill is the beginning of a conversation, and so I want to start the conversation here. This is about pesticides. Our committee and our body, the General Assembly, has passed bans and restrictions on pesticides. We have dealt with chlorpyrifos. We have dealt with neonicotinoids. There have been a number of toxic chemicals that we have restricted the sale and use over the years. And yet, the one department, the only agency in the state that oversees the use of pesticides right now is the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Now, let me just be clear that Secretary Bartenfelder and the hardworking folks at MDA are not, it is not my intent to criticize or doubt their dedication or morality or anything like that. I think it's a question of who should be overseeing this. And the challenge with pesticides, as we have seen before, is their abundant applications, the lack of transparency, the lack of regulations. And so this bill 268, proposes the concept of shifting the responsibility of pesticide application and regulation from the Department of Agriculture to the Department of the Environment, with collaboration from the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health. Fundamentally, we know that pesticides are about our farmlands, absolutely, but also about our kids, our families, our public health, and yes, our environment. And I think that everyone needs a seat at the table. So millions of pounds of pesticides are used every year. And besides agriculture, which is, again, who's the only regulator right now, they're used in our homes. If we've got an ant problem, or if there's a wasp, a bee colony outside our home that we want, not around. Our schools, our daycare centers, senior centers, parks, golf courses, nursing homes, athletic fields, these are used everywhere. And every example on that list is regulated by an entity other than the Maryland Department of Agriculture. So all of these entities are governed by the decisions made by the one department that is looking out for our farmers. They deserve an advocate. They deserve a voice, 100%. Should they be the first and only decision maker? So we have a lot of people who are going to be testifying for this bill. There are a lot of people who aren't going to like it. Again, I am not expecting that this bill is moving forward, but I think we've got to have that conversation. We have people who have expertise in public health, people who have expertise in the environment. And I know the Department of Ag is not going to like this. For our health, we're talking about low birth weight babies. We're talking about an impact on our nervous system, on our hormonal or endocrine system. The children can be hurt by preterm birth, by congenital abnormalities, pediatric cancers, neurological damage. The list is long. I'm not going to take up too much of our time. The Chesapeake Bay, more than 3/4 of the bay's tidal waters are impaired by chemical contaminants. And again, these are all chemicals that have received the blessings of the Department of Agriculture. We've all spent a lot of time in this committee talking about our beloved honeybees, and we now have all learned over the years about the enormous impact they have for everything we eat and for our quality of life. And yet just in the last 2 years, we have lost over half of our honeybees, 52% in 2020 and 2021. And pesticides are a key reason why. And that comes from the Bee Informed Partnership Survey, and we have other sources of other problems. So we think that there need to be more people at the table. We think that public health and the environment must be taken into account for the regulation of pesticides. And with that, I just want to close by saying, you know, one analogy that folks use is we wouldn't let the fox guard the hen house. I think another thing is that we wouldn't have the chef in a fancy restaurant also be the food critic and say how wonderful the food is at the restaurant where she or he is making that food. We just have to figure out how to get the right people at the table, how we can respect and allow our farmers and water people and all that to flourish and thrive and succeed. But we must take into effect public health and our beloved environment. So I hope we can start the conversation. I don't think we ought to, and this might be a terrible pun, get into the weeds on this bill, because I'm not going to get in here on, you know, page 3, lines 11 through 14. I don't think that's this bill. I think I'd like to suggest, colleagues, and it's obviously up to you all and advocates, I'd love to have a conversation about this concept. Who should be in the room? Who should be the decision maker? And how we should deal with pesticides moving forward in a way that benefits everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now defer to my wonderful witnesses.
All right, thank you, Senator Kagan as a sponsor. We have 3 witnesses as part of the sponsor panel. That includes Mr. Eric Galley from Smart on Pesticides Coalition, that is the lead witness. We also have Mike Ichniowski from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and Dr. Gwen DuBois from the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. Just want to remind our witnesses and the committee, we have 24 individuals signed up for this bill, so I think brevity is key here. And so encourage people to please not repeat testimony, please be additive in your verbal testimony. With that, we will turn it over to Mr. Galley. You have up to 5 minutes. You do not have to use up the full amount of time from the Smart on Pesticides Coalition. Go ahead.
You can rest assured I won't use my full 5 minutes. Thank you, Senator Lam, and thank you, Vice Chair Kagan, for your sponsorship and for your great opening remarks. My name is Eric Galley. I'm here today on behalf of the Smart on Pesticides Coalition. And we actually huddled last year after the multi-year battle over chlorpyrifos ended, and really decided that rather than come to the General Assembly on a pesticide by pesticide basis, that we needed to find a more systematic approach to protecting the environment and public health from these chemicals and the damage they cause. This bill was one of the proposals that came out of that thought process, because MDE is the agency charged with broad oversight of the environment and public health, and pesticides have a broad impact on both. Pesticides are everywhere, as the Vice Chair has said: golf courses, parks, playgrounds, schools, government buildings, all of our neighborhoods, where we all live and breathe. They're everywhere. They're used in heavy doses. They have deep impact on human health in the Chesapeake Bay, as well as our local rivers and streams. They need to be evaluated and, when necessary, regulated by the agency that is broadly in charge of protecting the environment and human health. MDE is that agency. Now, this is not a unique situation. Several other states have taken this more holistic approach. We're going to hear more about those states in later testimony. And we just believe that Maryland should see what they've done and follow suit. Now, to answer the question that has been asked of me a couple of times in the last few days, we know that MDE has some problems right now. MDE was once a very respected and competent organization. The problems that they have right now are not systemic. They are temporary problems caused by poor funding, a shortage of inspectors, and the current attitude towards enforcement. All of those problems can and should be fixed by the next administration. And when that happens, MDE will be ready to take on this very important additional task. So we know there are issues now, but we really believe that with the right fixes, MDE can be ready to handle these tasks. This is the rationale behind Senate Bill 268. We urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Galley. Next from the sponsor panel, either Mr. Ichnowski or Dr. Du Bois.
I can go next. I'm Dr. Michael Ichnowski. I'm representing the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, testifying on behalf of Maryland's children. Children are uniquely susceptible to the adverse effects of pesticides, particularly during the prenatal period and early childhood when critical brain and organ development occur. Pesticide exposures have been linked to childhood cancers, developmental delays, lower IQs, autism, and ADHD, as well as preterm birth, low birth weight, and endocrine disruption. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommended that children's exposures to pesticides be limited as much as possible. The oversight of chemical pesticides needs to consider their effects on human health before approving their use. Pesticides are toxic by design. They leave residues on the foods that children eat, and through aerial drift and surface runoff enter the water supplies from which they drink. Agricultural use of pesticides exposes children living on and near farms to these harmful chemicals, but pesticides are also applied on many non-agricultural sites, such as public parks, recreational fields, and golf courses. Pesticides are also used in schools, in daycare centers, hospitals, nursing homes, and other locations with no agricultural activities. MDA currently oversees these non-agricultural uses of pesticides, including the in-school use of disinfectants, which are EPA-registered pesticides. MDA also has been responsible for implementing and enforcing Maryland's Integrated Pest Management in Schools law, which the MDAAP had also supported. MDA's initial guidance on this law described IPM as an alternative to pesticide use in schools rather than the mandated means of pest control, and listed pesticides as an important part of IPM rather than the method of last resort after all the means had failed. MDA's initial guidance also stated that notifying parents and staff of pesticide applications in schools was voluntary rather than a mandatory requirement of this law. Transferring the responsibility for IPM and pesticide use in schools to the Maryland Department of the Environment would take advantage of that department's expertise in regulating toxic substances and their use in non-agricultural settings. MDE would also be better able to consider the health of children as well as public and environmental health, in addition to agricultural concerns. As the bill mentions, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health would be part of the decision-making process. The transfer of regulatory oversight would allow a more thorough evaluation of the effects of pesticides and minimize the need for Maryland legislators to have to consider these chemicals on a case-by-case basis. The Maryland AAP respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 268.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ichnowski. Next, we will go to Dr. Du Bois.
Hi, I'm president of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. It's a statewide evidence-based organization of over 900 physicians, other health professionals, and our supporters. As an organization founded by physicians, we understand that prevention is far superior to treatment in reducing cough, death, illness, injury, and suffering. The list of pesticide-associated conditions are extensive, include congenital birth defects, premature labor, diabetes, asthma, chronic lung disease, hypertension, neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, and a disturbing long list of cancers, including childhood leukemia and brain cancer in children. While pesticide exposure impacts all people, these risks are especially affect vulnerable populations, including, as we just heard, children and the elderly. Some of the most exposed are farm families, agricultural workers, farm communities where pesticides are more likely to get into groundwater and drinking water. Yet 5 or more pesticides were found in nearly 90% of samples from 72 streams across this country. They're found in human breast milk. A study in Iowa, glyphosate, a probable carcinogen, the most widespreadly applied herbicide in the U.S. and the most heavily used pesticide in Maryland, was detectable in the urine of 65% of non-farming mothers and 88% of non-farming children. Pesticides are everywhere, and the stakeholders are all of us. That's why it is appropriate that an agency like the Department of Environment, in consultation with the Health Department and Department of Agriculture, regulate this increasingly complex landscape of toxicants. We need an agency used to dealing with the science of chemicals and their effects on the environment that can assess the appropriateness of using a pesticide close to the time of harvesting like Roundup, and that combines two herbicides linked to cancer like Duo. Other states ensure that EPA-registered pesticides that manufacturers want to sell in states are reviewed to assess the risks related to health and environmental impacts versus the benefits to farms and industries that rely on pesticides. We believe the Department of Environment is better suited, in consultation with Departments of Agriculture and Health, to sort out this very complicated picture of an ever-increasing amount of pesticides in our environment and how to regulate them in a way that benefits all the stakeholders, including farmers, agricultural workers, rural and urban communities, animals, plants, and our environment. Chesapeake PSR strongly supports SB 268. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Du Bois. Next, we have a series of favorable oral testimony. Again, we do have a lot of people signed up for this, so encourage you to please be brief. You do not have to use the full 2.5 minutes that you're allotted. We'll go in the order that they were signed up for. We'll begin with Billy Weiland from the Asti Coastal Trust. Mr. Weiland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Billy Weiland, watershed specialist for Asti Coastal Trust. Appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 268. ACT is the Waterkeeper program here on the Lower Eastern Shore, and as such, we work with arm in arm with community partners to protect and defend the health of Delmarva's coastal waters through advocacy, education, science, and the enforcement of just and equitable clean water laws. If enacted, SB 268 would benefit not only the citizens here on the shore, but the entire biologic community by shifting the authority to regulate pesticides from MDA to MDE, as MDE has the resources and the expertise that's necessary to assess the level of safety and risks of pesticides. Placing pesticide use in the context of the health of our waterways and ecosystem here on the shore. During heavy precipitation events, we routinely get increased runoff from nutrients, pollutants, and PFAs into our area waterways, which in turn has proven to result in population declines of certain species in our waterways, among other indicators of poor water quality. As an example, methoprene, which is an insecticide, has been scientifically shown to have adverse impact on the blue crabs here. Everyone, I'm sure, is familiar with how important our crabbing industry is for the local economy here on the Eastern Shore. Just as methoprene is used for mosquitoes as a pesticide to prevent their larvae from maturing into adult, it also prevents blue crab embryos from maturing into adult crabs. It affects the development of crabs at every stage of its life cycle, and I go into this in greater detail in the written testimony. Here on the shore, there's many watermen, hunters, and aquaculture businesses that are seeing repercussions of poorly regulated pesticide use. Keeping with the example of methoprene's effects on the blue crabs, these pesticides accumulate in the tissue of the crabs where they remain because they're not able to metabolize it. This results in long-term health impacts that can eventually lead to death. We're also seeing this in fish, deer, and bivalves. Not only does it affect the watermen and their ability to make a living, but affects the health of everyone who eat these species and greatly impacted by having the pesticides transfer over to the human population via biomagnification. Over the years, we've seen the misuse, over-application, and misrepresentation of how the pesticides affect the health of Maryland residents, its flora and fauna, and ultimately it impacts on the environment. With that, it's time to have appropriate oversight. So for all of these reasons, Asti Coastal Trust urges a favorable report on SB 268.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weiland. Next, we will go to we have Dr. Anna Rule from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Anna Maria Rule, and I am testifying also on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Leslie M. Quiroz-Alcala. We are both assistant professors at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health in the Department of Environmental Health and Engineering. And we both have expertise in exposure science and environmental epidemiology. The opinions expressed today are our own and do not necessarily reflect the views of Johns Hopkins University. I have to say that. So we support the passage of SB 268. As exposure scientists focused on the research on environmental exposures among agricultural workers and other vulnerable populations, we have concerns related to how the state regulates pesticides that can pose harmful effects on human and the environment. Despite mounting scientific evidence, the MDA has not prioritized public health when managing registration of pesticides and supporting pesticide restricting legislation. Also, most people are unaware that most disinfectants used during this pandemic are registered pesticides that can directly weaken the immune system and can adversely impact respiratory health, including among those with pre-existing conditions such like asthma. It is also recognized that exposures to disinfectants have increased in homes, schools, office buildings, as has been mentioned, exposing vulnerable populations such as children, pregnant women, and essential worker populations. We know that exposure to pesticides during pregnancy is of special concern, as they have been associated with increased risk of behavioral problems in children. And it has been estimated that on average, it costs twice as much to educate a child with learning or developmental disabilities in the US compared to cost of educating children without these disabilities. So SB 268 is an urgently needed public health solution to the widespread problem of toxic pesticides overuse in the state of Maryland that poses a risk to public health and the environment. And we think that Maryland Department of the Environment is uniquely qualified and positioned to oversee regulation of these hazardous substances, as they possess the needed expertise to assess the level of safety and risks associated with pesticides. This committee has the opportunity to protect the health of our citizens, including the most vulnerable, by allowing the MDE to implement a more comprehensive approach to pesticide regulation and oversight. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Roll. Next, we will go to, we have Katie Huffling from the Alliance of Nurses for a Healthy Environment. This is favorable testimony. Ms. Huffling, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm Dr. Katie Huffling, and I'm the Executive Director for the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. I'm also a nurse and certified nurse midwife. The Alliance is the only national nursing organization whose main focus is on the intersection of health and the environment. The Alliance strongly supports SB 268. Besides the many health impacts described by Drs. Ikniowski and Drs. Dubois, I'd like to also highlight that there's research by the CDC that's showing exposures to pesticides is leading to increasing body burdens of these chemicals. And what this means is that people of all ages, including newborn babies at the time of birth, are found to have pesticides and other potentially hazardous chemicals circulating in this blood. What this means is that babies are being born pre-polluted with the pesticides that are now so ubiquitous in our environment. The oversight of pesticides needs to take human health impacts into account. And that's the charge of Maryland Department of the Environment, and why they should be leading, with consultation of the Departments of Health and Agriculture, the regulation of pesticides. The Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments strongly urges you to protect the health of all Marylanders with a favorable report for SB 268. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Huffling. Next, we have Mr. Luke Gumbel from the Central Maryland Beekeepers Association. You're favorable. You have 2.5 minutes, but you do not have to use the full time.
All right, thank you. I'm a PhD chemist who has worked for the Army, NASA, and the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. I'm also a beekeeper and serve on the board of the Central Maryland Beekeepers Association. The EPA does not approve pesticides. It registers them based on their benefit in pest control versus their risk to the health of people, pollinators, and the environment. Maryland must do what is allowed by FIFRA. Our state can and must perform their own risk-benefit assessment based on current science. A risk versus benefit analysis must consider pesticides' role in the nearly 50-fold increase in the toxicity of the environment to bees over the past 30 years, the 75% reduction in the biomass of flying insects over the last 3 decades, the 30% reduction in the population of birds in the last 50 years, and the loss of 1/3 to half of all of Maryland's beekeepers' hives every single year, as compared to just 10% losses in past decades. In 2016, I participated in an MDA-led stakeholder summit to address how to improve survival for Maryland's pollinators. Most of the stakeholders there were pesticide company executives or pesticide users. When a poll was taken, it was no surprise that participants placed pesticides very low on the list of contributors to hive losses. This conclusion was not based on science. MDA also opposed the 2016 Pollinator Protection Act, despite overwhelming evidence linking pollinator losses to pesticide exposure. After the act became law, MDA used a loophole to allow the sale of these banned products to consumers. 350 beekeepers signed on to testimony to eliminate the loophole last year, and we thank this committee and the MGA for correcting this problem. These facts and experiences show the need for MDE oversight on pesticides. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gumbel. Next, we have Robin Todd from the Maryland Ornithological Society. This is favorable. Robin Todd, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and I hope you can hear me. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Robin Todd. I'm the immediate past president of the Maryland Ornithological Society, which is a 1,800-member strong group of bird watchers and people who are devoted to birds and the preservation of them and their habitat. You're probably all well aware of the impacts that pesticides, insecticides particularly have had on birds. Just to mention the loss or the precipitous decline of the bald eagle, peregrine falcon, and the brown pelican from DDT, and the recovery after DDT was banned, such that those three species have now been removed from the Federal Endangered Species Act. There's a 2020 study documented the steady decline of birds from the use of neonicotinoid pesticides. And in particular, this was from 2008 to 2014, where you were losing 4% per year of your grassland birds, the various nice little sparrows and meadowlarks, and 3% of insectivorous birds and 2% of other bird species. If you're losing 4% per year, it's not going to be long before there'll be very few birds left, and our grandchildren will not be seeing many of the birds we enjoy today. There's a US EPA 2016 draft evaluation of chlorpyrifos found that insecticide likely adversely affects 97% of all endangered species, including 110 of the bird species. Birds bring considerable benefits. One estimate puts them $483 million from wildlife watching in 2011 by Marylanders. There are 11,000 full and part-time jobs in 2011 and $909 million in terms of industrial output. Lastly of all, birds are not just wonderful to look at. They give us pest control. They're even act as pollinators, and they are wonderful seed dispersal. So I urge the committee to give this bill a favorable report and pass it on for full review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to Mr. Jason Davidson from Friends of the Earth. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. My name is Jason Davidson. I'm a senior food and agriculture campaigner with Friends of the Earth. Over the past decade and beyond, EPA has taken almost no action to significantly restrict or ban the most dangerous pesticides. And EPA's pesticide registration process, EPA's registration process, along with its many loopholes and institutionalized oversights, has led to a dearth of protection.
Mr. Davidson, okay, we just needed someone else to mute. Sorry.
Thank you. So as a result of these oversights under EPA, attention has necessarily shifted towards state legislators and regulators to preserve and protect public health. Yet in most cases, state regulators such as the Maryland Department of Agriculture rely heavily or even entirely, as you've heard, on EPA decisions when registering pesticides in their own states. But states whose pesticide registration authority lies under departments with a mission to preserve public health and the environment primarily, rather than the advancement of agricultural interests, have historically been more protective. For example, California's Department of Pesticide Regulation under Cal EPA has banned 7 pesticides or classes of pesticides not banned by EPA and restricted nearly 40 more. Or New York's Department of Environmental Conservation has banned 6 such pesticides and restricted many more. Maryland has banned and restricted 2. There are 2 examples, or these are 2 examples of states whose significant staff, resources, and expertise allow for reviews independent of EPA, which at times result in stricter determinations. New York's DEC's mission, for instance, is, quote, to conserve, improve, and protect New York's natural resources and environment and to prevent, abate, and control water, land, and air pollution in order to enhance the health, safety, and welfare of the people of the state and their overall economic and social well-being. This is much more in line with the Maryland Department of Environment's mission to protect and restore the environment for the health and well-being of all Marylanders than to the Department of Agriculture's mission. And these mission statements paint a clear picture that pairing pesticide regulation with regulators who are tasked primarily with protecting people and the environment from pollution can result in better protections for people and pollinators. And it is important to note that these agencies still consult very closely with their respective departments of agriculture and farm communities. So ultimately, shifting pesticide regulation authority to the Department of Environment and granting it the authority to use other states as a resource will lead to a more proactive approach that will benefit all Marylanders. We urge the committee to favorably report S268. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davidson. Next, we have favorable testimony from Mr. Derek Weston from Interfaith Partners for the Chesapeake. Mr. Weston.
Thank you. My name is Derek Weston. I'm a board member of the Interfaith Partners for the Chesapeake, and we support SB 268. In 2020, I took over management of a community garden on the east side of Baltimore, and along with volunteers from dozens of faith communities, we provided hundreds of pounds of food for food pantries all over the city of Baltimore. Now, I don't confuse what we have done with what farmers have to do on a daily basis. We don't have the scale or anything of that nature, nor do we have the pressures of feeding a region as well as trying to make a living for our families. And to help farmers with their agenda and with their work that they're doing, the MDA has a commitment to promote profitable agriculture and consumer confidence, and that's important. But there are times when this core objective might be at odds with something that we're all called to do, and that's to protect human health and the environment. And when those 2 objectives come into conflict, there needs to be a body that clearly is advocating for people and the environment. Now, more and more people of faith are waking up to our responsibility to be responsible stewards of the environment. That we care for the created world is not a side venture of our faith. It is actually critical to our faith. It is one of the core parts of our faith, that we are in right relationship as humans with God's created order. This right relationship is impacted by pesticides that unfortunately never just kill what they're intended to deter. Many adversely impact other pollinators, and they can get into our waters, as has been stated by many other testimonies. The pursuit of this right relationship is fundamental to the core of MDE's charge, which is protecting public health and the environment. We believe that this right relationship with creation includes people who are dedicated to the work of environmental protection without the pressures of considering what might be best for industry. And farmers are people like the rest of us, and their families can also be harmed by highly toxic pesticides that can cause long-term impacts like cancer, autism, birth defects, and more. They too deserve an agency that is going to be protecting them, an agency that prioritizes their health in the use of pesticides on the farm. So because of that, the Interfaith Partners for the Chesapeake supports SB 268. The Maryland Department of Environment has the scientific resources and experience necessary to monitor and reduce toxic pesticide exposure for all people and all life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weston. Next, we have Ms. Christy Truesdale from the Children's Environmental Health Network. Ms. Truesdale, are you there? Christy Truesdale. Are you there?
She was present, but I no longer see her.
Okay, so we'll skip ahead. If she comes back during this bill, we can have her testify. Next, we have Jesse Iliff from Arundel Rivers. I see Mr. Iliff there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair Lam, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm actually here representing Waterkeepers Chesapeake. I am chair of the board of Waterkeepers Chesapeake. It's an independent nonprofit organization that seeks to promote the work of the waterkeepers throughout the region. And I'm here in support of Senate Bill 268. We believe that this bill will result in more protective and effective regulation of pesticides in our environment than the status quo, because MDE has protection of the environment squarely within its focus and its mission. MDE already regulates hazardous waste in a number of other contexts in our state's economy. They regulate toxic air pollution, review permit applications for toxic materials handling, and they monitor toxic pollutants in our environment. And the protection of the environment from pesticides would result in economies of efficiencies amongst the departments. MDE also regulates the resources that are impacted by these pesticides and can take a more holistic view of the problem than an agency such as MDA, whose mission is to promote and further agricultural productivity in the state. One important fact I'd like to relate to the members of the committee is that there was a study in 2014, or I'm sorry, that in 2014, the General Assembly provided funding for the Department of Agriculture to do a study of pesticides use in the state every year. But since then, only one such report has actually come out. It was based off of data in 2014 and only used 7% of farmers and 15% of certified applicators in its results. That is a startling lack of information, which matters because the cumulative effect of all of these chemicals in our environment is something we really need to get a handle on in order to regulate them effectively. While the statistical significance of that study is questionable, if those 7% of farmers were taken as representative, we're talking about up to 70 million pounds of pesticides each year in the state. And it's something that we need to get a handle on. And for that reason, we support Senate Bill 268 and ask for a favorable report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Iliff. Next, we have Laura Stewart from MCC PTA. I assume that's Montgomery County Council of PTAs. Is that correct, Ms. Stewart?
That's correct. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Laura Stewart, and I serve on the board of Montgomery Council of PTAs. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony concerning an important priority of the NCPTA for the 2022 legislative session. We represent over 25,000 members from over 200 school communities, and we support Senate Bill 268. National PTA's position on environmental health and safety aligns with SB 268 as it advocates for laws that eliminate environmental pollutants and prevent new hazards, protect children by limiting exposure and addressing remedies, and data collection about environmental hazards and health risks. The bill also aligns with Free State PTA 2022 legislative priorities, of which I'm also on the board. One of our main principles states that schools must provide a safe environment where all students, teachers, and staff can thrive, and includes the priority of reducing exposure to known harmful substances in home, play, and school environments. We believe that transferring the regulation of pesticides to the Department of Environment would provide expanded comprehensive protection to our children when EPA registered pesticides are used in schools, especially those currently being used to control pathogens associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, in the school system's rush to disinfect our classrooms, known respiratory irritants were used regularly in the presence of children, and it took advocates to ensure safer products were procured. They were trying to protect children, but needed a little more guidance to use the products that would better protect children. Transparency, verification, and compliance with the Maryland School IPM law intended to specifically protect children and their school environment is necessary to ensure that the measures taken meet current science-based guidance on safer air quality, water quality during pest management in schools. We believe an agency whose focus is protecting public health and our environment from known toxins would be better able to protect children from pesticides allowed for use in the state of Maryland. Maryland has a responsibility to monitor the impacts of pesticides on public health and specifically to growing children. Our children deserve their protection. So therefore, MCCPTA recommends a favorable report on SB 268. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Next, we have, so that actually concludes all the favorables. Seeing no questions from members of the committee, we'll proceed to the oh, I see Senator Gallion has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. So questions with this. I noticed it would actually do three things in addition to the pesticide regulation. It also says plant disease, which I would consider probably noxious weeds under that, and also mosquito control. So question number one, why would EPA be a better place and do a better job with plant disease and mosquito control than MDA?
I can take that, and Mr. Galley, if you want to, but briefly, again, as I said in the beginning, this is an imperfect bill. I do think that even for plant control and mosquito issues, I still think that MDA, and it's not, you said EPA, so I'm not talking about federal.
I'm sorry, MDE.
Yeah. So I just want
to. You know how those acronyms are. You're always, Madam Vice
see?
Chair, remind us we should say it out the whole thing. So I apologize.
That's where it catches us up. No worries at all. But again, I just think there needs to be collaboration. So on some stuff, whether it's plant control, weed remediation, all that, even if it's just on a farm, I still think we should be thinking about and collaborating with folks in public health and folks on the environment. So that's the big picture conversation, Senator Gallion.
Okay, and then during the hearing, I briefly researched and I see that all our surrounding states, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Delaware, West Virginia, all have this under their departments of agriculture. So how many states have switched this over to a Department of Environment in their state? I'm
going to toss that to Mr. Galley. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm very sorry. The person who was going to specifically talk about all the states was signed into the system, but then didn't get let in. He wasn't on the list. We have written material, but I want to estimate that it's 5 or 6 states that have the Department of the Environment. Among them are New York and New Jersey. California has an entirely different organization doing it. But the one that we kind of followed when we were doing this, among the others, was New York, where we knew some folks and we talked to them about how smooth it operates and how they all work well together. And they do work well together, and we want that to be the case as well.
So, well, and you may not know this either. Your other person might have had this answer, but I was just curious as to the difference in, what pesticides are not being used in states that have this under their environment department as opposed to agriculture. I'm just curious what the need is there. I mean, I'm kind of getting the impression that the MDA is too close to the farmers, but I mean, it has actually in their mission statement, I mean, the environment and protection, that's right in their mission statement as well. So
we'll get you that document if you don't have it now, because there's a lot to that answer. There's a lot of detail to that answer, but it is very different.
And I would just say, Senator Gallion, super briefly, it's not just which pesticides, but it's also quantity, timing. I mean, there are other aspects. So it's not just the list, but Eric Galley will get us all that, get you all that.
Right. And in the briefings we've had and even talked in bills earlier today about the lack of staffing with the Maryland Department of Environment. I know they do the permitting stuff with animal feeding operations. And I'm just wondering how good a job they're doing at that. That'd be a good thing. I wonder if there's any talk of maybe putting that in the Department of Agriculture. It seemed like it would fit better there, but That's kind of a little opposite of what we're talking about today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lam, as the introduction from the sponsor said, this is the beginning of a conversation. And it's very possible that conversation might continue into the interim. So just so we understand, we have more unfavorables and we have 6 or 7 other bills with fair amount of sponsors. So let's understand the preview given by the sponsor that this is the beginning of a conversation. We don't have to begin and conclude the conversation this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good advice. Senator Hester, you have a question?
Thank you, Senator Lam. And I just like to applaud the good senator from Rockville and Gaithersburg for starting this important conversation. And I'd be happy to work on any kind of group that's going on over the interim. I guess what would be helpful for me is sometimes we identify a problem and then we think we have a solution, but there's many ways to solve a problem. And so my question is, like, if you look across all these states, I was able to find 5 that had it in MDA instead of MDE. And so my question is, are the particularly the bee population, which is like a bellwether species for this, for the health of our entire environment, are the bees doing better in those 5 states where this falls under MDE instead of MDA? And I mean, if we have the luxury of time this interim, could we not look at actually which states have been able to boost their bee population, and what were the specific actions that led to that improvement in the population? Because I so agree with the intent of the bill. I'm not sure the solution is one which I would support, but
hey, so I think you just gave a homework assignment to Mr. Gumbel here, the Central Maryland Beekeepers Association, if you can get us that, because I don't know the answer. So thank you, Senator Hester, for the question and for your offer of helping to figure out whether there's a solution that everyone can feel good about.
Thank you, Senator Hester. Next, we'll move to the unfavorable verbal testimony. Again, please be brief in light particularly of what the chairman had suggested earlier. We will begin with Lindsay Thompson from the Maryland Grain Procurers Association. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Lindsay Thompson on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association here today in opposition. I'd first like to thank Senator Kagan for acknowledging that this is not just about pesticide regulation or agriculture, but it's about our kids, our families, and the environment. Because frankly, there's no one that cares more about the impacts of pesticides on their children, families, and the environment than farmers. I want to clarify that just because MDA does not independently evaluate all the aspects of pesticides that have been discussed today, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency absolutely does. EPA reviews all available data and studies to develop risk assessments that look for harm to humans, wildlife, fish, and plants, contamination of ground and surface water. These risk assessments are used to set exposure limits under which there's no evidence of harm to humans or the environment, and then they apply a safety factor on top of that. All pesticides have to be reviewed at least every 15 years, but they can initiate special reviews if and when new sound scientific information becomes available. Risk-benefit analysis is a large part of EPA's registration process, and they've initiated special reviews in the last several years on pollinators, human health issues, and water. Maryland already has the authority to review and make label changes to registrations. But to me, the language in the bill makes it clear that the intent of the advocates is not just to review these pesticides for impacts specific to Maryland, but I quote, ban and make restricted use pesticides at the state level. California's department and the reviews that they do have been referenced by the proponents. And for informational purposes, I did some digging and found that this departmental division alone has a budget of over $100 million a year. I'd also like to point out that farmers have the greatest interest in ensuring that pesticide enforcement is functioning correctly to protect our families, the pollinators that we as farmers rely on, and our financial investment in crops that can be damaged by misapplication. This bill not only transfers pesticide regulation, but other inherently agricultural programs such as weed and plant management that we as farmers rely on MDA's expertise in. I'd welcome further conversation in the interim on this and urge an unfavorable report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Next, we'll proceed to Mr. Colby Ferguson from the Maryland Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Senator Lam. Thank you, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we're here in opposition of Senate Bill 268. I think we've all heard. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Obviously, the intent is to focus on the pesticides, but the way this bill is written, it encompasses way more than that. The unintended consequences are pretty drastic. Just to one in particular, the state chemist who would be in charge of recording the pesticides, and that is also in charge of feed ingredients and things such as that. So I would cut their budget by about 54%. And the last thing we need is the inability to get feed ingredients approved in the state to produce feed for the livestock and animals. And one of the things that I kind of worry about is that I'm not really sure moving this from MDA to MDE is necessarily the right answer. I don't know if that would really fix anything. Most of the 90% of the staff would just move from one department to another. It'd be the same individuals doing the same job. I don't necessarily think that that's the way that it would work. So I guess my biggest concern is that this would have a major hit on the agriculture community, and we just need to make sure we can continue to produce food for not only Maryland but for the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Next, we have Ms. Holly Porter from the Delmarva Chicken Association. Ms. Porter.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Holly Porter. I'm the executive director of the Delmarva Chicken Association that represents the chicken growers, the chicken companies, and the allied businesses on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. We are in opposition of Senate Bill 268. Again, I won't go too long because I do appreciate the fact that this is a conversation and we very much look forward to being part of the conversation. I think there's a couple of points that, first of all, we're a little bit unclear as to what the problem that this bill is that would be solving. And again, with what was just mentioned, and the fact that we're literally just shifting staff and scientific expertise from one agency and one department to the next department. Again, still not sure what problem that would solve with that. So chicken growers are very much part of this regulated community, and we are stakeholders as well too, as many of our chicken growers are either certified commercial applicators or hire such for controlling pests, especially rodents around the farms, meaning that we're also some of the most exposed to possible pesticides and any risk. At this point in time, and in my years here at Delmarva Chicken Association, we've never had a concern from our growers that the Maryland Department of Agriculture was not properly enforcing the pesticide regulations, or that they may be putting growers or their families who live right there on the farms at risk as well too. Again, I think that there has been some testimony and some conversation just earlier today from Attorney General Frosch, as well as a hearing that was done with this committee just a couple of weeks ago with the discussion about the Maryland Department of the Environment's capacity to enforce its current programs. And of course, with most of our chicken farmers already being regulated under the Maryland Department of the Environment through the Concentrated Animal Feeding Operation, or CAFO permit, DCA does not understand why we would want to, again, move from the Maryland Department of Ag and create an additional program under the Maryland Department of the Environment. For those reasons and others in my written testimony, we urge an unfavorable vote on Senate Bill 268. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, just to remind our witnesses of the chair's comments that this is the beginning of the conversation. This is not the end, nor are we going to solve it with all of the testimony today. So please be brief. We do have a lot of other folks that still need to testify, including other bills. Next, we have Mr. Earl Hance he's the president of the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. Mr. Hand, are you there? All right, do not see him
I
here.
still didn't
Oh,
see him, Senator.
okay. Next, we have unfavorable testimony from Mr. Robert Sissel with the Montgomery Agricultural Producers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Cheryl, the Vice Chair. We've worked together before on other things from Rockville and Gaithersburg. My name is Bob Sissel. I represent Montgomery Agricultural Producers. I've submitted written testimony, and we are looking for an unfavorable vote on this bill. Our concern is that we've been working with the MDA for many, many years to help us manage pesticides, and most of our farmers carry licenses and have to keep detailed records of what they use, how they use it, when they use it, and how much they use. So a few people testified earlier that and alluded to that farmers willy-nilly throw pesticides out on fields, and that's just not the case. We are very regulated. We do not ever use more than we have to because it costs too much money. It's very, very expensive, but we need it for crop protection. And I would try to not take up too much time and agree with Colby and other folks that have testified that we just don't see why this move is important at this stage. Our farmers, I'll remind you that they do read the label and they follow the federal guidelines that come down from the EPA on all uses of pesticides and herbicides. But again, we're looking for an unfavorable report on this bill. How's that? I got out quick.
Great, thank you. We appreciate that, Mr. Sissel. Next, we have Mr. Stephen Black from the Maryland Nursery, Landscape, and Greenhouse Association. Mr. Black, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, proceed.
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Black. I'm a farmer and tree nursery operator in Frederick County. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Green Industries Council, which represents nurseries, landscape, greenhouse, and arboriculture professionals in the state. We're opposed to this bill 268. The bill goes much further than only transferring authority for pesticide regulation to MDE. It also impacts many programs that are extremely important to Maryland's green industry, including nursery inspection, weed management program, plant protection, and forest pest management. The unintended consequences of this bill could be profound for Maryland's over $1.3 billion per year plant production industry. The bill would move the nursery inspection program and pest quarantine management from MDA to MDE. The pest quarantine program is conducted through delegated authority from U.S. Department of Agriculture's APHIS program, and transferring that program to a different department would cause severe delays in program implementation. Even transferring the same employees from MDA to MDE would require them to go through a re-authentication process with MDA, which can take upwards of 6 months. Any delay in nursery inspections or issuance of permits for movement of nursery stock would be logistically and financially damaging to our industry. The buyers of Maryland nursery stock rely on the thoroughness of MDA's nursery inspection process, the timeliness of phytosanitary certificates, and the effectiveness of emerging pest quarantines. They're paying attention to this. Controlling and quickly quarantining any new pests that may show up in Maryland is integral to the future of the nursery and greenhouse industries. Transferring the authority for the establishment and management of pest quarantines to MDE will cause an unnecessary delay in the response process and potentially the loss of federal funds. When a new pest is found in the state, there's no time for delay, and we can't be having an artificial delay in the process. As I said at the outset, I don't understand the rationale for this bill, along with my colleagues, I think. Whatever the reason, it seems very imprudent to put at risk the very facilities and things that maintain Maryland's good reputation for quality plant material and would get in the way of rapidly and exporting plants that are grown here. I urge you all to oppose this bill, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Black. Next, we have signed up, the Maryland Department of Agriculture, my understanding is that they are for information only. The department is opposed, but the folks that are signed up are for information only. Is that correct? Is anyone here from MDA that needs to speak?
Mr. Chairman, information only are not called on during our public hearings.
Sorry, they were actually indicated as they were here to answer questions only from the members. Any no questions? We can.
No, we're not entertaining that.
Okay. So that wraps up the hearing on Senate Bill 268. We can move on to. We are going to move Senator Alpha's Bill 273 to the end at the request of the sponsor. So we'll proceed next to Senate Bill 296. Senator Gallion. This is land use agritourism definition. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Lamb. Good afternoon. Senator Gallion here to introduce Senate Bill 296, land use agritourism definition. Promise this bill won't be quite as controversial as the last one we heard, but it's a good bill. This bill would establish that camping and incidental outdoor stays are included under the state's definition of agritourism. Agritourism is defined as an activity conducted on a farm that is offered to a member of the general public or to invited guests for the purpose of education, recreation, or active involvement in the farm operation. This includes farm tours, hay rides, corn mazes, seasonal petting farms, farm museums, guest farms, pumpkin patches, pick your own or cut your own produce, classes related to agriculture products or skills, and picnic and party facilities offered in conjunction with any agritourism activity. Agritourism is a fast-growing sector and has become a great tool for farmers to supplement their incomes. The growth of agritourism has led to many innovative and creative ideas coming to the forefront. One of these creative ideas is a company called HipCamp. HipCamp is similar to Airbnb, but it allows folks to reserve spaces on their farm for overnight stays. I'm joined today by a representative from HipCamp who can go into further detail about how this all works. This bill is enabling a county can choose to adopt this definition or create their own definition. For example, Charles County has a definition of agritourism that already includes the camping. To be clear, this bill will not turn farms into campgrounds or KOAs or RV parks, which currently have zoning and regulation requirements. In regards to concerns about waste, HipCamp, for example, has requirements in place such as providing bathrooms and other amenities in addition to any local requirements that are adopted by the individual counties. I'd like to say that the genesis of this legislation came from our ag marketing professionals group. Now, I actually serve in that capacity in my part-time job in Harford County government as agricultural specialist, but most counties have what they call an AMP, an AMP, or an ag marketing professional. And they're from different counties, but they get together at least a couple times a year, usually virtually, well, the last couple of years virtually, to talk about ideas from their counties that could affect things at the statewide level. And they get together and brainstorm and work on ways to promote agriculture at the state level. So it was at one of these meetings that this was brought up, and it just was thought that we need just clarity in that definition. To add that definition in was the best way to go forward with this. At this time, I'd like to pass over to my panel who can provide additional information and share their personal experience regarding overnight on-farm stays. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Gallion. And just to remind our witnesses, there is no one signed up in opposition on this bill, so please keep that in mind when you testify. The lead sponsor on the the lead witness on the sponsor panel is Mr. Colby Ferguson from the Maryland Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and I'll be brief. I think this is a pretty simple bill. We passed this law, this agritourism law, back several years ago now, pre-COVID, to give the county some guidance on where some of where the state believes agritourism can go and should go, and give them some ability that, as a lot of times we see a lot of the smaller counties look to the state as, what are the other parts of the state doing to do this. And so by putting it here, we believe this is a great way to show that the state, that the legislature, that the governor sees this as an agritourism activity, and the counties can do as such. And so there is no requirement. It doesn't make them do anything. I think we have MACO in support of the bill as well. So our feeling of it is that, because of pandemic, we found a large increase in people that, whether it was just because there was no hotels available, or the severe limitations within getting a hotel stay, that a lot of people decided, due to health and whatnot, that they wanted to stay outside. And so we did see an increase in this type of camping practice, and it's very limited in a lot of parts of the state. And so we want to make this an easier opportunity for farmers that do want to have use their openscape to allow people to come to the farm, particularly those that have on-farm goods that they sell. I've talked with a farmer in Prince George's County that utilizes this type of program, and has really seen a lot of success because he's able to sell a lot of the products that they grow on their farm. And it's a good tool for agritourism. I think it fits nicely into this. And so with that, we would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 296.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Also on the sponsor panel, we have Mr. Jeremy Willett from the Willett Family Farm.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Go ahead, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a fourth generation farm owner in Carroll County, Maryland. And when I was a teenager, the farm was actually sold outside of our family. And one of the first changes that they made was to put a gate with a lock on the end of our farm lane. And so it was that event that inspired my dream to buy back our family farm. In April 2017, that dream became a reality for me. And I'm now raising a family of my own, including our 2 children, on the farm where our family started their journey about 100 years ago. Bringing people together is at the heart of everything that we do. And in 2019, we started using Hip Camp to host guests on our farm. We immediately saw a positive impact to our family as well as our community in the following ways. In our first year, we welcomed over 200 guests from 9 different states and 2 different countries. And this directly supported our vision of bridging the gap between rural and urban communities. Number 2, farm stays require very minimal expense and labor, and we normally see $250 to $500 per week in farm stay reservations and sales. And number 3, we created a local guide advertising shops, breweries, restaurants, and markets in Carroll County to provide economic benefit to our neighbors. Hip Camp's platform allows us to sell products grown and raised on our farm directly to our farm stay guests, increasing our revenue potential. The Carroll County Chamber of Commerce actually recognized our efforts of attracting local tourism by awarding us a $5,000 grand prize in 2020. Using the data from our farm stay bookings, we were able to secure a $50,000 grant from USDA to hire our first employee on the farm and promote our free-range egg operation. During the pandemic, farm stay reservations were one of our main revenue streams. And in 2020, Forbes magazine named Willett Family Farm as the favorite hip camp in the state of Maryland. When we purchased the farm back into our family in 2017, the very first thing that we did was remove the gate at the end of our farm lane, signaling to our neighbors that you are welcome here. Revising the definitions of agritourism to include camping and incidental stays will open the gate so that other farm owners just like us can continue the tradition of protecting our land and way of life. And that is why we support the proposed revisions to the definition of agritourism. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Willett. Next, we have the final person on the sponsor panel, Mason Smith from Hip Camp. Mason Smith,
thank
are
you.
There? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gallion, and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for addressing this meaningful issue and for the opportunity to offer comments on Senate Bill 296. My name is Mason Smith, and I lead government relations for Hip Camp, and we encourage the committee to give the bill a favorable report. HipCamp is a website and app that allows farmers and other local landowners to rent campsites, RV spots, and other structures on their land to travelers looking for unique places to camp and get outside. Landowners, or hosts, as we call them, hosts like Jeremy, set their availability, set their prices, and keep 90% of what their campers pay to stay. Last year alone, HipCamp hosts in the US, Canada, and Australia earned more than $31 million through our website. The proposed revisions to the definition of agritourism would more easily allow farmers across Maryland to welcome campers to their land. The proposed revisions are beneficial in three main ways. First, camping represents an innovative, diverse, and sustainable revenue stream for Maryland farmers. With the rising cost of land, water, and agricultural inputs, farmers need every opportunity to develop a new revenue stream. Camping represents a massive opportunity to keep working lands working, despite low commodity prices and high production costs. Secondly, camping on farms supports small businesses and creates jobs. During an average visit, each camper who travels through HipCamp spends $300 at local restaurants, gear shops, farm stands, and more. This spending provides sustainable revenue for small businesses and helps create jobs in local communities. And finally, family-friendly agritourism activities such as camping are an invaluable tool to promote and grow the state's agricultural heritage. Overnight stays on farms directly expose people, including and especially children, to agricultural lands and lifestyles. The proposed amendments will make it easier to introduce the state's next generation of farmers and consumers to working lands. Making camping and other incidental outdoor stays more accessible for rural landowners helps safeguard two of the state's signature industries, agriculture and tourism. Again, we encourage the committee to give the bill a favorable report, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next, we have favorable testimony from Kevin Alex, representing Grow and Fortify.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thanks so much for hearing this bill. Kevin Alex with Grow and Fortify, representing value-added agriculture and agritourism, and including in that wineries, breweries, and distilleries. Very quickly, I will say yes to everything that's been said before. And at this time, in these couple of years, agritourism operators need every opportunity they can to make use of their farm to bring in revenue. And this is a critical piece of that. This is the year of agritourism. You'll see a lot of agritourism bills. Thank you so much for your support, and I urge passage of this bill.
All right, thank you for your brevity, Mr. Alex. Next, we have Benjamin Batten of Taneytown. Mr. Batten, I think you're here. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity. I'll try to keep this brief. My name is Benjamin Batten. I'm the managing member of our family farm, Fiddler's Green in Carroll County, just down the street from Jeremy and Willett Family Farm. I am in favor of this bill, as everyone else is. I second everything that has been said. I will add that the most profound impact I have seen so far, I've been hosting for about a year and a half, is the impact on the campers that come and stay with us. Our family farm has always been a place for people to come and relax and reconnect with nature and heal. And now we're able to share that experience with anyone who wants that connection. So we have hosted families from all over the East Coast. They have all been very respectful and left the place as good of or in better shape than they found it. Many campers tell me it's the first time they've camped before. So it's incredible to see and hear kids who rarely get outside laughing and splashing in streams, to smell the campfire smoke while they're roasting marshmallows over it, and seeing their faces light up when they watch our goats chase each other around in the barnyard. So these families are just looking for a place to get outside and experience nature outside of their normal confinements. I think we can all appreciate that right now. And by opening this up for more farms, we are sharing how a new generation of farmers are rebuilding agriculture in a sustainable way. So I see this as a win-win for family farms and Maryland tourism and our communities. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Batten. I see we have two senators with their hands up. Is it okay if we just take the last person that's testifying and then we can take the questions at the end? All right. Last person testifying, this is favorable, Mr. Butchko from Mako.
Another quick one, Dominic Butchko, still an associate director at MACO, at least for today. We are asking for a favorable report on SB 296. Awesome bill. Thank you very much, Senator Gallion. Strikes a great balance between local autonomy and state policy, and ditto on everything else. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that brief testimony. I see hands, so we'll start with Senator Kagan, then Senator Hester, and then Senator Washington. Senator Kagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, thank you, Senator Gallion. I think agritourism is the coolest thing, and I'm all about tourism. Yesterday was Tourism Day in Annapolis, and so this is another wrinkle, another avenue. And so, Mr. Willett, Mr. Batten, Mr. Smith, thank you for telling your stories about your families and your efforts. I have two questions, Mr. Chairman. When can I want to wonder whether this committee can do a site visit so we can roast marshmallows and have s'mores. And I think it's our obligation to visit some of these important places. And second, I want to know whether any of you all are as cool as I am and have a business card on your person at all times. So, I hope it'll show up in the supporting local beer, which is a business card that Mr. Addix had printed up for me because I always go in and I ask what Maryland beers are on tap. And so I want to drink local, eat local, support our breweries, our distilleries, our wineries. And unfortunately, because I have this on blurred, I'm afraid this is coming off as blurred, but everybody needs to be carrying these business cards around and drinking local and supporting our local tourism and our local ag industry. Isn't that so, Mr. Addix? Is there anything you'd like to say in response to that?
While you're claiming that's the Senator Kagan card, that is the drink more beer card that anyone is able to get, and you know, it applies to all local products. And I think Senator Kagan has been living this over the last 2 years of doing everything she can to double down to support local products, and that is what this bill's about. That's what the bills that Senator Carrozza and others have put in to allow for agritourism and old barns to ease up on some of the building code restrictions. So anything that can help the farm be more profitable, you'll see my face this session. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Addix. We'll go to Senator Hester next.
Thank you. And I just want to commend the bill sponsor. I just sent you a message saying I'd love to be a co-sponsor on this bill. My question was, you know, all this work that we've done on septic systems and composting toilets and the like, did any of you, when you were moving towards the agritourism, did any of you have issues with that we should address at all to make it easier to make these sorts of businesses profitable?
One of the folks actually doing it on their farm like to respond.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Sure. We actually have run into no issues at all. We just rent a porta pot and have it professionally cleaned every week. And that seemed to satisfy any concerns that the local health department had.
Excellent.
All right, thank you, Senator Hester. Last question comes from Senator Washington.
Thank you. And similarly, I love the idea, but my questions were in the area of you know, are there any rules? So if you go to KOA or, you know, if a state park, are there rules that people need to follow? You know, just how do we address that part of it? Making sure that people are safe. I mean, this is what happens. I mean, we want it to work, but we don't want someone to get hurt on your property and then you don't have insurance for it. I mean, I want this to be successful. So are there things that we can do to both protect you as a property owner and also ensure the safety of the people who are going to you remember the early days of Airbnb? It was a mess, right? So I'd really like to avoid that.
Thank you for your question, Senator Washington. I just wanted to share our experience, and that has been that HIP Camp provides us as the landowner with $1 million of liability insurance for our guests. And also the guests have $1 million liability insurance by booking their stay at our farm through the HIP Camp app. So that gave us a lot of confidence in hosting those guests. But in addition, then we get to set the rules based on our family preference, as well as adhering to local regulations. So for instance, we give a property map that shows where they are allowed to roam around our farm, how they should interact with our animals and our crops, and then what sites are even on our property kind of off limits to the guests, so that we can maintain a sense of privacy. I know for ourselves, we have 8 and 9-year-old children, and so we want them to have their own backyard still, and so by setting these rules in the app and on the website, all of our guests have always been so respectful of our property.
Right. Senator Gallion, are all with this, and I'm sorry, I didn't read as closely as I should have before I asked this question. Would this require, or is everyone using this app? Would all, or could anybody who has a farm just open up the gate and tell people to camp, and they could have a place to go to the bathroom, or they may not? I mean, just, what,
Sure.
what are we doing here?
HIP Camp's probably the biggest, most well aggregator of this, but there are some others. And also, just one thing I wanted to highlight, I think I might have failed to mention this early on in my testimony, that we're getting this in the state law mentioned, but each local county will have control of its through local zoning and whatnot. So it will, at the local jurisdictions, be able to tweak some of the stuff. As far as if somebody didn't want to go through a HIP camp or something like that, the ones I know about are going through one of these aggregators, but I guess if they didn't, they'd have to, as far as the insurance and stuff like that goes, they would have to, research that and come up with the appropriate policies and stuff like that.
Yeah. I
So
just,
maybe
we could do
one
it
of the
off.
farmers know if you didn't go through a HIP camp, or any of you haven't dealt with that, because honestly, I don't know.
I'll just chime in and just say that, that our biggest thing that we have focused on this is to make sure that the counties still keep the ability to regulate. And I believe that's where you're going to have to, the counties are going to have to endorse this and put regulations in place to allow it because it would be an added use, because it's obviously not farming. So the counties are going to have to approve this, and by doing the bill this way and not doing any preemption, it still gives those counties the ability to regulate how they want, and maybe they limit the number of stays, the number of days that a person can stay on the farm. Because if it's an overnight stay, that's one thing, but if you're staying for a week, that's a totally different
Right.
thing.
And again, I love this. I like it. I wish it was in effect 30 years ago. My grandmother, my great grandmother has a farm. Actually, I might tell them to do that. They still have 30 acres in South Carolina. But I want it to work. And I don't want anybody to get hurt, and I don't want somebody with a lawsuit, and I want for there to be trust. So I think Senator Gallion, I think we can figure something out. So, but again, good bill. I like it.
Thank you, Senator Washington. Seeing no further witnesses or questions for this bill, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 296. We have had a request because of witness availability to go to Senate Bill 321. This is Senator Kagan's bill on synthetic turf and turf infill. Senator Kagan, are you ready to introduce this bill?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
Chair. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Rockville and Gaithersburg. So synthetic turf fields, we see them on soccer and football fields and elsewhere. And people like them because they are less expensive, they're easier to maintain, and it, quote, uses recycled material because it uses crumb rubber. It takes our car tires and cuts them up into teeny tiny pieces. And so it's seen as recycling that. But that doesn't account for all of the negative aspects, which is it's really bad for the environment. It's really bad for public health. But I'm not going to sit here. We're not here to debate the impact, the cancer causing, the microplastics in our waterway, the fact that it can reach literally life-threatening temperatures in hot weather, where the turf gets to over 160 degrees. So that is not what this bill is. I just want you all to have the background, because it is a large and growing percentage of our turf for the reasons that I've laid out. So bottom line is we need to know where it is, where it comes from and where it's going to. The turf lasts for, and I've seen different numbers of years, but it can be about 10 or 15 years. We follow along dangerous chemicals and dangerous medical supplies and all that from birth to death. And we need to do that for this turf. And Lemoria, if you could pull up the PowerPoint briefly. And colleagues, this is going to be pretty brief, but I just want to make sure we're all, this is a bad pun, on the same page on this one.
1 second, Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Lemoria.
Senator Kagan, I do not see those slides. I don't believe I have those.
Yeah, Abby gave them to you. All right, I'll start. Why don't
let me check with Abby.
They were submitted by before the deadline, so we definitely confirm. Okay. So I'll start talking, and then when we have them to pull up, that would be really helpful. So first off, we don't even know how many of these are. We don't know where they're disposed of, and we don't know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, you've got it. Hold on. I'll sing the Jeopardy thing for you all. Although we have lost Amy Schneider, the very cool Jeopardy champ, who was one of the very few to earn over $1 million. As Lemoria is getting ready. Let me just say while we're waiting that this does not apply to all synthetic turf. It would not apply to the mini golf, Senator Carrozza, in Ocean City. It would not apply to small patches on someone's patio or deck. This is over 15,000 square feet or larger. Yay. All right. So we are just going to make that larger. Slideshow. There you go. Oh, slideshow. Okay, that's all right. Okay, we will start with this. Okay, so this is how beautiful it can look, but it hides really sort of problematic implications. You can go ahead. Nope, you skipped. All right, so this is what the biology of the synthetic turf is. So it's plastic grass. And then as you see, the tire rubber, the rubber granule infill is called. It's pieces of tire and then down through the bottom. Go ahead. So last fall, and one of my witnesses, the wonderful Diana Conway, who's been working on this issue for a long time, first flagged this for me several years ago. There was dumping in the right near a waterway, right near a parking lot, right in a community here. And you can see these pictures that it was just dumped, terrible for runoff, terrible for community, and it's just badly managed and lack of responsibility. You can go ahead. So at some point, so stuff is kind of good, kind of has some advantages, despite the cancer, despite the terrible impact for the environment and all that. But the question is what to do with it when it's done. And you'll see here the Synthetic Turf Council, and I will reference them later, about 750 or so are disposed each year, but we don't know where they go. We don't know what happens to them. Go ahead. So again, you will see that this field, the runoff into the water, into our groundwater, into our drinking water, all sorts of carcinogenic chemicals. I've also heard stories about young women and men, boys and girls who go to the doctor and they are diagnosed with cancer. And the doctor says, oh, you must be the goalie. You must be the goalie on your soccer team because they're the ones who are all up in the turf. And how dreadful for your athletic prowess to be punished in that way with possibly life-threatening diseases. Go ahead, Lamoria. Okay, so all we want to do with this bill is have a chain of custody. Figure out where this stuff is, and so that you're responsible for once you install it, you're just going to have to tell us when you're getting rid of it. Go ahead. Okay, so that's the last one, sorry. So what this bill would require is that you just have to tell us it's being installed, and then it's going to be there for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, and now we're going to dump it. Here's where we're going to dump it. It's a really simple bill, and it's just so that we have an idea of the implications in our waterways, in our fields, and for the environment. I want to mention Delegate Lehman, Mary Lehman, has been working on this bill and has been working on this issue with advocates like Diana Conway and others for a number of years. I can tell you that the Synthetic Turf Council, she has amended the bill and made it more modest and more reasonable over the years. And the Synthetic Turf Council not only said they weren't going to take a position, they said they would endorse this version of the bill. They were good with this bill. And then a new guy took over, and the new guy said, I'm not okay with it. And so I just want to flag for them that in all good intention and in all good collaboration, and I really want to acknowledge Delegate Lehman for her work on this. She thought she had crafted a bill that was going to be easy, non-controversial, and acceptable for both the environment, for advocates, for athletes, and for the Synthetic Turf Council. And so they kind of did a bait and switch, and they said they were fine, and now they are here today testifying against it. So with that, I want to express my disappointment and hope that the colleagues, you will join me in supporting a very modest, very reasonable chain of custody bill for this synthetic turf. And I thank the advocates who are with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Senator Kagan as a sponsor. We have our lead witness for the sponsor panel. This is Diana Conway with Safe, Healthy Playing Fields. You have up to 5 minutes. You do not have to use all of your time. We encourage you to be brief. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. And a special thank you to Senator Kagan for championing this bill for chain of custody for synthetic turf fields and turf infill. For the record, my name is Diana Conway. I'm president of Safe, Healthy Playing Fields, speaking in support. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, all volunteer resource to a nationwide network of communities and policymakers on natural grass sports fields versus plastic synthetic turf field. This is not an expertise I set out to gain, but here I am. If a community decides a plastic synthetic turf field is right for them, there's nothing remarkable about expecting the materials to be handled responsibly. It's perfectly appropriate for the public to expect that upon removal, those materials don't become a public nuisance. That's especially true given the volume at issue here. Each field is about 250 to 350 tons of mixed plastic waste. Those photographs you saw earlier were just a few indoor fields, small fields. With a lifespan of 8 to 10 years per field and a growing number of fields and a rising number approaching their end of life, it would be irresponsible not to verify where that volume of used mixed plastics is going. So this bill directs the producer, as defined, to report to MDE whenever a field is moved. So at initial installation, and then again upon removal, presumably 8 to 10 years later or more. This does not seem burdensome. Indeed, the synthetic turf industry and various pro leagues on both sides of the Atlantic have long acknowledged that the volume of materials is enormous and growing, and they have acknowledged disposal is a challenge and not always done responsibly. This bill is an effort to address this. SHPFI and some of our colleagues have documented this, as you saw earlier, but there's staggering photo and video evidence at the links in my written testimony. I think you will agree the word staggering is appropriate. In addition to the volume, there's also the type of waste. Each company has its own version, and some have many versions, but the volume and the basic elements are typically the same. It's about 2 acres of plastic carpet, 800 million plastic blades, either stitched or woven in, and then topped up with silica and usually shredded waste tires. Again, the volume is at issue here. A typical plastic field needs 40,000 shredded tires to meet safety standards for impact. In other words, 6 to 9 pounds of infill per square foot times 2 acres times hundreds of fields. And to be sure, the infill of whatever type is concerning because it's highly mobile and it's got a high dispersal factor. So think of your 4 tires and multiply that by 10,000, shred it, pile it up on 2 acres of plastic carpet. This is a product that as a whole must be managed along its life cycle. And in terms of quantifying fields, there is no inventory anywhere in the US. Our friends at the Sierra Club have done the hard work of building one for Maryland and will present their findings here. And you'll hear from 2 of our interns, 2 Montgomery County High School seniors who worked on a narrower inventory and were largely rebuffed or ignored. I'll let them tell their story, but the point is the information is hard to get. So we're asking you to help establish a baseline of good practices for material management and transparency. Where are these fields and what's happening when they reach end of life? And no responsible actor has anything to fear from answering the question. So the goal is to make sure that a voluminous product, once used, doesn't become a public problem. The method is very time-tested. Disclosure. Tell us what you got, tell us where it went next. And it prevents improper disposal of a product, in this case, a whole lot of product that may significantly burden public health, the environment, or the public purse for cleanup. There's a clear role for this body to play in keeping those materials in their lanes and out of the backwoods and out of the rear parking lots. So the producer of synthetic turf and turf infill, as defined, reports to the Maryland Department of Environment when the field goes in, when it comes out, where it goes next. I was going to tell you about the previous version that came out of House ENT last year at 19-3 that Delegate Lehman subsequently amended. Thank you, Senator Kagan, for saving me that. Again, the good actors have nothing to fear and everything to gain. In today's market is affirmative selling point to be able to say that you, as a buyer, as a seller to a prospective buyer, are all over the new standards for environmental transparency. What is the objection to transparency? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Conway. Next, as part of the sponsor panel, we have Martha Ainsworth from Maryland Sierra Club.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kinsey, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, speaking on behalf of 70,000 members and supporters of the Maryland Sierra Club. We strongly support SB 321. The bill addresses a serious waste problem posed by the lack of transparency and accountability for disposal of synthetic turf and turf infill. At this time last year, we had no idea how many synthetic turf fields there were in Maryland. Over the summer and fall, Sierra Club volunteers conducted an inventory of synthetic turf fields in the state to estimate the waste generated at their end of life and to understand how difficult they are to track. Here's what we found. There are at least 347 synthetic turf playing fields in 18 counties and the city of Baltimore. 61% belong to public schools, parks, or universities. 22% are at private schools, and 17% are at private sports venues. We were able to estimate the size, weight, and volume of 328 of them using the characteristics of the average 80,000 square foot playing field cited by the Synthetic Turf Council. So in total, these fields amount to more than 67,000 tons of plastic carpet and infill, nearly 123,000 cubic yards of infill, the equivalent of more than 4,000 30-yard dumpsters, and 24 million square feet of plastic carpet. That's 557 acres, the equivalent of one circle that's 1.1 miles across. This is a lower bound estimate of the amount of waste we expect will be generated in Maryland when these fields are replaced over the next decade. Our inventory has missed some fields, and we weren't able to document the fate of those that have been removed, whether they were reused, repurposed, stockpiled, landfilled, or dumped. More are being installed every day. The complete results of the inventory are attached to our written testimony if you're interested. So to conclude, the Synthetic Turf Council's guidelines recommend a chain of custody for turf and infill, but accountability for proper disposal requires that it happen and that it be publicly disclosed. SB 321 will document the fate of the waste and serve as a deterrent to dumping. The Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 321, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Next, we have Laura Stewart. Stewart, are you there?
Yes, just one moment. Okay. Good afternoon again. Thank you for this hearing. My name is Laura Stewart. I'm putting on my other hat as I'm also serving as the first vice president of the Montgomery County Women's Democratic Club. WDC is one of the largest and most active Democratic clubs in our county, with hundreds of politically active women and men, including many elected officials. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony supporting SB 321 concerning an important priority for the 2022 legislative session. We strongly support this bill because it addresses concerns with the disposal of these plastic fields, both the volume of material and especially the type of material in them. That's where this bill comes in. It simply requires the producers of synthetic turf fields and turf infill as defined to do one thing: supply MDE with an update whenever a field is moved. They are to report where it was, where it went, and who's the new contact. That's all this bill requires. It exempts small fields and backyard uses. It doesn't require permits or pre-approval or interfere with private contracts. This bill is about transparency and best practices. It is neither punitive nor prohibitive. And here's why it matters. We know any plastic field has to be replaced, if only for player safety. We know that between the number of fields and the sheer volume of plastic carpet, shot pad, and infill, this is a massive amount of material. Why shouldn't we expect it to be managed responsibly? The industry acknowledges the amount of the material is enormous, and that plastic turf has not always been disposed of responsibly. This bill is an easy fix. It just requires reporting of the chain of custody. Our written testimony cites the industry's own words about responsible stewardship side by side with powerful reporting on the realities of how a field goes away. More importantly, this bill will shine a light on how we manage a large amount of plastic and other waste. And this light will encourage responsible disposal. I often advocate for Maryland children, no matter what hat I'm wearing, and today is no different. Future generations depend on us to responsibly manage this growing amount of waste, and they deserve to know where it ultimately lands. So on behalf of WDC, I ask for your favorable report on SB 321. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Next, we have Peggy Dennis from the Montgomery County Civics Federation. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Peggy Dennis, speaking on behalf of the Montgomery County Civic Federation. For some years, the Civic Federation has pushed for the banning of artificial turf playing fields for all the reasons given by the Safe Healthy Playing Fields Coalition and previous speakers. Nothing has come of it, so we urge you to give a favorable report to Senator Kagan's SB 321. This bill represents a small but very necessary step forward. By requiring both producers and owners to report the whereabouts of each artificial turf field, it establishes a chain of custody and enables the State Department of the Environment to build up a database of where these fields are. Why? Because tires are hazardous waste. Grinding them up into tire crumb does not make them benign. It simply allows the spread of the waste onto playing fields and from there into neighborhoods, streams, and the aquatic food chain. But the artificial turf industry has a super effective public relations campaign, which not only covers up the truth about the toxicity of both the green plastic carpeting and the tire crumb infill, it makes recreation departments compete to see which can put in the most fields the fastest. Truth be told, these fields should be designated as brown fields and their removal required as the hazardous waste that they are. This bill is a first step, but when I read it, I saw that the producers and the owners, i.e. schools and recreation departments, were covered by this. I may be wrong, But I think the contractors who are hired to remove the fields and be responsible for their final resting place should also very carefully be included in the bill. Without that, it would be almost impossible for either the state or the federal EPA to locate these brown field messes and ensure that they are responsibly removed someday in the future. I thank you and urge favorable report on SB 321.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dennis. Next, we'll go to Layla Granier of Montgomery County.
We are Layla Granier and Cynthia Jacobson, and we are testifying as high school seniors and as residents of Montgomery County. We are speaking in support of SB 321. As interns, we have conducted primary research on the chain of custody issue in the summer of 2021 for the Safe, Healthy Playing Fields Incorporated, a 501c3.
The Synthetic Turf Council and individual firms have long claimed to be good stewards with repurposing, reusing, and recycling. This is not what we found, but we urge them to embrace this opportunity to demonstrate their responsibility toward communities and the environment.
We spent many hours last summer collecting the exact information that is called for in SB 321. We found that it is impossible to track field materials unless there is explicit cooperation from the field owners and producers. This bill would be constructive as it requires field owners to take responsibility for the disposal of what we calculate to be about 800,000 pounds of pulverized tire crumb and 100,000 pounds of plastic carpet per average 80,000 square foot field.
This is important because we know from field maintenance personnel that fields lose 20,000 to 100,000 pounds of synthetic materials into the local environment and stormwater system per year. These field owners are not currently held responsible for the disposal process, and this leaves those in the community to clean up after them. Frankly, it is our generation that will have to deal with the consequences.
It is critical to recognize the scale of this issue. We argue that if a producer sells a synthetic field with an enormous amount of loose and unencapsulated synthetic material, that they should absolutely be held responsible for the disposal of that product. As of now, they are not.
The goal of this bill is not to infringe on the producers, companies, or field owners, but rather to apply a standard of responsibility and transparency in their disposal methods, which impact local communities. This bill is asking for the bare minimum. We simply want to know where the material goes.
It is our generation that must clean up the mess caused by the decisions being made now.
At least give us a fighting chance to know where to begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony and engagement in the legislative process. Next, we will go on to, we have Kathleen Michaels. Kathleen Michaels, are you here?
Yes, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Dr. Kathleen Michaels, testifying today for my long experience on this issue, spurred by my children over a decade ago with the first synthetic turf field at Montgomery Blair High School. As you have heard and read, synthetic turf is a huge and growing source of plastic and tire waste into the solid waste stream throughout Maryland, but it is almost entirely untracked and unregulated. Recently, throughout Maryland, hundreds of plastic fields have been found and documented with great difficulty, as you just heard, by volunteer synthetic turf detectives, and all those fields have been or will need to be replaced over and over on average every 8 years. It is volunteers who most often find the instances of problematic disposal, whether in wetlands, fields, stockpiled in parking lots, or from a Montgomery County school to a creek in Baltimore County, or to a faraway Malaysian village. But without a tracking system, we can only see what we call the tip of the turfberg. To give you a visual, the hundreds of tons of plastic waste and infill from a single synthetic turf field replacement is estimated by the industry to be the equivalent of the volume of about a year's worth of waste from 240 households. The Synthetic Turf Council itself has highlighted the importance of chain of custody documentation for synthetic turf to ensure responsible disposal. At a local level in 2011, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to Montgomery County Executive Ike Leggett raised the alarm on the incoming tsunami of synthetic turf waste, and noted the need for a synthetic turf tracking system at that point. As Montgomery moved to out-of-county disposal for any non-incinerated waste like synthetic turf, the concerns for the county waned a bit, but remained for everyone else, especially because of the high costs of such huge amounts of waste to the owners who must dispose of the fields. It should not be up to volunteers or even the counties themselves to be synthetic turf waste detectives, to try to track the type, location, and disposition of synthetic turf fields without the tool a transparent chain of custody would provide. Responsible disposal would also be encouraged by the transparency of the chain of custody documentation proposed by SB 321. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Steve Miller, who's favorable with amendments from the Maryland Association of County Park and Recreation Administrators. Mr. Miller.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Steve Miller. I'm the current president of MACPRA. We're the Recreation and Parks Association that includes representation from all 23 counties and Baltimore City. MACPRA as an organization does support the general intent of the bill to establish some type of tracking system for turf fields and the accountability that has been mentioned. We would like to see some amendments to the bill to help clarify some of the language that was of some concern to our members. We've had very good dialogue with Delegate Lehman on the House side and suggested language that would do two things. One, more clearly define the chain of custody reporting to be the starting and end point of ownership. So in other words, when a field's installed, and then when that field and the amount of material is removed or disposed of or whatever happens at the end of its life. But there was some concern as to how it might be applied in terms of maintenance in that in-between period when a field is being used. And we felt like that could be more clearly defined. The second suggestion that we made was having to do with the reporting responsibility. Again, as owners, recreation parks certainly have synthetic turf fields in some of our counties and whatnot. And the suggestion we made was to have the producer assume the responsibility if this bill were to advance through the warranty period. And at the end of a warranty period, then the owner would assume that reporting responsibility if this were to advance. So we thought that was a suggestion that might make sense and make that more clear. But the main concern had to do with the ongoing maintenance. We felt like the intent was the installation and removal, and we thought that could be more clearly defined. So MACPRA would support with amendments, and we'd be happy to engage and participate in the process. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next, we have Scott Weber, who is signed up as favorable with amendments. Scott Weber of Bethesda. Are you there?
Very much Acting Chair Lam, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and fellow members of the committee. My name is Scott Weber. I'm a proud Maryland citizen since 1986, parent of two boys, living in Bethesda. And like so many of you, I actually wear multiple proverbial hats. I am a passionate community advocate and parent. I'm concerned about the environment and children and adults and pets. But I'm also a small business owner in the technology field. I'm a data management expert. I'm a licensed realtor. And I also have a septic tank servicing my home. So accordingly, I speak as both a concerned citizen, but also a knowledgeable professional, and not necessarily in the synthetic turf sphere, but one with extensive personal and professional experience in what is really being envisioned with this bill. SB 321 is nothing more than the establishment or utilization of a tracking system for a particular type of building material that becomes millions of pounds of building waste. That's all this bill is. Technologically, such a reporting is common. A simple tracking system could probably be implemented in literally a day or two. I would ask this committee to also keep in mind that the number of synthetic turf projects covered by this bill statewide is only a few hundred in number, and that list could probably fit on a couple spreadsheet pages. As mentioned, I also have a septic tank servicing my home, so I can testify before you here under oath, if necessary, that my septic tank is registered, tracked, and it does not move very fast. It just sits there. But if it does need to move, or if it needs to be removed, there's a well-established process for decommissioning tied to a permitting process. And likewise, a 75,000 square foot synthetic playing field does not move very fast. but when or where and if it needs to be moved, it's not asking much just to simply submit a simple disposal plan. I envision reporting could be easily implemented into any existing building permit process, a site plan, a use and occupancy, disposal, or other similar permits, just as almost a checkbox item. A synthetic turf field is a multi-thousand or multi-$100,000 asset that's likely to be willingly tracked for depreciation, et cetera, on a business tax return, or is likely already required via business personal property tax form along with other business assets. From any perspective, this is a very simple process requiring minimal effort from a very small number of players, but it impacts a very large segment of society. It just needs to start. So I would support a favorable vote, but respectfully request that the bill be amended to include timeframes that would see voluntary compliance within, let's say, a year of system launch or within 60 days or other reasonable timeframe. And I also want to add the second one, if you don't mind, that actually has to do with the fact that the system include a mapping that shows a visual proximity awareness, so those, especially well systems, can see where this waste is being dumped. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weber. I just want to remind the committee we have 4 more bills to be heard, so try to be brief. I see a question from Senator Crowe.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. And I was going to direct my question to Director Steve Miller, who is the Wycomico County Parks and Recreation Director and does an outstanding job. And kind of seeing him in action and everything that he does on site at some of our facilities, I wanted just to better understand kind of what the responsibilities would be here. And Mr. Miller mentioned some clarifications, just so we understand the need for those clarifications and what it means for the workload for some of these directors.
Thank you, Senator Carrozza. Yeah, I think from the Recreation and Parks point of view, again, we don't have an issue with accountability and some type of tracking, but anybody who's managed synthetic turf fields knows that sometimes the material, the infill in particular, it migrates, it moves. And depending on the usage, depending on the areas, there are times where you have to add material. So for instance, around a home plate or around a goalie box. So there is an ongoing maintenance that happens to be able to smooth out and to keep the playing surface safe and functional. And the way we read it, it's not clear in the bill that that's not included in this reporting. And the administrative pieces to that we found to be problematic. If we're talking just about the installation and then after 10 years, 15 years, when it's done, it gets removed and disposed or recycled. We don't have an issue with that. I think clarifying those kind of terminal points, we think makes more sense than the way it reads right now could include everything in between. And again, if it's mass removal, there's not an issue, but it's the impossibility of tracking everything in between. And if that's how that would be interpreted, that's where we had some questions. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can I just do 2 sentences? Actually, maybe one sentence. Senator Rosa, I neglected to mention amendments, but I have drafted amendments and I am happy to work with Mr. Miller if they're not sufficient. We want this to be easy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Kagan. We have unfavorable now, Mr. Kenneth Curtin from Recycled Rubber Coalition. Mr. Curtin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, proceed.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kenneth Trent Curtin here on behalf of the Recycled Rubber Coalition. I'm testifying in opposition to SB 321. I'm also a Maryland and Montgomery County resident. So the Recycled Rubber Coalition represents manufacturers and end users of recycled rubber. And while I'm here today to talk primarily about SB 321, I just wanted to make one point because I think it's been brought up a couple of times on the health and safety around recycled rubber use. And so I thought it might be helpful to actually just directly quote the Washington State Health Department, because these concerns originated from one person making one claim that wasn't actually backed up by independent research, scientific data. And so the Washington State Health Department, though, took the claim very seriously and looked into it. And what they concluded was The purpose was to explore whether the information in the coaches list warranted further public health response. The investigation found less cancer among soccer players, select and premier players, and goalkeepers on the coaches list than expected based on the rate of cancer among Washington residents of the same age. And I'm more than happy to follow up with that study, with studies from Europe, with other independent non-industry studies after this call, because I realize that's out of the jurisdiction of what we're here today. So in terms of what we're talking about today, the bill as drafted, and I realize there might be amendments that the good senator is working on, is going to create a system that's both confusing and inefficient. So as has been noted by some other people, including some people testifying in support, synthetic turf fields aren't one component. They're made up of various components, whether it's the field, the shock pads, the infills. There are different types of infills. So not only these components made from different manufacturers, but they also have very different lifespans and have different end-of-life uses and recycled uses. Second, the legislation could limit the ability of existing owners, whether they be private or whether they're public parks and schools, to repurpose or resell portions of their system. For instance, many owners actually vacuum up and reuse the recycled rubber infill when they install a new field or expand the field. And so I think, as was noted by Mr. Miller, there are some questions about what are the additional reporting requirements when you're reusing or maintaining a field, like in the interim life of the field. And then finally, as has been noted, synthetic turf is designed to last a long time. And so whether it's on the infill or on the turf side, it's unclear what would actually happen, at the end of this lifespan when individual companies may go out of business or acquired or merge, and they're out orphaned fields, and who's responsible for that tracking.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have signed up Chuck Connor from representing the Synthetic Turf Council. Mr. Connor, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chuck Connor with Venable LLP, here on behalf of the Synthetic Turf Council in opposition to SB 321. As been said, we strongly oppose the chain of custody framework as it's currently written in this bill. We believe owners are the best parties to begin the chain of custody framework, as they are the owners of the actual constructed turf system, and they are the parties in the position to make executive decisions about the end of life of their system, whether that is reuse, recycle, or some other disposition. As currently written, the bill does not take into account the numerous different parties that come together to construct a turf system. In normal course, we are usually talking about multiple entities that come together to create one turf system. Thusly, this would create a logistical nightmare with the proposed chain of custody because of all of the initial tracking requirements. It's been asked several times, to what end are we doing this? And that still remains unclear. We are unaware and have been unable to find anywhere else in the country comparable proposals for the sake of consistency. It's not uncommon for these systems to be taken up in all of their various components and shipped far and wide out of state for various other recreational uses. This calls into question the proposed tracking system that MDE will be requested to create. We've also spoken with owners like the Senior Associate Athletic Director at Princeton University, Jeff Graydon, who strongly agrees that advocates and owners should have the responsibility for being the first to start the chain of custody requirement. Who better than the owner of the field to start the chain and then document its disposal, recycle, or future use? He would also like to be a resource to the committee as they work through the bill. For these reasons and the issues that you've heard already, we ask for an unfavorable report on SB 321. I'm also available to answer questions or concerns that the committee might have. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Connor. Finally, we have Ms. Melanie Taylor, also with the Synthetic Turf Council. Do you have anything to add, or are you just there to support Mr. Connor?
I have the same position as Mr. Connor. Thank you, Chair Lam. I will briefly say I'm the president of Synthetic Turf Council. We're headquartered in Harford County, Forest Hill, Maryland. And again, we do believe that field owners are the best party to oversee the installation, use, and the replacement, as well as be the responsible party for the chain of custody. depending on the wide array of complex variables such as the application, installation, routine maintenance, hours of use, performance testing. Many field owners may decide to extend the life cycle of the field beyond the warranty period, while also making very owner-specific decisions concerning the life of the property. By placing the responsibility on the producer, distributor, or installer, this bill would likely result in many orphan synthetic turf systems if companies were to merge or end operations at any point in time over the typical 8-year warranty. And as the apt custodians of synthetic turf fields, the owner typically consults directly with a project manager or design professional when deciding to replace or reuse the material at the end of its useful life. The additional framework of the proposed legislation does nothing to promote best practices for synthetic turf reclamation, reuse, recycling, or proper disposal, which is what we champion in our industry guidelines. For these reasons, Synthetic Turf Council respectfully requests an unfavorable report on Bill 321 before the Senate Education, Health, Environmental Affairs Committee. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. That concludes the testimony for SB 321. We have 2 more bills that are coming up that are my bills. So with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Kagan to chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job. The first bill we're going to hear from Senator Lam is Senate Bill 302, Legionnaire's Disease Prevention Act. Why don't you begin, Senator Lam?
All right, thank you, Senator Kagan, and for the record, Clarence Lam, Senator District 12. This is SB 302, the Legionnaire Disease Prevention Act. It's intended to create a mandatory waste management program for minimizing the growth and transmission of Legionella bacteria in public water systems. This would be, from our view, a first step towards better implementation of standards designed to protect the public and employees from Legionnaire's disease. The intent of this bill is to simply direct public building owners and operators to take necessary actions already outlined in industry accepted standards and supported by the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. These measures can be taken with minimal support or oversight required by the Maryland Department of the Environment. For those of you who may not be familiar with Legionnaires, it is an illness that can be severe and often deadly as a result of pneumonia caused by the Legionella pneumophilia bacteria, which grows in water. When an individual breathes in water vapor from a shower, hot tub, cooling tower, or through contaminated HVAC systems, heating, venting, and air conditioning systems that contain Legionella bacteria, it can cause severe pulmonary disease, potentially even leading to death or long-term disabilities. The death rate of Legionella can be up to a third of cases. Between over 52,000 to 70,000 Americans each year suffer from Legionella's disease. And here in Maryland, we've actually seen an increase of 100% in cases in recent years between 2016 and 17 alone. Unfortunately, COVID, the pandemic, has increased the risk associated with Legionella's disease. Many more Marylanders, we believe, are potentially vulnerable at risk to this disease because of weakened respiratory systems. At the same time, with what we've seen in the pandemic and people working from home more often, there have been greater numbers of building closures and also lower occupancy rates, which means that there's been more water that has been stagnant in some of these pipes and heating, venting, air conditioning units. And without sufficient disinfection, this could allow Legionella bacteria to grow and become more aerosolized. As was mentioned, Legionella can be fatal for those who have compromised immune systems. This includes not only COVID-19 patients, but also those who are over the age of 50, who may be past smokers, have chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, or are immunocompromised in some other fashion. The American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, I'll use the acronym here because it's very long, ASHRAE, currently has a national voluntary standard called ASHRAE 188 that private and public organizations can implement to help mitigate the overgrowth of bacteria from Legionella and other conditions. ASHRAE 188 defines the at-risk public water systems, which would require these standards. And this bill would help make that standard mandatory for public buildings, specifically buildings owned by the state of Maryland, a county, or a municipality that have the risk factors consistent with Legionella. According to the CDC, 90% of Legionella cases can be prevented, including deaths and illnesses, if buildings have an effective water management plan in place. And so building owners and operators have been encouraged to follow ASHRAE 188, the industry standards, to implement water management plans voluntarily since 2016. However, buildings with water management plans are currently still the exception and not the norm. It appears that education simply is not enough, and that's why we're turning to legislation to potentially do this. This will require, the bill will require mandatory regulations for public buildings so that there's one standard across the state. And importantly, the bill will also dramatically decrease the risk that residents could face contracting this deadly disease, as well as a preventable condition while they're working, living, or visiting public buildings. So to sum up, this bill requires that owners and operators of public buildings take the simple and cost-effective steps to help protect public health, especially during this time of the ongoing pandemic. When our medical systems and staff are struggling to meet the needs of patients, we believe that this is a simple measure to help reduce the growth and transmission of potentially deadly bacteria in our public water systems and buildings. So we're asking that the owners and operators be able to better understand these risks and assess them in their buildings so that we can help prevent this disease. With that, I would like to thank my sponsor panelists and turn it over to them. This is Dr. Clancy, Lisa Reagan, and Tyler Brown.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. Your lead witness, Dr. Jennifer Clancy with the Environmental Science Policy and Research Institute. And Dr. Clancy, you can have up to 5 minutes. Welcome to EHE.
Great, thank you very much. Again, for the record, my name is Jennifer Clancy. I'm the Chief Scientist with the Environmental Science Policy and Research Institute. I'd like to thank the committee today for the opportunity to provide testimony on a topic that I've worked on for 42 years. I worked in clinical research in the early 1980s, shortly after Legionnaire's disease was discovered, and then on many of the environmental aspects of Legionella pneumophila and Legionnaire's disease. This includes Legionnaire's disease outbreak investigations in many states, including Maryland. Just as an example, there have been Legionnaire's disease outbreaks in Ocean City in the past few years. There was an outbreak from October 2003 to February 2004, where 8 cases of Legionnaire's disease were identified among guests at a hotel. In 2005, I worked on a lawsuit that involved a condominium in Ocean City where a woman from Virginia contracted Legionnaire's disease and died. Another Ocean City outbreak occurred in the summer of 2011 when 6 guests contracted Legionnaire's disease at the Plim Plaza Hotel on the boardwalk. A woman from Pennsylvania died and lawsuits were filed. The Maryland Department of Health and Mental Hygiene conducted a study after identifying a 3-month period of unusual Legionnaire's disease outbreaks in 3 regions in the state. This was from October to December in 2011. The health department tested 3 buildings and found Legionella pneumophila at all 3 sites. They concluded that the observed increase in Legionnaire's disease cases was part of a nationwide trend. They highlighted the need for state and national public health programs to revisit current policies and environmental monitoring efforts to predict pathogenic Legionella in building water sources. Over a decade later, that is the goal of this legislation: prevention of Legionnaire's disease through building water management programs. Water management plans are not as complicated as people may think and rarely require anything but existing personnel in the building to develop and manage. Using the ASHRAE 188 standard, the first step is to see if a plan is actually needed based on risk factors associated with Legionella pneumophila growth in the building. There are many educational materials and resources available to help. And a plan may require simple actions such as increasing the water temperature in a boiler or water heater, or simply flushing taps periodically to keep water moving through the pipes. I have developed and implemented dozens of water management plans using ASHRAE Standard 188. Rarely, I would say less than 1 in 100, does this involve adding supplemental disinfection to a building water system, which would result in the building being classified as a public water system subject to the Safe Drinking Water Act. Supplemental disinfection in a building should be considered only when other operational measures fail to adequately control Legionella pneumophila. The cost of doing nothing to save lives will be more burdensome to society than preventing Legionnaire's disease, which is readily done through water management planning. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss this important topic with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Clancy, and thank you for all that you've done for our environment over the years of your career. Tyler Brown from ASHRAE, which Dr. Lam, Senator Lam has already interpreted for us. Is Tyler Brown here? Yes, Mr. Brown.
Here, yes.
Up to 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Brown. I'm a professionally licensed engineer in the state of Maryland. I've been a resident in the state of Maryland for 35 years and also a member of the Baltimore chapter of ASHRAE. Pleased to submit these comments on behalf of ASHRAE in support of Senate Bill 302. A little background on ASHRAE. It was founded in 1894. It is a technical and professional society with a mission to serve humanity by advancing the arts and sciences of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigerations, and their allied fields. It has over 50,000 members, including over 1,100 here in the state of Maryland. ASHRAE focuses on improving building systems, energy efficiency, indoor environmental quality, refrigeration, and sustainability through research, standards writing, publishing, certification, and continuing education. I appreciate the inclusion in Senate Bill 302 of ASHRAE Standard 188, 2018, Legionella risk management of building water systems in the proposed requirements for water management plans in public buildings. Standard 188 provides minimum Legionella risk management requirements for both new and existing buildings and their water systems. It applies to commercial, institutional, multi-unit, residential, and industrial buildings. This standard is also intended for those involved in design, construction, installation, commissioning, operation, maintenance, and service of centralized building water systems and components. We also recommend the use of ASHRAE Guideline 12-2020, managing the risk of Legionella associated with building water systems, which provides detailed guidance for water management plan. Managing water systems to minimize the risk of contamination from Legionella is essential. Legionella pneumophilia is the #1 waterborne disease causing contaminant in drinking water, but Legionnaire's disease is preventable through better water management. In addition, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the public health risk for the Legionnaire's disease has increased substantially, and recently reopened buildings that were closed due to the pandemic can also present risks from stagnant indoor plumbing and cooling systems. I also want to call your attention to the attached letter that was submitted by ASHRAE's president, Michael C.A. Mick Schwedler, to the committee. I believe you got that document. It was also sent to the House Environment and Transportation Committee, expressing support for this provision. I appreciate the committee's consideration of ASHRAE's comments on this important matter. We welcome your questions. Actually, we have one more person to speak, I believe.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Wrapping up the sponsors' witnesses is Lisa Regain from COG, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, a great organization. Welcome, if I pronounced you correctly.
COG will always accept compliments. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Lisa Reagan, and I am a principal planner at COG, working with our 24-member jurisdictions, 13 of which are in Maryland. I've worked in the public health and water sectors for over 25 years, and part of my current COG portfolio includes supporting health investigations, water management planning trainings, and other work specifically to prevent Legionnaire's disease and other related diseases to building water systems. And in order to get this work done, water management plans are essential. Why are we talking about this now? The Centers for Disease Control and the National Academies of Science estimate that Legionnaire's disease is significantly both underdiagnosed and underreported by at least tenfold. In the case of Maryland, they had 1,801 cases between 2010 and 2019. But if the CDC estimates are correct, there would be over 18,000 cases during that time frame. CDC has developed guidance that works with the ASHRAE standards and works with building water management plans. And they believe that they would reduce Legionnaire's disease upwards of 90% to upwards of 90% of the cases. Legionnaire's disease has been around for more than 4 decades, and we're not doing what we can do to prevent those illnesses. It's for lack of a better term, a public health blind spot. So a great place to start is with our state and county and local agencies that serve the public. They not only improve overall water quality in a building, but they protect both our residents and the folks who work in those facilities and buildings. Public agencies also serve a lot of folks who are at higher risk for getting Legionnaire's disease if they're exposed. So that is another reason why it really would work well. There are several regional examples that support what Dr. Clancy said about how you can make a building water management plan part of your regular uptake. So
thank you,
we
Ms.
support.
Finish your sentence. We support.
Yes, SB 302.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dominic Butchko from MACO, the Maryland Association of Counties, in opposition to the bill.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me here again today on yet another bill. Dominic Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties. Yes, MACO does request an unfavorable report on SB 302. This bill would impose a costly mandate on county governments as part of a routine facility maintenance. Counties are experts in the management of their own facilities and strive to provide the safest public facilities for our staff and our employees and the public in general. This bill could force counties to adhere to a uniform one-size-fits-all policy that does not account for regional considerations, local facilities, public health needs, or local market costs. Ultimately, this bill would result in a staggering personnel and capital costs for counties. We would be required to test certain water contaminants in every single building. This would include all county courts, jails, public libraries, K through 12 public schools, etc. Furthermore, many counties would have to hire additional personnel or contract with third parties to perform this testing. Remediation for affected infrastructure would also be extremely costly without any state support. Counties would bear the full burden of removal, repair, and replacement, which would include an entire building's plumbing. This cost, again, could just be staggering. SB 302 is a one-size-fits-all approach to the routine facility maintenance counties already successfully manage. In order to be compliant with this bill, counties would likely need to divert a staggering amount of resources for critical services like public health and safety. For these reasons, MACO opposes SB 302 and urges an unfavorable report.
Mr. Butchko, I'm going to ask a question, but before I do, I just want to indicate to colleagues, other witnesses, others who had submitted written testimony. Favorable testimony came from France, other people for Allegheny County Health Network, a retired American water person. Unfavorable written came from BFPPA for BOMA. So, but we all know Bryson Popham and Grayson Wiggins from the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Then we had info, so I'm not even going to mention those. My question, Mr. Butchko, 3 times you used the word staggering, which is monumental, extraordinary, like it's a great adjective. What does staggering look like? Give me an average size county and with an average size number of buildings. What are we talking about? Or better yet, rather than, since our counties are not one size fits all, how much does it cost to do one inspection of one library or one school? And how often does it have to get done?
So, Senator, unfortunately, I am actually not the lead on this particular issue. My colleague who is couldn't make this meeting. I am more than happy to get you that information, though.
I would love to see it, and I would bet that the sponsor of the bill would love to see it. So, yeah, I'm prepared to be staggered. Okay. Any other?
You want the average
colleagues?
cost of?
I would like to see what a test costs. How often do you have to test, and how much does it cost to test an average size building, a library or a school or something? I'd like to get some sense of what this fiscal implication might be. All right, with that, seeing no other questions from colleagues, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 302. And the next bill is also by Senator Lam, that's Senate Bill 308, Environment Statewide Green Business Certification Program, a program I know well. Senator Lam, you may begin.
All right, thank you. For the record, Clarence Lam, Senator in District 12, here to speak in support of Senate Bill 308. This bill's intended purpose is to incentivize environmentally friendly practices in our businesses by establishing a program in the Maryland Department of the Environment, or MDE, to certify businesses that are using green practices. This bill would create a voluntary certification program that creates a way for consumers to identify businesses that are operating in a manner that reduces their environmental footprint. This bill is identical to the House bill that is HB 61 of 2021 that passed the House floor last year, 133 to 2. This is a cross-file of the current bill this year as well in the same posture. That bill received support out of the EHE Committee and also the House, obviously, but did not make it through the Senate in time. Currently, Maryland businesses can be listed on the state's Green Business Registry by self-identifying green practices that they are using and also providing one measurable result to prove that they are operating in a quote green manner. In contrast, Prince George's and Montgomery counties operate similar programs, but are more robust and include additional auditing measures that this bill would model at the statewide level. This program would stimulate economic competition, enable consumers opportunities to patronize businesses that align with their values, all while further incentivizing environmentally friendly practices. The bill certification program would be drafted in consultation with the Montgomery County's Green Business Certification Program, which already certifies a range of businesses from restaurants to manufacturers with the certification. And with that, I'd like to thank the committee panel and turn it over to them to speak and also answer questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator Lam. And we've got two good Montgomery County witnesses here on your panel of three. Leading off is Brian Levine from the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Brian Levine with the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce, which is located in Rockville in District 17. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 308. The Montgomery County Chamber thinks that Senate Bill 308 is both a pro-environment bill and pro-business. For the environment, establishing a voluntary statewide green business certification program provides a new incentive that encourages Maryland businesses, nonprofits, and employers of virtually any industry to take steps that reduce their ecological footprint. The Montgomery County Chamber is a certified green business in Montgomery County through our program, which launched in 2009 through a partnership of our organization, we're very proud to say, along with Montgomery College and of course the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. Our small office saw the ability to make meaningful changes to green our office practices, and that includes elimination of single-use plastics, composting, upgrading our recycling, and other things. We are proud to contribute in a small way to Maryland's environment. So proud, in fact, that we share our green business certification status on our letterhead, as you can see at the bottom of our written testimony, if you have that in front of you. On the business side of things, Senate Bill 308 encourages workplace to earn green business certification for economic benefits as well. As an example, we always seek ways to share our green business certification status because we know that our members and potential members in a large part find sustainable practices important, and many will seek out business-to-business connections for that very reason. So for these reasons, we support expanding the green business certification statewide, so workplaces all around Maryland, not just in Montgomery County and a couple other jurisdictions, can have the same voluntary opportunity to contribute to our environment and more easily find and create connections to others that have done the same. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to testify. And we urge the committee to give this bill, Senate Bill 308, a favorable report.
Thank you, Brian. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Witness Doug Weisberger from the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. Welcome. You have up to 2.5 minutes.
Thanks, Senator Kagan and Senator Lam. Appreciate the opportunity. Again, my name is Doug Weisberger from Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection, and we're excited by the prospect of the state creating a voluntary green business certification program like Montgomery County's to complement the existing Maryland Green Registry. We envision one program that is two-tiered. The Green Registry could serve as a foundational program and on-ramp to a distinctly more robust certification program, involving third-party verification for top-tier ambitious green business leaders. We recognize that MD has made some positive enhancements to the Green Registry, creating a certification central tab on its website, but we suggest establishing recognition for this type of tier, this top tier of businesses. In other words, if a business has achieved like B Lab or Green Seal certification or any number of really high bar standards, then they should get the special recognition. There are a number of benefits. One, utilization of third-party expertise and resources. The Montgomery County Green Business Certification Program relies on the expertise of several robust third-party standards, which are paid by the businesses pursuing certification. Green Seal for commercial cleaning, USDA organic for farms, et cetera. They conduct the verification, and the county essentially recognizes these certifications, and they have a host of useful resources and tools. We've continually added new third-party standards as we became aware of them or new ones were established. It's got this built-in flexibility. Two, cascading benefits. With a third-party certification program, jurisdictions can establish programs that incentivize businesses to pursue ambitious sustainability goals. For example, a certified green business is registered in Montgomery County's vendor database, seeking to do business with the county, get a green business designation, allowing departments to use a green screen, if you will, when searching for a vendor. The state could actually do something similar for its vendors. In Prince George's County and Philadelphia, businesses certified through specific third-party standards can get a tax benefit. In Cleveland, the sustainable businesses get a bid discount. Three, drives B2B commerce and catalyzes the green economy. Businesses seek out other businesses that share their values. Being able to easily identify corporate sustainability leaders through a state certification program can drive B2B commerce. Such a program will also help establish Maryland as a green business destination and bolster an increasingly important engine of our economic development. In closing, a statewide program must be fully funded to ensure a comprehensive operation that meets the expectations of the business community seeking certification.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The third witness designated by the sponsor is Leonardo McClarty from the Howard County Chamber. Mr. McClarty, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Senate Bill 308. And so the Howard County Chamber is in support of this legislation, certainly for many of the reasons that have been mentioned, but also some that I will, add on a different note is one, I think that the fact that, obviously many businesses are now looking to implement sustainable practices, and particularly for our small businesses, oftentimes they're looking for a source or looking almost for a roadmap. And so the fact that we have current jurisdictions that have already gone and implemented something that now we can replicate, I think it's an opportunity for easier implementation. Also, the fact that businesses in a marketplace are always trying to set themselves or distinguish themselves from competition. Some will do it by way of customer service. Some might do it by way of maybe the benefits that they offer. Certainly in this case, they can do it by the fact that they can say that they are a certified green business. And so again, for those that it's meaningful from a customer standpoint or from fellow businesses, again, it's an opportunity to distinguish themselves in the marketplace. Also, I think we're adding, again, uniformity. And I think anytime we can have something that, again, makes it easy to implement rather. And then lastly, I would also say from a volunteer perspective, obviously you've heard from various business groups over the years that talk about different types of legislation that may have been implemented and sometimes things that you may be forced to do. Whereas in this case, the fact that on the one hand, it's a good practice, again, because of environmental sustainability, but yet at the same time, businesses are not forced. So certainly for those that want to go this route, they have that ability. And those that do not certainly will continue with their current practices. Ultimately,
Mr. McClarty, I'm sorry, your time expired.
Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't see the clock on my iPad.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to say that there is one unfavorable witness, Vince McAvoy, and he was going to be delivering his unfavorable testimony, but he does not seem to be in the room. So if he arrives during our questions and all that, we will let him speak briefly. But Senator Hester has a question, and I have one. Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. I love it when businesses come out to support the environment, and it's great to see you, Leonardo. My question is about the relationship between this bill and the Global Reporting Initiative. I've worked on those standards and actually worked for a think tank called Sustainability, where I had the privilege of reading over 300 sustainability reports to rank them every year when I was about 20 years younger. But I guess my question is, why focus just on the environmental bottom line? Why not take a more holistic approach, look at the socio and the economic and the environmental impacts of a business has, because they interact with each other. And so that's my first question, if you would be open to considering a broader, more holistic approach. And secondly, why would we want MDE to do this and not a validated like nonprofit? The Global Reporting Initiatives are used in 100 different countries. And so, I don't know, given all the concern we've had about MDE and over this year, and hopefully things will change with the new administration, why do we think that they're the ones who are qualified to do this for businesses across the state of Maryland? And I fully appreciate the intent of this bill. I just have a few questions about how it would be implemented and whether we want a government really to do this.
Let's have one person answer that. Senator Lam, do you want to pick which witness, or is there a witness who wants to self-identify?
I'll let them self-identify.
All right, Brian, Doug, Leonardo, who wants to take that? That's just something to ponder on. Doug?
I could chime in, sure. We actually, in the county, we recognize businesses that it goes that achieve high performance beyond just the environmental sector. For example, B-Lab, that's really the gold standard. That's governance and community and how you treat your workers, et cetera. And so I think I still thought that was sort of implicit in ESG sort of businesses, even though we're using environment and it is being used in the legislation. So I think that's legitimate. GRF, Global Reporting Initiative, I think they have a performance standard as well, do they not? So the state can say, maybe it's working with an advisory group, like, these are the top standards that we want to recognize. They do the vetting, they do the evaluation, and GRE could be certainly among them.
Okay, thank you. Are you good, Senator Hester? Okay, thank you. My question, and I think I'm going to offer it to Senator Lam, although I'd like body language from the other three witnesses. My understanding, and from reading the bill and having conversations, is that this applies to businesses and nonprofits and kind of anyone who wants to get that kind of certification. And on the county's website and stuff, it talks about businesses, but also seems to be broader. So first off, colleagues, you guys, this can include nonprofits. Yes, Brian, Doug, Leonardo, yes, thumbs up. Okay, so for Senator Lam, I just want, this might be a rhetorical question. I would love to be able to brainstorm with you, because I think the marketing and even the name of the program, if this bill is going to move forward, and I wouldn't presume to speak for the committee on that, but if we move it forward, I wonder if we can have a name of the program that would be much more all-encompassing. So that can be rhetorical, or you may answer it briefly.
Certainly happy to work with you on naming. The branding is important for these types of programs.
Senator Keegan, if I may, something I was just going to add was that something we use at the Howard County Chamber offered when we don't want to distinguish, we'll just say employer, and that ultimately encompasses whether you're a not-for-profit, if you're a higher education institution, if you're for small business corporation. So that's a simple suggestion there.
Perfect. Well, I defer to the sponsor of the bill, but that's really helpful. Thank you, Leonardo. Okay, seeing no other questions, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 308. And I send it, before I send it back, I see that Council Member Tom Hucker is in the room. So, so I just want to say hello to him, and I send it back to Senator Lam for our final bill of the day.
I wish it was the final bill. I apologize.
Oh.
There's two more bills, and they do have plenty of witnesses. So again, urge the witnesses and sponsors to please be brief. Next, we have Senate Bill 320. This is Senator Patterson's bill, Mold Inspections and Remediation Standards, Reporting Penalties and Tax Credit. Senator Patterson, as a sponsor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and my wonderful, wonderful colleagues who stayed the course. Thanks to each of you. Senate Bill 320 is a bill that was before this committee last year. We brought it back, we tweaked it a bit, so it's before you today, and basically what this bill will do will set standards for the state of Maryland regarding testing and treating mold in public buildings. We all fully know that mold is a fungus that can be detrimental to the health and welfare of individuals. So we think it's about high time that we take a closer look at it, not a closer look, but do something about it. Because as of today, Maryland does not have a process in place to routinely test or treat its buildings infrastructures, which may be a carrier of this fungus. Specifically, this bill seeks to establish a particular set of standards regarding habitable conditions, identification of mold, and treating this fungus, and look at best practices for scheduling, inspection, and testing along the way. As part of this birth of this bill was the president committee that was established, I believe, in 2020 to look at inequity, environmental justice, and healthcare, et cetera. So we think all of this is a part of that mission and certainly need to be part of some type of corrective action. We're very fortunate, and I am very pleased today to tell you that we have a very excellent panel of experts who I hope they're still here to speak on this bill. And Mr. Shaw in particular will talk about the amendment that should be in your package. So with that, it's been a long day. I certainly want to ask for your support of this bill. And if there might be questions, my experts are standing by and they're ready. And with that, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I thank you very much, and hopefully we can get a favorable response on this bill.
All right, thank you, Senator Patterson. I believe we have two members on the sponsor panel, and that includes Zafar Shah from the Public Justice Center and Greg Countess from Maryland Legal Aid. Defer to the two of you to decide which one will go first.
I'm happy to start us off.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Lam and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Zafar Shah. I'm an attorney. I practice in the district courts. I represent tenants in eviction cases, but also in rent escrow cases dealing with substandard conditions. And Public Justice Center serves over 600 renter clients a year. And for our clients, we find that they are consistently, whether they're in a single family dwelling or at a multifamily property, facing dangerous mold conditions. And they face those conditions pretty much on their own. We know that mold is a hazard because of the health impact that we see physically. Our clients have respiratory ailments, rashes, doctor's notes. And although we advise our clients that they have a remedy through local code enforcement or through rent escrow actions in the district court, we also know that the remedies generally fail our clients. And it's a systemic failure caused fundamentally by the fact that mold hazard as a phrase is not defined in our building and property maintenance codes. And Senate Bill 320 fundamentally solves that problem. Currently, there are no standards for inspecting mold and therefore no mold specific training of our local code enforcement inspectors. And without those, renters have no standards to hold landlords accountable to. This is why renters routinely see that their complaints to code enforcement or in rent escrow are resolved merely when the landlord paints over the mold. So, at the fundamentals here are that our current policy in Maryland is that if you cover up the mold, you cover up the problem, you don't have a problem. And that's just it's not just and it's not healthy. And SB 320 is the starting point for improving our policy and our health outcomes by requiring state agencies to set forth the standards for mold inspection, for testing, for remediation, and for disclosures. And our view is that by filling in gaps definitionally, we are well on our way to improving housing and health. A couple just finer points here. A lot of opposition to this bill in 2 sessions past have been about the requirement of proactive inspections at the local level, which local agencies are not prepared for. The fiscal note does not describe this in this year's bill as requiring proactive inspections, but I want to make the point that even a reactive complaint-driven inspection right now, presently, those are being foiled just fundamentally by not having the regulations that define mold hazard and standards like this bill would require. Finally, the rent escrow provisions are really important in this bill, but it is clear that there is some language in the rent escrow section of this bill that would preempt stronger local rent escrow statutes in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. And they also provide the provisions in this bill, instead of supplementing the current rent escrow law and real property 8-211, actually limit the remedies that we're used to having over 4 decades of having this rent escrow law by not providing for rent abatement and equitable disbursement of escrowed funds. I'm happy to answer any other questions about that, but Public Justice Center seeks a favorable report with adoption of Senator Patterson's amendment. We thank Senator Patterson for continuing to bring this bill forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shaw. Next, we'll go to Mr. Countess.
For the record, my name is Gregory Countess. I'm an attorney with Maryland Legal Aid. I'm a long-time attorney at Maryland Legal Aid. I've been there for over 40 years. And in that time, I've handled a lot of landlord-tenant issues. Maryland Legal Aid, as the committee may be aware, is a statewide organization that represents indigent persons who need legal representation. We handle various subject areas, including expungements, as well as landlord-tenant, of course, public benefits, SENA, we represent children in need of assistance, and consumer issues. And we would like to thank Senator Patterson for reintroducing this bill this year and for the invitation to us to testify. You know, one of the things that has sort of troubled, just one of the things that has sort of troubled me in representing tenants, whether it be in failure to pay rent actions in which they defend by asking for rent escrow, or when they file affirmative rent escrow actions, is that one of the most persistent and troubling housing code violations is one that surrounds mold. And the reason for that is because, as Mr. Shaw said, it almost seems as if the tenants are on their own. And literally, as described in my testimony, a group of elderly tenants in a multifamily apartment building in Prince George's County had to navigate this process on their own. Why did they have to navigate it on their own? Because the local housing inspectors, as well as the county housing inspectors, told them that they could not come out and inspect for mold because, one, they didn't have inspectors who were proficient enough to do so. And so this bill, as Zephyr has said, by providing for testing, for remediation, for setting a standard, is needed. Those folks out in that elderly apartment building had to suffer through this on their own.
Thank you, Mr. Countess. Your time has expired, so we appreciate your testimony for this bill. Next, we have Wesley Stewart from Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. Mr. Stewart, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Wes Stewart on behalf of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We represent tenants across the state and provide preventive services for asthma, lead, household injury. Our interest in this bill is dealing with mold as a significant respiratory irritant, both for children and adults with asthma, but also seniors with COPD. And as was pointed out, Maryland lacks a standard for testing and remediating lead hazards. So this is a substantial bill that would improve that and address that need. We also have situations where in conversations with judges, they really need guidance. They understand that RENESCO provides for threats to life, health, and safety, but there's not explicitly a provision in there related to mold. And so judges are unclear when they can rule, how they can rule, and what type of relief they can provide. So this bill would address that by giving tenants a clear right to rent escrow, but also providing guidance for the court. Where owners need resources, we support the provisions providing for tax credits to assist owners in affording those costs. And we ask for a favorable approval of this bill. We also ask for the committee to consider amendments to allow for local jurisdictions to have more stringent provisions for mold, or where the rent escrow relief related to mold exists. And this would actually potentially preempt that. So again, we thank you for your support, and also consider the fact of COVID-19 has extremely heightened the issue of respiratory conditions, indoor air quality, with people spending more time indoors. And the last piece is, if you want to look at the impact of asthma, irritants, and respiratory issues, we have 14.4 million missed school days and 14.2 million missed work days due to asthma episodes. So again, thank you for your support for this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Next, we have Dominic Butchko from MACO again. This is favorable with amendments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dominic Butchko here with MACO. I guess it's a good day to be me, because everything that I brought up seems like it was already addressed and there's already amendments. I just want to say really quick, this bill strikes a balance between what should be the landlord's responsibility and the limited resources of local government. Don't really want to repeat what everyone else said, so MACO urges a favorable report with amendments. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Butchko. Next, we have Mr. Bill Castelli with Maryland Realtors.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Senator Lam. I'm sorry if I could interrupt. Mrs. Hatfield, she was favorable. Had you called on her?
Oh, I missed her. I apologize. Thank you. So, Mr. Castelli, if you can hold for 1 second, we have one more favorable. And this is Carissa Hatfield with HPRP. If you can let us know what that means and who you represent.
Yes, of course. Good evening, delegate and members of the committee. My name is Carissa Hatfield. I am a staff attorney with the Homeless Persons Representation Project, which is what HPRP stands for. We are here this evening in support of this bill. I would just like to briefly lift up the comments of those who came before me, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Countess. And it seems Mr. Butchko also has had many of his concerns alleviated as well. HPRP is fully in support of SB 320 with the suggested changes as outlined by Mr. Shaw and Mr. Stewart. We just want to, again, affirm the reality that many Maryland tenants are experiencing issues with mold every single day, are seeing long-term health effects as a result of mold, and that right now very few protections exist to help them remediate these issues or to move forward without the concerns of mold in their homes. And as such, HPRP would request a favorable report on SB 320. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hatfield, and I apologize again. Now we will turn, if there are no other questions, we will turn to the unfavorable. We'll start with Mr. Caselli with Maryland Realtors.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of the Maryland Realtors. And we do appreciate the effort that Senator Patterson has put forth in terms of trying to address the issue of mold. We do have concerns about the bill. We do read this year's bill, even though it removed the language on requiring an annual inspection. We still think that language is very unclear in terms of the expectation it has for local governments to conduct an inspection. So while It may not be an inspection that's conducted annually. It does lead us to believe that it could end up being a separate inspection. And maybe that's just some additional clarification in that language. But the bigger concerns for us is that, we are putting together a regulatory program under the bill, and yet we're not really sure what the standards are going to be. We know that there's some guidance that the federal government has issued, but there are no OSHA standards, no EPA standards regarding mold. That gives us some concerns in terms of not knowing what those standards are before you put that into place. And as far as rent escrow, we do believe that if this bill was dealing with rent escrow, trying to clarify that provision of the law to make it clear that if there was a mold situation, rent escrow could be used. That is something that I don't think our association would oppose. And we do have, we know that there are lease terms that are used now. And in fact, in our current lease that we give as a template to members, we have some mold language in there, just recognizing and informing the tenant about their responsibility to notify the landlord if there's moisture problems or mold, and then just clarifying what the landlord's responsibilities are if that's discovered. And for those reasons, we do request an unfavorable report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caselli. Next, we have Aaron Greenfield of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association, unfavorable.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association, whose members consist of owners and managers of more than 210,000 rental homes and over 958 apartment communities statewide. The committee has our written testimony, and as indicated, we come in opposition to Senate Bill 320 for the following reasons. The mold assessment provision is an automatic trigger. It automatically requires a mold assessment if, quote unquote, potential mold is found by an untrained government inspector, which can come at a cost of about $650 per assessment. The landlord under the bill has no other option but to have a mold assessment at that cost. A landlord is unable to address the matter in any other way. And while MMHA appreciates Senator Patterson and the tax credit for the mold remediation, housing providers remain concerned with the approximate costs associated with mold assessments for possible siting of mold. Point number two, the bill presumes retaliation if a landlord evicts, terminates the tenancy, or raises the rent if a tenant elects to seek remedies under this statute. Well, what if the tenant causes the mold? What if the mold is so severe, regardless of causation, that the tenant needs to leave the premises for health reasons or for renovation? And there already is a retaliatory action provision in law that would cover such an instance. See Section 208.1 of the Real Property article. The bill, point number three, tenants already have the right to utilize the health department for mold-related complaints. Local code enforcement offices can also issue citations. In fact, in Baltimore City, housing inspectors are capable of issuing housing violation notices for mold issues. Once issued, the landlord must clean it up, remediate it, and test it in order to satisfy the housing inspector or the judge in a rent escrow action. And we too would be open to bolstering the rent escrow provisions to add mold. And then finally, the last point I would make is Senate Bill 320 neglects to account for a tenant's role in actually causing mold. Mold could grow due to a tenant failing to notify the landlord of any type of leak, and et cetera. You have the rest of my written testimony. My time is up. We come, as I mentioned, unfavorable on Senate Bill 320. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Greenfield. Lastly, we have Mr. Bill George from Maryland Municipal League, unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Bill George with the Maryland Municipal League here in opposition to the Senate Bill 320 as written. A lot of the local government portion of this discussion has been hit on already, and it revolves around the mandatory inspections of all rental dwelling units. This is not something that most or any municipal governments currently do. Some have robust rental licensing programs that do involve regular inspections to re-up licensing. And as been mentioned, there's the kind of as needed code enforcement inspections as well. Appreciate the bill's allowance for a third party to conduct these assessments. But we do have some concern that of the availability of qualified individuals to conduct these inspections, and therefore the responsibility falling back on the local governments and their already limited staff. As has been mentioned, MML has been working with the sponsor on this bill over the past several years, and would be happy to continue to do so. And if there are amendments being proposed or considered, we would be happy to take a look at them and provide any feedback. With that, we ask for an unfavorable report on the bill as written. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. George. Seeing no questions from the committee, that ends the bill hearing for Senate Bill 320. And so we are reaching the last bill of the evening, and this is Senate Bill 273. This is Senator Alfred's bill. Is Senator Alfred here? The bill on PFAS chemicals, prohibition and requirements. George Walter Taylor Act. Senator Alfred is here, so go ahead and you can go ahead and introduce the bill as a sponsor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So good to see everybody. I appreciate the flexibility as I was voting in my own committee earlier. So thank you for allowing this. I recognize I am the last thing standing between you and dinner, so I will try to make a complex policy challenge and our solution to it as concise as I can. PFAS is an issue this committee is very familiar with. This is the third year I am before you trying to tackle these forever chemicals. Now, this bill, Senate Bill 273, is in very similar posture to what it was in last year. It attempts to use three mechanisms that pose a high risk of exposure for Marylanders to these PFAS chemicals: through firefighting foam, carpets, and food packaging. Folks remember that PFAS are, I'm not going to pretend that I can pronounce the chemical compound name, but PFAS are otherwise known as forever chemicals because they bioaccumulate in our bodies and other living beings, and they are absolutely everywhere. And the impact of these PFAS are tied to serious illnesses, including testicular, kidney, liver, and pancreatic cancer, reproductive problems, elevated cholesterol, thyroid dysfunction, low birth weights, as well as weakened immune system among children. I want to commend the Maryland Department of Environment for doing significant work on measuring the impact of PFAS in our drinking water. And just last year, they found that PFAS existed in 75% of the drinking water tested. Other states have tackled this issue. It's certainly a policy wave that we're seeing across the nation, including Washington State, New York, and Maine have all banned PFAS foams from their food packaging entirely. At least 15 states have banned the use of firefighting foam that contains PFAS. California is the first state to require utilities to test the tap water for PFAS. And within the past year, Maine has taken the greatest strides in passing comprehensive bipartisan legislation to ban all PFAS-laden materials and chemicals in the state by 2030. The federal government has also stepped up in a big way. The Department of Defense in particular, recognizing that PFAS are particularly prevalent on military bases. And there was even an inclusion of mitigation of PFAS from drinking water included in the infrastructure bill that just passed. So we're really seeing this wave of change in addressing this serious issue. I mentioned before, this bill is broken down into three sections: one regarding firefighting foam. I'll speak to that in just a minute. The other regards to carpets and rugs. It prohibits the sale and manufacturing of rugs that contain PFAS chemicals. They're everywhere, as I mentioned. And in food packaging, the legislation prohibits the sale of or manufacturing of food packaging that contain intentionally added PFAS by January 2023. Just to make this visceral for the committee, when I say these things are everywhere, they are in your popcorn that you pop, the bag itself. They're in your can of soup. When you pour out your can of soup, PFAS are the coating that makes sure the soup doesn't stick to the edge of that can. So they are absolutely everywhere. But the good news is the private market is responding to this issue. So we see things, organizations, companies like Giant, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Food Lion, Amazon, all have committed to eliminating PFAS in their packaging in the near future. McDonald's, Chipotle, Taco Bell, Panera, and Sweetgreen have all made commitments to phase out PFAS in their food packaging. And even Home Depot and Lowe's have announced their commitment to end the sales of carpeting treated with PFAS in the near future. I do want to apologize to the committee on behalf, we wanted to have the firefighters with us today. Obviously, you understand that they've had a very important day in Baltimore City, attending the funerals of our fallen heroes. So you have their testimony, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to read, it's 3 pages. I will only read 3 quick sections of it because I want to make sure the committee understands why this is so important. It's a priority bill for our firefighters because they are the most exposed to PFAS, both in their equipment, but also when they run into burning buildings and everything is on fire. That means a lot of things containing PFAS are on fire and are now being breathed in by our firefighters. So humans are exposed to PFAS through ingestion and contaminated water and food. This is exactly from Jeff Buttle, the president of International, the IAFF, his testimony. However, through exposure from PFAS-laden firefighting foam and personal protective equipment, firefighters are repeatedly exposed to PFAS chemicals through inhalation and absorption through skin. Due to in large part to firefighters' increased exposure to toxic chemicals, including PFAS, cancer is the largest health issue facing the firefighting profession. Firefighters dying from occupational-related cancers now account for more than 70% of the line of duty deaths every year. Banning the sale and use and distribution of PFAS foams is achievable and would protect Maryland's firefighters and the environment from unnecessary toxic PFAS exposure. I'm so proud that we have Miss Taylor with us today, the wife of the gentleman, the firefighter who lost his life from cancer and whom the bill is named after. So I will leave that Ms. Taylor to tell her story. We also have medical experts, environmental experts, Mr. Chair. So I'm excited for everybody to hear from them as briefly as possible. And with that, I urge the committee adopt a favorable report of Senate Bill 273. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so thank you, Senator Alfress. Just a reminder to the witnesses, we have 14 people signed up for this bill. This is our last bill, it is late. And I encourage you to please be brief. We have a sponsor panel. The lead witness on the sponsor panel is Emily Scarr from Maryland PIRG.
Thank you, Senator
Go
Lam.
ahead.
Yeah. My name is Emily Scarr. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG, the state public interest group. We're proud to stand with the firefighters and dozens of public health and environmental groups to support SB 273 to protect Maryland families and firefighters from PFAS exposure. We want to thank Senator Alfress and Senator Lam for sponsoring this important bipartisan legislation. I wanted to highlight a few things that have changed since we introduced this bill for the first time last year. The first, as Senator Alfress mentioned, the Department of Environment has found PFAS contamination in 75% of the community drinking water samples they have tested. They've also issued their first fish consumption advisory in Maryland for fish in Piscataway Creek in Prince George's County. And just last week, Prince George's County sued chemical manufacturers 3M and DuPont over PFAS contamination in their waterways. In addition, numerous states have taken action since our 2021 legislative session ended to ban PFAS in firefighting foam, food packaging, and other consumer products. But until you act, PFAS contamination in Maryland will continue to grow. So as you can see from my written testimony, the George Walter Taylor Act has the backing of local, state, and national public health and environmental groups. Marylanders are growingly concerned about PFAS in our homes, in our drinking water, and in our food. And that the proposed policy we have today is based on existing laws throughout the country and aligns with corporate trends in reducing PFAS. So it's really designed to catch us up in addressing this growing crisis. There's a couple things I want to make clear about the bill. The first is it does not ban PFAS in all uses. It looks at a set of particular uses the senator mentioned that are particular risk to human health, and that in every instance that we're restricting in this bill, there are safer alternatives. The bill does restrict the entire class of PFAS chemicals without exception. And this is important because our nation's leading experts on PFAS exposure have called for regulating these chemicals as a class instead of trying to take them on one by one. Dr. Linda Birnbaum, our toxicologist, may have had to step away. She's still in the room, so if she unfreezes her camera, we'll be able to ask her questions about the health impacts on the bill. So not to repeat, I don't want to repeat what the senator said. So a couple just key points on what the bill does. On food packaging, 7 states have already banned PFAS in food packaging. So Maryland should certainly join them because of the increased exposure risk of PFAS leaching into the food when it's on food packaging. In addition, rugs and carpets are particularly dangerous both in their manufacture as well as in our homes when they can accumulate in household dust, which puts our children and firefighters at risk. Again, multiple states have banned PFAS in carpets through laws or regulation. And I think obviously firefighting foams are one of the biggest sources of contamination in our drinking water. So it's incredibly important that we ban them immediately. I think obviously today is a really tough day for those of us in Baltimore City as we have the funeral of 3 firefighters who we have lost. And I'm just so grateful that Christine Taylor is here to talk about her husband, who the bill is named for. We owe it to our firefighters to do everything we can to reduce exposure to cancer-causing chemicals like PFAS. Unfortunately, there are already safer alternatives for PFAS firefighting foams that they can use in their practice. 6 states have already banned PFAS in firefighting foam, and many require notification for PFAS in firefighting gear like this bill does. This bill also prevents the mass disposal of PFAS chemicals by incineration and landfilling. There's no safe way to dispose of it currently, so holding on to the materials is the safest option. We know we're in conversations with the municipalities and local firefighting stations to figure out the way to best handle that holding on to the materials instead of disposal. And it calls on the Department of Environment to come up with an action plan for addressing PFAS. So we know we have an uphill battle in front of us to clean up PFAS contamination in our communities and our waterways, but stopping new contamination is very important, and this bill can help do that. Unfortunately, the contamination levels we've seen in our drinking water are mostly low. They still do pose dangers to our health, especially for our firefighters and our children. So we hope that you'll take action this year to get ahead of this problem so we can minimize the health and harm to our environment. We respectfully request a favorable report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Scar. Next, as part of the sponsor panel, we have Linda Birnbaum from the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences at Duke University. Dr. Birnbaum, are you with us? I see that you're here, but I'm not sure if you're tuned in.
I think she had to step away, but so hopefully she pops back up, but she might not.
All right, we'll proceed on. If she returns, she can provide testimony. Next, we have Christine Taylor as part of the sponsor panel. Ms. Taylor. All right. Oh, Ms. Taylor, you're there, but you're not. There we go.
Unmuted now. I'm sorry. Okay. My apologies. My husband, George Walter Taylor, was 46 years old when he died on May 25th, 2020. We were married for over 19 years. He was the father of 4 children who at the time of his death were 20, 19, 14, and 8. He was also a grandfather to 2 granddaughters, ages 3 and 1 at the time of his death. Walter joined the Solomons Volunteer Rescue Squad and Fire Department in May 1988 at the age of 15 and was currently serving as a safety officer at the time of his passing. On August 14, 2000, he was hired by the Naval District of Washington Fire Department at Naval Air Station Patuxent River as a firefighter and was later promoted to the rank of fire inspector. In 2016, he received the Silver Medal of Valor for assisting a downed firefighter out of a house fire. He held numerous officers' positions over the years in volunteer fire departments and was still an active member at the time of his passing. This is a very small excerpt from my husband's obituary and only scratches the surface of the details of a life that, while very well lived, was cut way too short. Firefighting was Walter's passion, and very early on in our relationship, I accepted that it held the most important place in his life, with myself and our children being a very close second. I, too, was a volunteer EMT who came from a fire department family. The pride we have for the fire and EMS service runs deep. When he became a fire inspector, he followed and enforced the National Fire Protection Association standards, and as safety officer in his volunteer department, he continued enforcing these standards. He became a strong advocate in protecting the health and safety of his fellow firefighters. He knew the danger they faced and soon realized many of them were fighting for their lives due to dangers on the job that were unseen. He learned that firefighters were being diagnosed with various cancers attributed to their multiple exposures to harmful chemicals and substances. He made it his mission to educate his fellow firefighters on what these hazards were and how to limit or prevent their exposure to these chemicals and substances. At a fire instructors conference, Walter learned about per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, and realized the amount of exposure he had experienced in his lifetime. Throughout his career, he had used aqueous film forming foam, AFFF, to extinguish multiple fires on aircraft, ships, and large structures. The number of other structure and automobile fires he had been on throughout his life as a firefighter, both paid and volunteer, was innumerable. He learned that even the firefighting gear that he had been wearing to protect him from exposure to carcinogens was made from materials containing PFAS. Walter came to the realization that his own personal exposure to PFAS was immeasurable, and he had been in contact with it almost every day of his life since he was 15 years old. In May of 2008, Walter was diagnosed with neuroendocrine cancer. It was stage 4 as it had metastasized to his bones, lymph nodes, and liver. It was very aggressive, and there wasn't anything they could do for Walter other than to attempt to slow the growth with experimental medications and procedures. Over the next 2 years, we tried various treatments to decrease the spread, and none were successful. Unfortunately, despite the futile efforts of everyone that cared for Walter, on May 25, 2020, Memorial Day, Walter passed away peacefully with all of us at his side. After Walter's death, an autopsy was performed, and it was determined his cancer was the result of occupational exposures related to carcinogens and other toxic substances. Since his passing, his oldest daughter has given birth to our third granddaughter. His daughter, Kayla, is a paid EMT and is marrying a volunteer paid firefighter on April 2nd. Our son, Justin, is a fire in the EMS cadet program at a school and a member of a local volunteer fire department. And tomorrow, February 3rd, our youngest daughter, Mackenzie, will celebrate her 10th birthday. I know that Walter is always watching over us, but I also know tomorrow I will be thinking, how unfair is it that our 10-year-old should have to celebrate her birthday without her father? That is why today I issue a plea to all of you to keep the families of other firefighters from ever having to feel the pain, hurt, and anger that my children and I feel every day. I ask you to please issue a favorable report in support of SB 273 to help reduce firefighters' exposure to pre-polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, by requiring labeling and notification of firefighter gear that contains PFAS substances and other materials in your home that, when ignited, produce PFAS substances. I ask you to protect Walter and I's children as they grow in the fire service, and to protect the lives of all their firefighting brothers and sisters so they can continue protecting your life and the lives of your
Taylor, you have to wrap up.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Tom Hucker with Natural Resources Defense Council. Councilman Hucker.
Hey, Senator. Good evening, Chair Pinsky and Vice Chair Kagan, Acting Chair Lam, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. And Ms. Taylor, thank you so much for being here. I know we're all sorry for your loss. And thank you so much to Senator Elfreth for leading the fight for this legislation again. Senator Lam, you are a hero for soldiering on under these circumstances. We can probably check with the archivist, but I think your unflappability is really historic. NRDC strongly supports the bill to restrict the unnecessary and harmful use of PFAS. I know it's Groundhog Day, but unlike Bill Murray's character in that movie, we don't have to relive the same story over and over and over. We can break the cycle this year and take action. None of us can open the newspaper or look at our news feed without reading coverage of the significant contamination caused by PFAS. And honestly, we probably won't know the full cost of PFAS in terms of lives or financial costs for many years to come. We've seen the rapidly growing public awareness of this enormous problem. It spawned thousands of national news stories and a renowned Hollywood movie starring Mark Ruffalo. We know we have widespread contamination, not just nationally, but right here in Maryland. So Maryland, understandably, expect to see some progress. And I know for policymakers, honestly, this issue is daunting. This bill's not a panacea. It's just a first step, but it's not a policy reach in any way. This bill is comprised of many best policy practices that have been passed into law in other states. You all know that the first rule of holes is that when you're in one, you should stop digging. So this bill is all about ending the digging and stopping adding new PFAS to our water and the rest of our environment. We're going to be dealing with this for many years, like we have with asbestos and lead and the climate. It'll take dozens of bills before we've analyzed and addressed this monster. But you don't have to be any type of chemistry expert to support this bill. It simply stipulates that these are a big problem, and therefore we should stop making the problem worse by adding them to the Maryland environment. That's the whole point. So this shouldn't be controversial in any way. In the future, I want to talk to you all about how to address the problem and mediate it. We might agree, we might disagree, but today we should at least agree we shouldn't make the problem worse. Even though it's Groundhog Day, we don't have to keep repeating the mistakes of the past. Once we do that, we can have more conversations about how to clean up what's already here. So thanks so much for listening. We ask for a favorable report.
All right, thank you, Councilman Hucker. It's good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. Next, we have Mr. Butchko from MACO, who is favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Final bill of the night, very long day. Dominic Butchko from MACO here. We ask for a favorable report with amendments. I'm going to keep this very brief. This bill bans the use of PFAS chemicals starting on January 1st, 2023, and in effect creates an unfunded mandate. MACO recognizes some of the consequences with using PFAS chemicals, but some fire departments still have an existing stock. One truck can hold upwards of $20,000 worth of foam, and that can potentially divert critical resources on January 1st to replace that. Senator Elfreth, we have not had the chance to talk yet, but I did have a chance to speak with your colleague, Delegate Love, in the House about a potential amendment to address this concern. Two possible solutions to this unfunded mandate were: first, we allow the use of what chemicals we have, and then later on we will replace them with an alternative foam. Or two, when the mandate kicks in January, we establish a buyback program that would go into effect in tandem with the ban, effectively not diverting our limited resources, but getting rid of this foam quicker. Counties agree that it is time to transition away from the use of PFAS chemicals, but that transition should be done in a safe and sensible manner. Accordingly, MACO urges the committee to issue a favorable report with amendments for SB 273.
All right, thank you, Mr. Butchko. Next, we have, that is actually the end of the favorable. Seeing no further questions there, we'll proceed to the unfavorable. Next, we have unfavorable testimony from Mr. Sean Swearingen with the Alliance for Telomere Chemistry Stewardship. Mr. Swearingen.
Thank you, Acting Chair Lam, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sean Swearingen. I'm the Director for the Alliance for Telomere Chemistry Stewardship. ATCS is a global organization that advocates on behalf of C6 fluorotelomere-based products and to promote the responsible production, use, and management of these products, while also advocating for sound science and risk-based approach to regulation. While there is common ground in the legislation and we agree to some of the principles, we do oppose the bill as presently written. I want to underline how broad 273 is and how far-reaching the unintended consequences it creates as written. The broad definition of PFAS contained in the legislation includes hundreds, if not thousands, of different chemistries. The definition needs to be clear and concise while focusing on the specific chemistries of concern. While there are others here to speak to this aspect of the bill, 273 rewrites a fluorinated firefighting foam, also known as AFFF, bill that was passed 2 sessions ago and went into effect at the end of 2020. Legislation created many protections, including standards for treatment and containment, as well as bans on testing and training, which effectively eliminated 90% of the use. AFFF is the most is the most effective suppressant for flammable liquid fires, also known as Class B fires, in many military, industrial, and aviation situations. While there is fluorine-free foams that are available and can provide an alternative to fluorinated foams in some applications, such as spill fires and smaller tank fires, do not uniformly meet necessary performance requirements for a significant fire event, such as at oil refinery or large tank farms. Another critical component of 273 is that language seeks to undertake further regulation of food packaging materials, while the industry is already phasing out of PFAS in food packaging by the end of 2023. There is an agreement with the FDA, and that timeline is for the end of 2023. Given the current supply chain challenges, an accelerated effective date of 273 might further reduce the availability of certain food packaging used by restaurants. In consideration of the time, as ATCS, we would recommend a clear definition of PFAS while underlining the different class of chemistries within it, restoring the bipartisan AFFF regulations that were put into place 2 sessions ago, while allowing the use in emergency Class B fire situations only.
Thank you, Mr.
Allow the my time?
Yes, your time has expired, so thank you, and we can refer the committee to your written testimony as well.
Thank you.
And I apologize too. We have two other folks that were favorable and I missed them on the sheet. So we're going to go back to these two favorable witnesses and then come back to the unfavorable. First, we'll start with Jeffrey Russell with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1926, IAFF Local 1926. Mr. Russell. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everybody. I'm Doug Rathels, and I'm representing the Annapolis Professional Firefighters Local 1926. And I spoke with PFFMD President Buttle and IAFF Local F12-1 President going on in Baltimore. So I'm here representing with them. So I'm a career fire lieutenant paramedic, and I do support the Senate Bill 273 George Walter Taylor Act. Pre-polyfluoroalkyl substances known as PFAS are not only harmful to the public, they're sickening to firefighters. These chemicals are known as forever chemicals, and they have created a toxic job of being a hero. The chemicals found in firefighting foams and are even found in our turnout gear. Our career is inherently dangerous, as you've seen last week in Baltimore City, and we need to prevent what is preventable. There is no reason that firefighters should be exposed to these forever chemicals in the gear that we're wearing to protect us from fires. We've adopted a safety policy in the past few years of my career, and we wash our gear after fires, shower and clean our equipment to help reduce or eliminate our exposure to toxins. This, however, is only doing so much since the chemicals still exist in our gear forever. There's currently no PFAS-free gear on the market. There's some in development, but there's none able to be purchased. So with this bill, it requires sellers and purchasers to be notified and keep records of this turnout gear that contains the toxic chemicals. Additionally, these chemicals are found in other materials that can cause additional exposure to firefighters, as mentioned before, and house fires. And this is why the ban of these chemicals in food packaging, rugs, and carpets are needed. Let's take this opportunity to protect firefighters and our public from exposure to these forever chemicals. And I thank you all for having me.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go to Brent Walls from the Potomac Riverkeeper Network.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Brent Walls, your Upper Potomac Riverkeeper with Potomac Riverkeeper Network. Our organization protects the right for people to have clean water for drinking, swimming, and fishing. I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 273. The family of PFAS pollutants started in the 1950s with the production of C8 or PFOA by 3M in products like Scotchgard, and then later on products by DuPont like Tefal nonstick pans. PFOA, like other PFAS, is a man-made toxin that is in all of us. It is in every one of us in this country and in people across the world. The contamination of PFAS in us and our environment will be the most prolific pollution issue in our lifetime. For decades, the federal government has done nothing to protect citizens from this toxic forever chemical. It is up to the states to throw a wrench in the cycle of PFAS. PFAS is in our streams, contaminating all fish. Where recently the Maryland Department of the Environment, which you've already heard, has issued a first consumption advisory for Piscataway Creek. The threshold PFAS level that MDE has used for the consumption advisory in Piscataway Creek is lower than the levels of PFAS found in smallmouth bass near Antietam Creek in the Upper Potomac. I've collected water samples that show significant levels of PFAS in Antietam Creek. I've also tested the wastewater treatment plant effluent from Hagerstown to Smithsburg, and both have shown high levels of PFAS. There are no significant sources of PFAS in Washington County area, and that could account for the high PFAS levels. That means the PFAS is coming from us, from our waste, from the use of our products that are contaminated by PFAS. The more we look, the more we find how widespread PFAS pollution is impacting us. The CDC and the Agency of Toxic Substances and Disease Registry have identified 4 routes of PFAS exposure to our bodies: eating and drinking foods with PFAS, like from foods packaging, or in the food and water itself, breathing in dust from products like PFAS, rugs and carpets, and from the use of beauty products, anything that is a water resistant type of beauty product. So SB 273 is the first step that Maryland can take to protect its residents from further contamination of their bodies from exposure and adding to the levels already found in our streams. I urge the committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walls. I think we have now gotten all of the favorable witnesses. So we can go back now to the unfavorable witnesses. We'll resume there with Mr. Robert Simon from the American Chemistry Council. Mr. Simon.
All right, thank you all, appreciate it. I know it's been a long day. So thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, and Senator as a sponsor. My name is Robert Simon. I'm here today representing the American Chemistry Council and speaking relative to SB 273 on PFAS chemistry. Overall, the chemical industry supports the strong regulation of PFAS chemicals to protect human health and the environment. I'd like to say that we support many elements of this bill. However, we must respectfully oppose it in its current form, although we're hopeful that there may be opportunities to seek targeted amendments that may enhance the focus of this legislation. So the 3 points that I'd like to emphasize today include, one, the breadth of the definition of the bill. So this pulls in some other fluorinated chemistry, which we don't think is intended. So we think there's an opportunity to refine the scope. Second, we think there's an opportunity to refine how some of the product areas that are being targeted in this bill. In particular, in some cases, there are not alternatives that are available. And we think that adjusting the timing and some of the scope of the applications will allow not only for us to protect Maryland citizens, but to do so in a way that limits the impact and makes it consistent with other states and federal activity, some of which the senator had mentioned when she introduced this. Appreciate the opportunity today. We would echo some of the comments made by the Alliance for Telomere Chemistry, particularly as it relates to the available for alternatives for certain high hazard Class B fires, and appreciate the committee's opportunity. We look forward to hopefully working on potential amendments, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simon. Next, we will go to Mr. Michael Ratchford with W.L. Gore and Associates. Mr. Ratchford, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Right,
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'm Mike Ratchford. I'm an associate with W.L. Gore and Associate. We're a privately held company and a Maryland manufacturer since 1973. We employ approximately 2,900 associates in Cecil County, where we make a number of technologically advanced products of high societal value. In fact, we're the largest private sector employer in the county. I'm here this afternoon to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 273. While Gore does not make firefighting foam, rugs and carpeting, or food packaging, we do use a type of PFAS known as fluoropolymers, which are included in the 4,000 to 9,000 substances defined as PFAS in this legislation. But not all PFAS are the same. We believe this definition of PFAS is overly broad and could lead to unintended restriction of fluoropolymers. We use fluoropolymers to make products of high society value in Cecil County, including implantable medical device, Gore-Tex membrane, filtration and venting used in emission controls, fuel cell components, aerospace and satellite cables, and products used in the pharmaceutical industry to make COVID-19 vaccines. We have three main concerns with the legislation as drafted. First, as I said, the definition of PFAS is overly broad and includes fluoropolymers, which are highly stable, too large to be bioavailable, and do not have the potential to become widespread in the environment. Second, the timeline for transitioning retail products is unrealistic. In the absence of a regulatory assessment of the performance of alternatives, there is no means to demonstrate any replacements will be an improvement over current products. And third, the proposed definition of food packaging is very broad and could lead to unintended consequences. Due to the complexity of the topic, we believe the better course of action is to focus on those PFAS considered to be problematic, and we have suggested a more focused definition of PFAS. And also, we would support establishing a regulatory program rather than affect legislative bans. For all these reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report on this legislation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simon. Mr. Ratchford. Next, we have Ms. Kaylee Locklear from the Maryland Retailers Association. Ms. Locklear, go ahead.
Good evening, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association, respectfully in opposition to this bill. And I just want to make sure and make it clear that our opposition has nothing to do with the firefighting foam. That's the first topic addressed in this bill. We are grateful to our fire heroes like George Taylor, and our thoughts go out to the firefighters that were tragically lost in Baltimore last week. We are in opposition based on the rug and packaging sections in the later part of the bill, and we would ask for the following amendments. We've actually brought up these amendments before and look forward to working with the committee and the sponsors on them. So the following amendments address distributors and sellers knowingly selling carpet or food packaging products, and would remove the compliance certificate from distributors and sellers. Manufacturers, on one hand, may know what's in these items, but distributors and sellers do not. So I would draw your attention to page 6, line 3, after the word manufacturer, insert knowingly. And then on page 6, line 6, strike sells, offers for sale, or distributes for sale. On page 8, line 17, insert knowingly after manufacturer. And then on page 9, line 28, strike distributor. I'm glad to go over that with folks and work with you. But at this point, we urge an unfavorable report until those items are fixed. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Locklear. We have one more witness that's unfavorable. So why don't we take him, and then we can go to Senator Hester, who has a question. Last witness on this bill is Mitch Hubert from the Firefighting Foam Coalition. Mr. Hubert, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Honorable Chair and members of the committee, my name is Mitch Hubert, and I appreciate the ability to talk with you today. I hold degrees in both biology and chemistry and have been working in the firefighting foam industry for more than 40 years, both as a formulator and as a firefighter. I'm here today representing Firefighting Foam Coalition to urge you to reconsider Senate Bill 273. Our coalition is made up of foam manufacturers from throughout the world who fully support the efforts to reduce the use of PFAS-containing foams and are working feverishly to develop improved non-fluorinated alternatives. All of the foam manufacturers within the FFFC do make fluorine-free foams and fully support a timely transition to these products wherever possible. In fact, we would urge municipal firefighters to be able to change tomorrow, rather than further down the road. Not so much though for industrial firefighters. Unfortunately, there are still fire scenarios and industry segments where the current technology utilized in fluorine-free foams falls short of providing the type of performance that can assure that large catastrophic fires can be successfully fought and extinguished, and which provide a measure of safety for firefighters and other first responders. Sadly, we're faced with the legacy issues of fluorinated surfactants that were released to the environment from firefighting foams, largely through testing and fire training, much of which was mandated through laws and other standards. What's important at this juncture is to minimize any additional discharges. Banning the use of fluorinated foams for testing and training can largely accomplish this goal. While we continue to make advances in fluorine-free foam technology, we're still not at the point where those products can be considered as drop-in replacements. This is substantiated by a recent study conducted by the National Fire Protection Association Research Foundation in a rather extensive testing program on the effectiveness of fluorine-free foams. The conclusion of that study, which is published and can be made available, is that there is more work to do with these products in some scenarios. The proposed legislation would require foam users to transition out by January of 2023. We consider this to be extremely challenging. Recently proposed foam regulations in the European Union and in New Zealand provide for a 5-year transition period. We would urge you to reconsider the bill and allow for continued use and sale of fluorinated firefighting foam for some very specific exemptions, which would include refineries, chemical facilities, bulk fuel loading terminals, and fixed systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubert. Thank you. We have questions from 2 members of the committee. Senator Hester first, followed by Senator Rosa.
Thank you, Chair Lam. I have a question for the bill's sponsor, given what we've just heard. And the first is why the definition is so broad, and the second is whether she would be flexible on the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. First of all, I appreciate the criticism of this bill from those who are testifying in opposition. The reason we went so broad is because these chemical classes are, as mentioned, anywhere from a couple of hundred to 9,000 different ways to make up this chemical compound. And frankly, better we get at it, the more versions we have. So we wanted to try to capture everything, or else we can keep inventing new compounds and keep having to add to that definitive list. So we wanted to go broad for that reason. To your second question, and I also appreciate the concerns of those in opposition on the timelines. I think that is a reasonable concern, and I would be very flexible if the committee saw fit to move those timelines back slightly so that we can accommodate and our retailers can accommodate, meeting some of those deadlines. My only concern is with the moving back the firefighting to use it all before use the supply that we have. I think that defeats the purpose of the bill where we're trying to stop the contamination. I would love to work with the committee on amendment to see if we can't buy back that foam from our municipalities and counties instead of using it till it's done. I think that's not the most responsible approach here, but I would leave it up to the committee to be flexible with timelines within reason. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions from Senator Hester, last question is from Senator Carrozza. You just lowered your hand. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Senator Lam. And I appreciate the work that has gone into the bill. And I know some of us have been doing our own follow-up, talking to the firefighters and talking to our counties and our businesses to try to understand the breadth of this bill. And I did just learn a lot from Mr. Hubert's testimony as far as what the foam manufacturers have already been working on, and I guess some issues they're raising about transition. And I guess for the Senate sponsor, did you work with the foam manufacturers to know what they were already doing to start with that transition? Because I know this is a broad definition, and we're trying to capture a lot here, but I just learned a lot in that testimony. I didn't know if you had already been in contact with them on the front end of what they're doing to transition.
I'm aware that there are transitions, and as you mentioned, all kind of sectors of the industry are moving feverishly to find safer alternatives here. I did not know the coalition even existed until 5 minutes ago. I don't believe they testified last year. I could be incorrect, so I wouldn't have known to reach out to them, but I'm happy to talk with him after this hearing.
Thank you, Senator. We'd appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Curla.
All right, seeing no further questions, that ends the testimony on Senate Bill 273. That concludes our testimony for this on bills this evening. I'll turn it back to Chairman Pinsky.
Thank you, Senator Lam, and my great appreciation to you for doing a great job chairing 5.5 hours of testimony we've heard with the support of Vice Chair Kagan. Thank all the witnesses who stayed this late. It's good to see Councilmember Hucker, a former colleague of ours and delegate, and all of you who are here at 6:35 or whatever the time is. We will take all of your testimony under consideration. We'll be reviewing the bills and taking them up in the very near future. With that, we are adjourned.